It's investment for you, man.
You got the skills, you've got the drive, but your boss won't help you thrive. You work so hard, you give your best, but they're keeping all the rest. You don't have to stand alone. Together we're stronger, set the tone. Fair pay, fair rules, a safe place too. It all begins with me and you. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treated fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. When you stand as one, you've got the power. You can make big change in just an hour. It's not just talk, it's taking a stand for better pay and a helping hand. It's not about fighting, it's about what's fair. Sharing the value of what's made there. If the boss says no, don't be afraid. Together we've got the tools to trade. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treated fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. No more later, no more wait. To change the rules, create our fate. It's not just you, it's all of us. In solidarity we build the trust. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treated fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. As a union means we're unified. The unified, the unified. Your voice matters, your worth matters. Together we can make it better.
Say, I remember when we used to stand in the heart of the workers' plan. Obstacles weighed heavy on our backs, but unity's the strength they lack. Good friends we had and good friends we've lost, fighting battles at every cost. But through the struggle we raise our voice, in solidarity we made our choice. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Hey little brother, don't you come by. No union, no buy. Our hands build the wealth they hold so tight, but together we reclaim our rights. No more silence, no more pain. In our unity there's everything to gain. We lift each other, we won't back down. From city streets to every town, the power's in the people's hands. No union, no buy. We take a stand. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Hey little sister, raise your flag high. No union, no buy. All the tables are turning, the fire inside keeps burning. For the workers and the buyers, we're igniting freedom's fire. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Together we'll rise and we won't deny. No union, no buy. I remember when we used to stand with hope and strength, hand in hand. The struggle's hard, but we'll survive. No union, no buy.
Changing the system, are treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? of the same old Sam. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor, unheard injustice, burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish while I teach and boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world begins to boy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Chasing revolutions in the darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to a new episode of the new Red Pill series where I attempt to wake Americans up. So this is the second episode in the series, and I'm really excited, but we have a lot to get into today. So for starters, we're going to start off with a quote. And this is specifically a quote from The Matrix that I want you to ponder, okay? And with this quote, we're going to replace the Matrix with capitalism. Okay, let's begin. Capitalism is a system. That system is our enemy. But when you're inside, you look around, what do you see? Businessmen, teachers, lawyers, carpenters, the very minds of the people we're trying to save. But until we do, these people are still a part of that system, and that makes them our enemy. You have to understand that most of these people are not ready to be unplugged. Many of them are so inured, so hopelessly dependent on the system that they will fight to protect it. What is capitalism? Control. Capitalism is a dream world built to keep us under control in order to change a human being into this, a battery or slave to labor output. Now that's Morpheus from The Matrix. Our first part is divide and conquer, okay? This is Trump's America now, and we have some supporting evidence as a Trump supporter strangles a journalist.
If you're a traveler who struggles with data connectivity when you're on the move, stick around until the end of this video for important information on Saley with attacks on March 2017 after Donald Trump took office the first time, all over again. With attacks on marginalized communities, MAGA supporters feeling absolutely emboldened. It's taken another evolution this time, though. It's more aggressive. And I contend, my theory would be that after Donald Trump is inaugurated, that it's just going to be off the charts. Once his roundup squads and his internment camps begin and the mass deportations that have been promised are on the docket, it's going to embolden Trump supporters. And I would, for one, tell you to be careful in your life, in your communities. These people will act unhinged. There will be legal consequences for it, for the most part, but you need to take care of yourself. I'm going to talk about two things in this particular video. One is a man who attacked a journalist saying, This is Trump's America now, which is problematic in and of itself because this isn't any more Trump's America than it is your America. It's not the president's country. It's our country. They've completely lost the plot here about the first few words of our Constitution in the preamble, that we the people.
So this wasn't a mistake. They didn't lose focus by mistake. This was intentional. This is what fascism does, okay?
People of the United States in order to form a more perfect union. We, the people, not we, the people, in service to the President of the United States, a public servant. A little bit of a rant. And then the other thing is a letter that just circulated in Lincoln County, Oregon, from a group of white supremacists. It's kind of anonymous, nobody knows who it is, that is telling people to sit in their church parking lots and write down license plate numbers of brown people that they suspect are illegal immigrants. Scary stuff. Here's a headline from The Independent on the first story. Man accused of attacking TV reporter and yelling, "This is Trump's America now." Patrick Egan then tackled the reporter, then put him in a headlock and began to strangle him, according to an affidavit. This is what we're up against, folks. People who are so beholden to the cult of Donald Trump that this is his America. It's not Patrick Egan's America. No. It's Donald Trump's America. That's how little loyalty they have for this country. A Colorado man is facing possible bias-motivated charges for allegedly attacking a television news reporter after demanding to know whether he was a citizen, saying, "This is Trump's America now," according to court documents. Patrick Thomas Egan, once again, Patrick Thomas Egan, 39, was arrested December 18th in Grand Junction, Colorado. What in the hell is in the water in Grand Junction, Colorado? This is the same town that the Five Guys employees were attacked, accosted by some maniac with a Trump assassination shirt on.
It's called agitprop, and we'll get into that in a little bit. Agitprop stands for agitative propaganda, and it is meant to agitate you.
Telling them that we're colonizers and they need to get out, or whatever the nonsense was. A man who worked at like a clinic in a healer role for a hospital clinic. Disgusting. What is going on in Grand Junction, Colorado?
Yes, certainly what is going on in Grand Junction, Colorado, but if we pay attention to the critical Marxist critique, we will kind of understand that this is just the byproducts of capitalism ensuring the conditions of its own existence. And we see that manifested now with the fascist administration about to take office. So with that, we're going to go into... let me adjust. There we go. Let me put this into the chat for you guys. Give me 1 second. I'm going to put this in the chat. So I have the link for the guide in the description as always, but I'd like to put it in the chat for everybody as well. All right, so the guide is in the chat for everybody to follow along with if you can. If not, it is in the background of the video, and I'll be going over it as well, so for our listeners who don't have access to the visual. But we do have an in-depth guide. If you are only on the audio and like to come back later and check out all the cool videos and details that I have included in our lecture today, the link is in the description of the video. I did just put that in chat as well. So how do billionaires avoid taxes? Okay. How do billionaires avoid taxes? This is a very important question. The link is in the...
They are at their high. Income and wealth inequality are at their highest rates in 60 years, and Trump's next term will likely see those rates jump even higher. The Trump administration will likely move quickly to extend the 2017 Tax and Jobs Act, which expanded the budget deficit and gave hefty tax cuts to the rich. Under Trump 2.0, billionaires will have one of their own looking out for their interests, namely making sure that the tax loopholes enabling them to hoard their wealth stay intact. Because if there's one thing billionaires are invested in, it's hoarding their wealth. Ultra high net worth individuals, as they're called in the biz, have expensive teams of specialized accountants, lawyers, and financial managers working year-round to keep their tax bills as low as possible, all while keeping everything above board. Because even though tax avoidance seems like it should be criminal, the carefully crafted loopholes the rich love to exploit are legal parts of our tax code. Yet another example of what happens when money is allowed to dominate politics. Because while the rest of us, the vast majority of us, dutifully pay taxes to support the things that keep society functioning, like bridges, schools, and roads, our wealthiest citizens are gaming the system to sidestep this collective sacrifice. Do I think the government does a perfect job of spending my tax dollars? Certainly not. But that doesn't mean that I'm in favor of starving much-needed public services in the name of hoarding as much wealth as possible. Today, we're digging into how rich people avoid paying their fair share of taxes and ensure their wealth continues multiplying to infinity and beyond. From business expenses to Peter Thiel's baffling $5 billion Roth IRA, this is how rich people avoid paying taxes. Let's get into it. We know that tax cuts are a central part of Trump's plan, and the ultra-rich know it too, so they're trying to get on his good side now, even before he takes office. This recent report from Axios talks about this, using the headline, "Tech Titans Scramble to Be Inside Trump's Tent." One of the biggest challenges in today's media landscape is the tendency to consume only the news that aligns with your views, creating information bubbles. With the Ground News browser extension, I can identify Axios' left-leaning bias and easily explore how other perspectives are framing the same story by clicking into the full coverage feature. On the Ground News website, you can see that there are 144 sources around the world covering this topic. Among them, the far-left World Socialist website uses the headline, "At New York Times' Dealbook Summit, Jeff Bezos and other billionaires salivate over money to be made under Trump," while the right-leaning Town Hall frames it as, "Another Trump miracle. Will Jeff Bezos join Elon Musk in promoting his Doge regulatory purge?" Very different takes. And if you're only reading content that skews left or right, you may not know how the other side is interpreting the situation. This is where Ground News comes in and why I've been using them for over a year. Today's partner, Ground News, is an app and website that offers tools who only watches Fox News is getting his talking points, so you're ready for those debates over the holidays and into the new year. I'm always really impressed with Ground News and genuinely think they're a great resource. If you want to stay informed on U.S. politics, you can subscribe or gift Ground News to your friends or family for the holidays. Scan my QR code, comes to about $5 a month. Subscribing supports my demanded twice as much wealth as the top 1%. The wealthiest Americans used to pay 70% of their annual income to the federal government. But thanks to, say it with me, Ronald fucking Reagan, who ruined everything, you can buy these t-shirts at LegionMillerMerch.com, the top federal income tax rate was reduced to just 28%. Reagan also passed major tax breaks for corporations and estates, all in the name of smaller government and the bunk philosophy of trickle-down economics. And while yes, many presidents since Reagan have helped to cut taxes for the wealthiest Americans, he started it. One of the most infuriating things about most of the tax loopholes we'll discuss today is that knowing about them won't do you or I any good. Wealth is a prerequisite for pulling off most of these tax avoidance strategies. They were designed to ensure that the most prosperous among us can sit back and watch their fortunes multiply, untouched and untaxed, while the rest of us play by an entirely different set of rules. But whether or not
And most of these loopholes that the ultra elitists take hold of aren't just accessible for every rich person. I know a lot of people have the misconception that, oh, if you're rich, you can take hold of all these loopholes. There are more accesses to some of the loopholes, but the major ones are only accessible to the very top income brackets, the 1%, the top 1%, okay? So these ultra uber elitists who control major sectors of the economy and can forfeit their income to borrow money interest-free from the bank simply because they have a lot of clout in the economy.
not we can use these loopholes ourselves, it's worth understanding how they work, if only to get a handle on the scope of the injustice and to know what policies to advocate for. Up first is the capital income loophole, a boring name for the pretty interesting reason many founder CEOs avoid large salaries. Ultra wealthy tax loophole number one, minimize salary. Don't get me wrong, CEO pay is out of control. In 2021, CEOs earned around 400 times more than the average worker. But there's a strange exception to the trend. For years, there's been a weird competition among elite founder CEOs, especially in tech, to see who can take the lowest salary. Steve Jobs took $1 in salary upon returning to Apple in the 1990s.
But they're not
and ever since, executives including Meta's Mark
salary.
Zuckerberg, Oracle's Larry Ellison, and Google's Larry Page have followed suit. But it's not the humble gesture it might seem at first glance. Wages, the money you make from working at a job, are taxed at a fairly high rate, between 10 and 37%, depending on a person's income bracket. Most people make the bulk of their income in a year from wages, from their labor. But the people at the tippity top have inverted this norm, arranging their affairs so that most of the money they make in a year comes from selling assets. The profits on assets are called capital gains, and they're taxed at a maximum rate of 20%. This is part of why investments are a key to building wealth. When you work for yourself, the money is subject to up to 37% tax, but when your money is working for you, it's only 20% if you sell it, and you get income in the form of capital gains. So if you're the founder and CEO of a tech startup that you truly believe is going to be the next big thing, you'd much rather have stock in that than a big salary. That way, not only do you limit the amount of money subject to wage taxes, but you're following the ultra wealthy loophole number 2, keeping the bulk of your net worth in the form of assets like stock, yachts, or homes, instead of in liquid or cash form. Now, why wouldn't someone want cash? Well, that 20% capital gains tax only applies to realized gains, meaning profits on an actual transaction. Superficially, this makes sense because up until the moment of sale, the value of anything is technically theoretical. The problem is that the theoretical value, the untaxed, unrealized capital gains, contributes to a person's net worth in a way that has very real value, specifically to the bankers evaluating how much money they're willing to loan someone and at how favorable of an interest rate. The distinction between realized and unrealized gains was codified into U.S. law more than 100 years ago by the Supreme Court in Eisner v. Macomber, and from the moment the ruling came down, experts warned that it was a bad idea. Congressman Cordell Hull, who was a leading advocate of the income tax, predicted the exact tax avoidance scheme that's now considered a cornerstone of the ultra-wealthy's approach to finances, a strategy known as buy, borrow, die. Buy, borrow, die. The phrase was coined.
And this is what I was referring to just a moment ago, buy, borrow, and die. So you're not accepting a income from the company, right? You're not accepting a wage from the company. You're, in essence, borrowing money from the bank against yourself.
In the 1990s by a tax law professor explaining how the rich were getting so frickin' wealthy and staying that way generation after generation. It works like this. First, buy. Turn as much cash into assets as possible. Those assets could be stocks, real estate, fine art, a yacht, a sports team, most likely a healthy mix of things if the wealth manager is doing their job. The point is that assets increase in value or appreciate over time. Well, usually. Sometimes you want to pick losers. Let me explain. While you may think that rich people are always trying to make more money, making money isn't their problem so much as holding on to as much of the money they already have as possible. One way they do this is by tax loss harvesting, accumulating losses to offset gains and neutralize the rich person's overall tax responsibility. So let's say we have an imaginary rich friend named Paul, and Paul buys Pepsi stock, which tanks. So he decides, yuck, let's sell the Pepsi stock at a loss.
My mistake. I was talking about the borrow, ditch, die scheme. This is the buy, borrow, die scheme. So there's two different schemes here, and I don't want to conflate them.
Paul also owns Coca-Cola stock, and because Coke is so much better than Pepsi, the stock grows, and Paul sells it at a profit. But the loss he took on his Pepsi stock erased some, or sometimes all, depending on how good his accountant is, of the taxes owed on the gains made on the Coke stock. Helpfully, capital losses don't have to be applied in the year they occurred. They can be banked to help offset gains the following year. And when it comes to the stock market, wealthy people hedge their bets and play both sides to come out on top. Billionaire GOP donor and TikTok investor Jeff Yes, you can't say that name any other way, has battled the IRS and won over his shady habit of betting against his own stocks to get a more favorable tax rate, a ploy that's estimated to have saved him around $1 billion in taxes between 2013 and 2018 alone. Yes has also mastered uber rich person rule number 3. Everything is a business expense. Lots of expensive and luxurious hobbies of the ultra rich coincidentally double as business expenses. Yachts, racehorses, golf courses, private jets. The asset in question just has to be used mostly for business to become a write-off. This is the reason many rich people make their yachts and private planes available for leasing, thus fulfilling a clear definition of business use while helping them generate more tax deductions than revenue. For example, California billionaire real estate developer George Argyros leased his aircraft through his own chartering company for decades, but between 2002 and 2019, the company reported a profit just twice. Overall, he deducted more than $50 million in net losses over that period. Yet another loss leader favored by the ultra-wealthy is sports teams, because when someone buys a business, they can deduct almost the entire sale price against their income during the ensuing years. The logic is that the purchase price was composed of assets like buildings and equipment that will degrade over time and should thus be counted as expenses. About 90% of a team's purchase price winds up being amortizable, meaning it's treated like an asset that loses value over time and can be expensed as such. So even though a team's franchise rights never expire, they're treated as though they have a finite lifespan. When former Microsoft CEO Steve Ballmer bought the Clippers in 2014, he gained access to a nearly $2 billion tax deduction. Add to that ongoing expenses like player salaries and health insurance, and not only is Ballmer shielded from having to pay tax on real-world Clipper profits, but he can also use the tax write-off to offset his other income. IRS records obtained by ProPublica showed that the Clippers reported $7 $700 million in losses on their taxes in recent years, even as the team was turning a profit. Indeed, owners frequently report incomes for their teams that are millions below their real-world earnings. In the last 2 decades, the average value of basketball, football, baseball, and hockey teams has grown by more than 500%. While those numbers are staggering, you still can't eat the Clippers. So what are rich people living on if all their money is tied up in assets? Well, debt. Millions and millions of dollars of debt. Remember, buy, borrow, die. We've covered buy, now we're on to borrow. Let's check back in with our pretend rich guy, Paul. Paul has a stock portfolio worth around $1 billion, and one day he decides to buy a new home that costs, I don't know, 50 million bucks. Paul could easily sell $50 million of stocks to pay for the house outright. And for a lot of us, that scenario sounds like the American dream, having the cash on hand to cover a major purchase in full and walking away owing nothing to no one. But remember, turning $50 million worth of stocks into $50 million that can be used to buy a home would cost an additional 20% in capital gains taxes. Not to mention, Paul would then lose control of those stocks, which may have gained exponential value had he just held onto them a little bit longer. So Paul decides to keep his stocks and instead takes out a $50 million loan to buy that house, using his $1 billion stock portfolio as collateral. Now, because Paul's net worth is many times greater than the value of the loan, whatever bank he approaches will not only be super confident that he'll be able to pay them back in full, but they'll be extremely eager to win his business. Ultra high net worth individuals like Paul are highly coveted clients, and banks roll out the red carpet to keep them happy. Note that I said clients, not customers. Customers call a 1-800 number when they need help. Clients have their personal banker's home phone number. Some perks in ultra-wealthy borrowers.
Or if you're Robert Downey Jr., have your personal table at a private or public restaurant. So I know if you go to local places where celebrities roam, a lot of them will have their own private table at a public restaurant. You know, that's the celebrity treatment here. That's the elitist treatment, okay? And I don't want to go into the whole video here. We've gone over most of the important schemes that billionaires use to skirt their tax, their taxes and their responsibility for civic duty in paying taxes. We're going to move on, but I just want you to think about this going into an administration that wants to further reduce taxes for these billionaires. So this is going to significantly cripple, if not eliminate, a lot of our social safety nets if it is accomplished. And this is Leisha Miller. If you would like to go to her channel and subscribe and get more content like this, the link is in the guide. And if you would like to view the full video as well, the link is there. Moving on to a post that I saw by Ken Klippenstein, who is an independent reporter. He posted this clip, which was specifically from Reuters, denoting the U.S. homelessness rose by a record 18% in the last annual data. And this is on top of an already 13% increase, I believe it was in 2020, okay? So this is exponential homeless. And then we juxtapose this, right? Let me blow this up for you guys. So we juxtapose this against the wealth of the world's 5 richest men, more than doubled since 2020. So homelessness is exponentially on the rise as the wealth of the 5 richest men is exponentially increasing. This is an internal contradiction. This is not sustainable. All right, so we have another quick video on Professor Wolf responding to Elon Musk's take on taxes. And his take on taxes is actually terrible, all right? It's terrible. He says, after they come for our taxes, they will come for yours. However, if you've been following along, you understand that workers already pay way more in taxes than billionaires like Elon. Just another con man, okay? He's just another con man.
This is Richard Wolff from Democracy at Work with another Wolff Responds. This time I want to respond to Elon Musk, the man with the dubious distinction of being the biggest rip-off artist, the biggest income earner and wealthy person in the United States and maybe in the world, with a fortune now somewhere between $250 and $300 billion, leaving poor Jeff Bezos a distant second. Elon Musk has opposed the billionaire tax proposal working its way through Congress, or at least working its way until the Republicans and so-called moderate Democrats shoot it down finally. They've mostly achieved that objective, and they will if they haven't by the time you see this. And I want to talk about that. I'm not going to bother you with the injustice of it. I'm not going to bother you with what it means when Mr. Musk tells us that he doesn't want to be taxed because he has a plan for what to do with all that money. He's going to get humanity, I'm quoting now, to Mars. That's his project. And I understand why he might be interested in getting humanity to Mars, given the kind of mess we have on this earth because of people hoarding wealth like Mr. Musk. But I want everyone to understand, $300 or nearly billion is going to be doing what one person wants to do: get us all to Mars. No democratic process decides how some or all of this money ought to be spent for the well-being of everyone. Maybe thinking about making the earth a better place rather than leaving for what I understand is a rather inhospitable planet far away, which has no movie theaters yet. I won't go there. I want to deal with Mr. Musk's own words, because when you are as backward as he is, you kind of deserve to have everyone know it when you're in the position he's in. So here we go. Why, he says, should everybody support him in opposing a tax on billionaires? He says something extraordinary. He says, don't do it, don't support it. And now I quote, after they've run out of other people's money to tax, they'll come for yours. Classic move. Try to line up the middle income, even the poor, who don't want to be taxed because they really don't have the money, as if he and they are all in the same situation, which is never true, and was never true, and he's proud of it. Most of the middle and lower income folks, you know, don't have the money for rocket ships to Mars or anywhere else. And let's see if it's true.
Or Tesla trucks, for that matter.
It's stone cold false what he said. Every time the people have tried to tax the rich have mobilized their wealth to stop it, to undo it, and to pervert it. You know, the income tax, when it was first passed 100 years or so ago, was designed only to tax people at the very top, the top 2 or 3%. That's all. Everybody else initially was exempt. No more. The burden of the tax, which started off being on the rich, was shifted off of them onto the rest of us.
And that's what we call a regressive tax system. And what every country strives to achieve is a progressive tax system. Okay, a progressive tax system benefits society's growth. It engages in stability because it taxes the top more than it taxes the bottom. What we have now is basically the opposite, where we're taxing the bottom more than the top, and leaving the tax burden to the poorest bottom half of society. That is ass backwards.
And now Mr. Musk, who is a billionaire, and it's always been the billionaires who use their money to get the politicians to shift the burden of tax off of them onto everybody else, wants to use that which they did as an argument that we don't even try to tax them. Because, you know, if you tax them, they'll just shift it onto the rest of us. Wow. In other words, they're going to punish us one way or another. They're either not going to pay their taxes, or if you actually impose a tax on them, they'll shift it on to us. This is the kind of behavior a person exemplifies when they come up to you and say your wallet or your life. You lose either way. All you're left with is choosing which way to go, which loss might be less. There are very few billionaires, a few hundred in this country, and there's 330 million of the rest of us. It's that old 1% versus 99%, except that isn't even 1%, it's much less.
All right, that was Professor Wolf responding to Elon's take on taxes. Again, if you want to hear the full video and subscribe to Professor Wolf's channel, the link is in the guide. So, moving on to an expose on Elon Musk. So, Elon Musk is actually against unions. Shocker there. All right, so, there's a great irony in Elon Musk's stance on unions. He claims he doesn't like unions because he doesn't like lord and peasant systems. Really? So that means you must hate yourself for being the lord of your own kingdom, residing in total control over all the peasant workers who have to obey or face your fucking wrath. Elon, a self-serving, hypocritical little bitch, needs to be canceled. Oh wait, that already started. Since day one of his failure to rebrand Twitter as X is notable to this day, as it's still referenced as X, formerly Twitter. Just to emphasize this rebranding's failure. But I digress. Elon fails to explain why he considers unions lord and peasant systems, which is telling to us, as the viewer, to the fact that he has absolutely no idea what he's actually talking about. The only thing unions are bad for is the CEO's personal profit margins. In every area of the company, unions work. They work for productivity, they work for raising wages, benefits, and safer working conditions where the king, like Elon, doesn't give a fuck about you. You're just a dollar sign, a number on a paper, okay? A cog in a wheel, a means to his end. All right? A way for him to become a billionaire at your fucking expense. Hey, if you work hard enough, this year, Elon might even be able to buy Canada's government next year. Why stop with America when you're hell-bent on totalitarian control? Elon is attempting to manipulate you into believing your God-given American right to collectively bargain is somehow bad for you. Inexcusable behavior, as if injecting a tiny bit of democracy into an authoritarian workplace is bad for the worker. Come on. Nice try, Musk. Most hard-working Americans aren't stupid enough to buy what you have to sell. Literally. By arguing against unions and collective bargaining, you're arguing against democracy. It's that simple. The fact is that unions protect workers' lives, raise their wages and benefits, and benefit society as a whole. There's a reason why the most dangerous jobs still have unions after decades of anti-union busting. Because they keep workers safe. I know, I'm a construction tech veteran of 3 years on the job. The most recent success story is Disney's workers, who won a 37% increase in wages, people. 37% increase, okay? More than 32,000 hourly Disney World workers won wage increases of 37% over the length of their 5-year contract. Here's the article if you wish to read that in full. But this is not an anomaly. Workers who fight for their wages get their wages. It's that simple. The problem is we now have businesses that are so big, like Amazon, that they can effectively use their wealth and power over the economy to delay negotiations with the union, essentially telling those unions to fuck off. We want your blood, sweat, and tears, not your fears. After all, those CEOs of this country aren't suffering. Why should they care about you? Who is suffering? They aren't legally obligated, since they have successfully bought and paid for our legislative process. But the law isn't any indication of what's right and wrong. Remember, black people didn't have the right to vote in this country for a long time. Neither did women. Gay people couldn't get married. Those are all examples of disgusting laws that should not have been followed in the first place. It wasn't until people had enough, took to the streets and disrupted society. It wasn't until that precipice that those at the top were forced to change things. And I might remind you, real change never comes from people like Mr. Trump or Musk. Real change, that is change for the betterment of an oppressed majority, will only come about when that majority no longer takes the abuse. Real change always comes from the bottom of society. Why would those at the top change the status quo? The status quo is what got them there in the first place. Come on, this is common sense. All right, so we're moving on to the next section, which is red flags of societal collapse. All right, the elites are terrified at the support for Luigi Mangione. Terrified.
This is occurring because people are frustrated with the appeal process in all health insurance. And so what the executives have to do with United Health and frankly the whole industry is appeal to reality and say, look, it's on us now. We understand you're unhappy. I mean, this murder, this assassination is horrific. There's nothing good to be said about that, and there's lots of problems with it. But at the end of the day, what it's leading to is the frustration of the users of healthcare, and everybody's affected by healthcare. They should be coming out now saying, look, we get it. We have families too. We're people. We have children. We care about what you think about, and we're going to automate this process and make it better or do whatever they have to. That when you appeal a case, it's not a delay situation. And if you have a valid claim, you get paid out. That's what insurance is supposed to do. But putting a fence around headquarters, hiring more security guards, that's all bad imagery, Wolf. It's all bad, and it's not the right answer. So if you're an executive, you know, in interim management, United Healthcare, or any other health company, you got to read the room, Wolf. You got to read the room and realize right now that the public is turning against you. They are your customers, and they don't like it. Now, this poor man lost his life, horrific. But if anything good is going to come of this, it's going to be policy change, because you've basically got people lighting up their torches, just like in the Frankenstein story, and going to the castle, and they're going to burn it down. And you got to hear that. So if you're an executive saying, get me more security guards, wrong answer. That's just wrong.
You just heard from Kevin O'Leary, who is a Shark Tank investor who had a surprisingly reasonable reaction to the celebratory response to Luigi Mangione's deed. That's what we'll call it. Now, when I saw that clip, it finally occurred to me for the first time ever, oh my God, these elites might actually be scared. And I say that because the response there from him felt like he was telling fellow elites, hey, play it cool, because if you overdo it with the security shit, the peasants are going to smell fear. At least, you know, that was my read on it. But on one hand, I'm a little bit stunned to see a man worth $400 million strike the correct tone here. But on the other hand, you have to acknowledge that him being more self-aware doesn't make him an ally. And I think that it's important to say that, because you are going to see more savvy elites like him that are going to try to tap into the rage that we're all feeling and co-opt it. So that way we feel listened to, but their ultimate goal at the end of the day is to maintain the status quo. And I don't think that that's uncharitable, because in that interview, did you hear him call for single-payer healthcare? No, he essentially made the case for self-regulation when he knows that that's going to amount to nothing more than window dressing. So I want you all to get into the habit of being skeptical whenever a millionaire or a billionaire says something that's a little bit too good to be true, because their wealth has completely distorted their perception of reality. And while they might pay lip service to our concerns in order to placate us, never forget the fact that their interests are fundamentally at odds with ours, especially an investor like Kevin O'Leary. Now, another thing that O'Leary fails to understand is that healthcare is just the tip of the iceberg. Americans are also sick and tired of their landlords and their bosses and their senator and every other elite who is depriving them of the life they deserve.
We
and
are at the
O'Leary
precipice
is
of
part of the
something
problem
huge.
because he was outraged by right to disconnect laws that stopped bosses from nagging employees after hours. And in response, O'Leary said that he would fire workers who put their phones on silent. So in his mind, he is entitled to your labor at all hours. The idea of
So get this, in I believe it's Germany, it is illegal for your employer to make you answer a phone call or read an email outside of work hours. Illegal. And what does America do? If you're not on call 24/7 for most of your employers in this country for a lot of jobs, regardless if you get paid for that on-call service, you're fired or you're considered lazy. You know what I say to that? That's absolutely fucked up. Fucked up.
rest or spending time with your family is offensive to people like him because he doesn't see you as human. He sees you as a cog in the machine whose only purpose in life is to make people like him richer. And elites like him have been openly contemptuous of the working class for a very long time, and for the first time ever, they're finally realizing that their exploitation and subjugation of the rest of society has fostered this environment where working people are so fired up, they're ready for a straight-up revolution if things don't change. And make no mistake about it, elites can now sense that rage. Hence why they're shitting themselves. As CNN's Matt Egan explains, quote, corporations are scrambling to protect their senior executives as police warn of an elevated near-term threat against business leaders. Boards are reassessing security budgets and CEOs are being told to delete their digital footprints. Phones are ringing off the hook at top-dollar security firms to keep the captains of industry safe. Corporate America is nervous. People are on high alert. Keith Wojcicki, global head of intelligence at Kroll, told CNN in a phone interview. Companies want to elevate their security posture. Healthcare is the target now, but who's next? One executive at a major bank told CNN that the United Healthcare CEO killing made plain the risk facing senior leaders in corporate America. Quote, the big learning is that if you want to kill someone, you can kill them. It's really scary but true, said the executive who spoke on the condition of anonymity. It seems crazy that we're just figuring this out. It is crazy that you're now just figuring this out because corporations have been doing this to Americans for decades. You guys have been killing people, so yeah, you can just kill people, and you all are the main culprits who do this the most. Now, aside from additional security expenses that insurance companies in particular are paying for, they also remove the names of top executives from their websites.
That's a good point. And if you would like to watch the rest of this video from the Humanist Report, I highly suggest subscribing to the Humanist Report. It's got a lot of good content. We're not going to watch the full video but he does raise a very good point that this is just a symptom of a larger problem, okay?
Aside from additional security expenses that insurance companies, they think that...
Oh, and if you'd like to watch the full video, the link is in the description, okay? Moving on to cracks continue to deteriorate society.
So much for customer service. Hello everybody, David Schuster here. A 42-year-old mother of three who lashed out at a health insurance company over the phone has now been charged with threatening terrorism. Brianna Boston did not stalk any...
So one thing that I forgot to mention was that these health insurance industries do kill people. So in my opinion, in a lot of other people's opinions, they are mass murderers themselves, okay? So people who are CEOs of these companies are basically mafias, and we shouldn't have any sympathy for them. Now, I don't condone violence at all, but there is no sympathy on my end for somebody like the CEO of United Health.
Anybody or show up with a gun outside a health insurance company conference. Her crime allegedly came while calling Blue Cross Blue Shield to complain about having 2 medical claims rejected after getting the right.
So this story in particular screams and reinforces the original argument that elites are terrified that people are going to come out with the pitchforks, okay? They're terrified, and this story kind of reinforces that idea.
Runaround, Boston vented her frustrations. Fox News picks it up from here.
Brianna Boston, 42 years old, told a representative of Blue Cross Blue Shield, quote, delay, deny, depose, you people are next, as they ended a phone call Tuesday in which she unsuccessfully challenged the company's denial of her insurance claim. Those allegations coming from police in Lakeland, Florida. The words delay, deny, and depose were written on the casings left at the scene of the shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson on a New York City street back on December 4th. The words reflect the delay, deny, defend strategy that some insurance companies use in dealing with expensive claims, delay the decision, deny the claim, and aggressively defend themselves.
In a recent court appearance, Boston heard the judge read out loud the specific felony charge.
Charges written threat to kill or injure, conduct a mass shooting or an act of terrorism. That's a second-degree felony, punished by 15 years in Florida State Prison.
That's right, second-degree felony, punishable by 15 years in prison. The specific charge she is facing is 83610, written or electronic threats to kill, do bodily injury, or conduct a mass shooting or an act of terrorism. Section 1. As used in this section, the term electronic record means any record created, modified, archived, received, or distributed electronically, which contains any combination of text, graphics, video, audio, or pictorial represented in digital form.
Just point out that any act of worker liberation will be considered an act of terrorism to the capitalist class. And just keep that in mind going forward.
Apparently, Boston's call to Blue Cross Blue Shield, like most of their customer service calls, was recorded. Now, Brianna Boston has no criminal record. She does not own any guns or other firearms. There is no indication police have ever been called to her house before this. She is a mother of 3 children. But she was arrested and jailed not for actually committing violence or even making a credible threat to commit violence, but simply for referring to what health insurance companies do every day and then adding an angry remark. This was arguably nothing more than her venting her frustration, as many of us have done after dealing with customer service which does not provide any actual service and doesn't treat us as actual customers. And this entire episode gets even worse. You see, the Florida detective who showed up at Boston's home reportedly did not have a warrant. But Boston politely invited the officer inside. She had calmed down and admitted to the detective she had used the words as reported by Blue Cross Blue Shield. Boston also apparently expressed regret. But because she admitted her language, the police considered that a confession and immediately arrested her and took her to jail.
That was a dirty trick. That was a very dirty trick. That cop knew he didn't have a warrant, okay? He was playing on that poor woman's sympathies to get her arrested because he was being pressured by these elitists to arrest someone, okay? This is very important. This lady is not a criminal. She was just venting frustration, okay? This is a very serious red flag here and a very serious crack in the system because going forward, more acts of worker liberation, more acts, even if they're peaceful, okay, are going to be considered acts of terrorism to the capitalist class because that directly contradicts what their agenda is to ensure the conditions of their own existence.
It doesn't appear as if the detective or police did anything to determine if Boston had been serious in her threats or had any plans to commit violence. So Brianna Boston went to jail. She was given a bail of $100,000, which she initially could not meet. So the mother of 3 was kept in jail. Think about that. There are many people in this country who face credible threats, often from violent spouses or partners. And when these victims, usually women, report the abuse of their husbands or boyfriends, police often don't seem to have the resources to do anything. But when the complaint comes from a multi-billion-dollar corporation that recorded a brief phone call, well, in that case, the police cannot be stopped.
And this is, again, reinforcing the idea that the police aren't there to protect and serve you as a worker. They're there to protect and serve capital. Again, if you go and strike at Amazon, the police are not there to protect you trying to form a union, even though they have a union themselves. No, they're there to protect Amazon's crap. okay? And Amazon's stranglehold over the workers. They don't want to protect you. They want to protect Amazon, okay?
The power that wealthy corporations have over all of us is remarkable. In any case, family and friends of Brianna Boston set up a GoFundMe page, which eventually raised the money for her to make bail and get released. Prosecutors still have not made a determination if they're going to pursue the felony charge, although legal experts say they should drop the case.
I think it's an overture. Took a mother of 3 away from her children over this nonsense. Absolutely disgusting, okay? Inexcusable behavior. All right. Oh, that is not supposed to be in here right now. That's a little spoiler for later. Okay, so right now we're going on to the next section, which is Trump's 2025 plan. All right? Making America poor again, one job cut at a time. Now, this is, we're going into a thought experiment here in applying what we know about economics and economic systems, what we know about politics, and from a Marxian lens, use that to give us an idea of what the dismantling of the Department of Education might look like. Okay, so we're going to imagine what we're in for regarding 2025, because that's part of Trump's plan, is to dismantle the Department of Education, which would be disastrous. So we're going to get into that. All right. If the Department of Education were closed, here's how it could impact everyday working families in the simplest of terms. Blow that up for you guys so you can see it. So what happens if we shut down or significantly reduce Department of Education funding? Well, we get less federal support for schools. That's kind of obvious. Federal funding for public schools would be cut or shifted to the states. Think about that for a moment. Schools in poorer areas that rely on federal money might lose resources for things like teacher salaries, school lunches, or special education programs. Remember, in 2023, 17.9% of households with children in the United States were food insecure, which means that they were unable to afford nutritious food. This amounts to 6.5 million children, ladies and gentlemen. This means most of those kids only got their real meal of the day from school. And then we're taking away that funding for school lunches for a lot of these children. This is disgusting. This will be putting 6.5 million kids at risk of malnutrition. Let's take a moment to thank our Republicans and their corporate overlords for this new amazing up policy. Thanks, overlords. Now, this will actually have more local inequality. Why? Oh, well, states would decide how to run and fund schools since there's no federal oversight anymore, right? Wealthier states or areas could afford better schools, while poorer ones might struggle. This could widen the gap in education quality. Remember, charter schools often siphon the easiest taught students out of the public domain, leaving the public schools to the more difficult and challenging students who would otherwise require more individual attention. Attention they simply will not get without proper education funding. Funding that is going to be entirely cut. Thanks, again, Alpha Team Red and their delusional band of f***ing greedy cunts. Fewer protection for students. Programs that ensure equal access to education for kids with disabilities, protect against discrimination, or hold schools accountable for performance might weaken or disappear entirely. Okay, and a personal anecdote in this is my brother, who needed special care growing up, was required to attend such a public program. If he was in school now, we would all be freaking out how we would pay for his education and care. We wouldn't be able to afford private education for him. My brother can't work. He can't pick himself up by the fucking bootstraps. He requires government assistance. And that he requires the government assistance that the Republicans are planning to take away. Trump and his merry little yes men can suck a big fat hole. All right? higher cost for families. Without federal support, some states might introduce more fees for public schools, like textbooks, transportation, or activities. Okay, so without federal education funding, expect taxes to go up in your local economy. This is simple. You know, we need to fund these textbooks, transportation, and activities. The states are going to implement higher taxes to make up the difference. Families are already struggling, all right? Families already struggling might have to choose between education expenses and basic needs. What does this mean? By eliminating federal support and relying on a tax increase, the Republicans will have effectively installed a private tax for the working class. And we'll get into private taxes on the working class in a bit and what they mean. Okay? This is a tax that we all have to pay, but its existence only benefits the rich who do not have to pay. See how they skirted the bill on that one? Assholes. All right, so time for a deep dish dive. Imagine you're at a dinner party where the host promises a full buffet, but halfway through the evening, they announce that they're cutting back on food and drinks, expecting guests to chip in for the extras. Now, the wealthy guests can afford to grab a plate at the fancy restaurant, but skip the buffet. But the working class attendees are left scrambling to decide whether to pay for the additional cost of the meal or leave hungry with their wallets intact. In the same way, if federal support for public schools is reduced and states impose additional fees for textbooks, transportation, and activities, it creates a situation where working class families are forced to shoulder the financial burden of their children's education. These costs, which could include basics many take for granted, end up falling hardest on those who can least afford them. Meanwhile, wealthier families who can afford private schooling or other options avoid these fees entirely. What this boils down to is a hidden tax, okay? It's a hidden private tax on the working class, one that disproportionately affects those who are already struggling. While the wealthier individuals escape this burden, the middle and lower income families are stuck paying more for the same services, like a dinner bill that only they seem to be picking up. It's a subtle shift that benefits the rich while leaving everyone else to cover the cost. And it's not an accident or coincidence. This is by design. All right? If we cut federal education spending, jobs are at risk. If federal education jobs are cut, communities that depend on these positions could suffer economically. Local economies will be hit the hardest. It's like pulling the foundation out from under the building. The entire structure begins to wobble. Communities that rely on these positions, from teachers and counselors to administrative staff, could face not just a gap in service, but a serious blow to their local economies. These jobs often provide essential support for families while also contributing to local businesses and services. Without them, schools may struggle to maintain their quality, and local economies will feel the ripple effect. The loss of these positions could lead to a cycle of reduced spending and job opportunities, leaving communities at a disadvantage. Ultimately, the cuts could undermine the very foundation of these areas economically and socially, degrading our society further. So in conclusion of the proposal to cut federal education spending or eliminate it entirely, closing the Department of Education would make life harder for families already living paycheck to paycheck. Remember, nearly 60% of Americans are already living paycheck to paycheck. Many of us are living day to day. Increasing inequality creates more barriers to quality education for their kids and favoring private schools over public ones. Of course, federal education spending is funded by taxes that everybody pays, including the wealthy. If this funding is removed, the responsibility to pay for public education will fall more heavily on state and local governments, which would likely raise taxes or fees to make up the loss. It's common sense. Since wealthier individuals often do not rely on public education in the same way, they might send their children to a private school, for example, or a charter school. they could avoid paying these higher taxes, which would disproportionately affect working class families who depend on public schools. In this way, the tax burden would shift from the wealthy, who aren't paying the same amount in public education, to the working class, who would be left to shoulder the higher cost through increased state and local tax fees. At a time when the bottom half of America nearly holds 3% of total country's wealth, 3%, while the top 10% holds 70% of it. Time to tax the living out of the rich, okay? Time to tax the out of Trump and his goons. How do we do this? Well, we can start by emphasizing that people, no union, no buy. All right? One of the things that I like to advocate for is that if you're not in a union, I'm not interested in, or if you don't have a union, I'm not interested in your service. Okay? That is just that simple. We need to support unions in this respect. And unions are a big ally on this front. I made a song about it, actually, and I might play it in a little bit. But we'll get into no union, no buy in a little bit. This is just a little taste of what's to come. So it's time we start supporting our local unions. You know, as consumers, we need to advocate for unions and solidarity amongst fellow workers, even if we don't work there ourselves, because these issues affect all of us. We must advocate that if you do not have a union, we're not interested in your service. If you're delaying your union's contract and not negotiating in good faith to the mass of your workers, you can bring your business somewhere else, okay? We're not interested in buying from exploited workers anymore, contributing to their suffering and inevitable exhaustion. So, yeah, we need to start forming more unions and advocating for taxing the rich. And I'm serious about that, because the rich need to start paying their fair share. This is getting ridiculous. Although I do have my reservations about using the political system. Specifically, I think we just need a massive movement at the bottom of society right now, just to, pressure those at the top, because the political system is bought and paid for. We're not going to get any change through the standard political mechanisms, right? We need to advocate change from the bottom. We need to force it from the bottom. So spread the hashtag no union, no buy. We'll get into more of that in a little bit. But the summary of this proposal for ending private charter schools is, who benefits? Well, private and charter schools leaving public ones struggling. Okay, that's who benefits. Bottom line, it's everyday families that pay the price. So I give this a grade of F for up. So the next policy is SNAP under attack. All right. In this section, from a Marxist lens, the targeting of SNAP, or Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, for stronger work requirements aligns with maintaining or reinforcing capitalist class structures. Here's the dialectical breakdown. SNAP is a hidden subsidy for capitalists. How is this? Well, SNAP supplements the wages for low-income workers, effectively allowing capitalists to pay lower wages, since the government's helping the workers meet those basic needs like paying for food. This means that the capitalist doesn't have to pay you a living wage because the government's going to step in and cover the rest. This is a subsidy for the capitalist at your expense. This creates a hidden subsidy for the employers, transferring the cost of sustaining the labor force from capitalists to taxpayers. While SNAP benefits capitalists by subsidizing labor, it also represents a socialized element of capitalism, a form of redistribution funded by public taxes. For capitalists, this introduces a contradiction. They rely on the government programs for stabilizing the workforce, but simultaneously oppose public welfare programs because such programs redistribute wealth, albeit modestly. So that's the contradiction. Well, what happens when we tighten work requirements? Well, it's the old classic divide and conquer strategy, right? By creating systems that force individuals to compete for limited benefits or work opportunities, it could drive wedges between different groups of workers. Those who can meet the new requirements versus those who can't. Tightened requirements can lead to the perception that some people are lazy or undeserving of assistance, while others are viewed as hardworking and worthy. This fosters resentment and prevents people from recognizing their shared struggles. When workers are divided, it becomes more difficult to organize for collective action, like unions or protests, right? The focus shifts from the structural issue, low wages, poor working conditions, unsafe conditions, to the individual blame, making it harder for workers to come together and demand better treatment. All right, this is a classic age-old strategy, and it works. But it doesn't work forever, because eventually there is a tipping point. And we're going to get into that in a little bit as well. So the outcome of this is it drives wages even lower, weakens worker solidarity, and ensures maximum capitalist control. So in conclusion, by keeping wages low, capitalists maximize profits. Programs like SNAP mitigate the effects of low wages, ensuring workers can still show up for work despite earning insufficient income. By eliminating these securities, the capitalists are essentially killing themselves, because the workers struggle to keep up with productivity as they slowly starve to death. I give this recent revision by the Republicans in the House a grade E for epic fail. So we're going to move on to the 2025 plan of mass deport. Oh, one thing that I forgot to mention in this previous, they already passed this. So expect stricter work requirements, because I can imagine that's on the table as well. But this is already passed. As you all know, I tried to apply for food stamps, and I wasn't working enough to get food stamps, which is kind of contradictory to the very purpose of having food stamps in the first place, which, okay, I digress, but this is very important to understand, that it already happened. And we're going into a Republican-controlled House, a Republican-controlled Senate, a Republican-controlled Supreme Court, and an executive branch. So what can we expect from the proposal of mass deportations? Well, we can expect mass economic crises. Mass economic chaos is to be expected if we massively deport this cheap labor force that these capitalists have relied on. And again, this is another way that capitalism kills itself. And it's undermining its own conditions to ensure its existence, right? In all these different areas. So it's poking holes in itself. It's a giant balloon poking holes in itself. Eventually, this balloon's going to pop. So what's the local impact, though? If let's just go through a thought experiment here, and let's think about the local the local impact of mass deportations. Okay. Well, we have understaffed dollar stores. I'll speak on this specifically. This is an anecdote of mine in a few seconds, but specifically for my local economy would have an understaffed dollar store that a lot of people rely on for cheap food. We'll have empty shelves. Okay? Goodbye, Cherry Pepsi. And what happens to essential low-cost goods when this local community can no longer access them? Well, I'll let you decide the outcome, the likely outcome. But it's nothing good. All right? So let's talk reality here. Okay? Strap in, because we need to discuss the mess that's brewing. All right? Picture this. Your local dollar store, a lifeline for many, is struggling to keep shelves stocked. I've been there and done that. And this is specifically regarding my local dollar store. Okay? They can barely hire enough hands as it is. And here's the real kicker. Because this store is more invested in making a quick buck than serving the community, our community can't even get our beloved Cherry Pepsi delivered. Yep. You heard that right. The delivery guy won't bring it in because, wait for it, it's not in his contract. It's all about profit over people, my friends. Okay? Now, I really don't blame the delivery guy. If it's not in his contract, why should he bring the heavy delivery all the way to the back of the store? He's already being underpaid as it is, right? It's logical for him to say no to avoid further exploitation. You don't want to work for free. It's the store's failure to provide adequate staff to manage the store, leaving a tiny group to do the work meant for a larger staff. This means that the company can essentially maximize profits by not only underpaying you as a cashier, but it also pressures the ones you do have into doing work meant for many. See how the company doubles down on its effort to screw you over as hardworking Americans? All right, and specifically, we have at our dollar store a few immigrants, and we're going to be deporting those poor people who are just looking to make a better living and destroying our local economy. And that's what is essentially going to happen, because that dollar store is not going to hire anybody else to fill those positions. They're just going to con the people that already work there into filling those roles with already being underpaid for the role that they already have, causing more resentment and more class tensions. See, there's a cycle here, and you need to pay attention to the cycle because the cracks are there, and these are huge cracks now. And we'll get into this at the end of the lecture, and we'll find out exactly where we are on a scale of like 1 or a scale of 0 to 100%. 0 meaning we're completely stable, 100% meaning total system collapse. All right, so imagine this. The folks who work there at the dollar store, many of whom are immigrants, now face deportation. What does this mean for us, the hardworking folks who rely on that dollar store for affordable food? When your favorite cans of soda just jump from $1.35 to over $2 because the hike at the gas station, you start to feel it in your wallet after that, and your belly. Oh yeah, you start to feel it in your belly. And anybody who hasn't specifically worried about where their next meal is going to come from, you're in a different category here, because a lot of people are worried. They don't know where their next meal is coming from in this country. And this is already compiling on top of that situation. The only other place to get the same exact can of soda would be the gas station close by, and they sell the same can for over $2. So we have to ask ourselves here, what do we do when these companies fail to provide decent jobs and affordable prices? It's time we stand tall and say no union, no buy. Okay? I think this no union, no buy was in the wrong section earlier. It seems like I might have accidentally left it in the wrong section. Either way, I apologize. And I digress. If they don't play fair and offer us solidarity of a union and negotiate a contract in good faith, then their services are no good to us, period. Keep your cash for companies that value workers. American-made and union-approved only. Now, I know some of us have to rely on some services and goods that aren't union-provided, and that's fine. But I want you to go into this with a mentality and consider, if you can go to a union controlled company rather than a non-union, I would go for the union. Support the union, and also spread the word and advocate for unions. You know, something that I like to say to a lot of service workers now and a lot of people in these service jobs in the fast food industry is I hope you get a union. And you know what they always say to me? I hope so too. You know, I had this one guy who actually said, yeah, we had a union in our factory before they closed it down, or I forget what he said. He closed down or he got fired, laid everybody off or something. But yeah, they had a union that paid for his benefits, everything. You know, he had higher wages, and then he goes to I think he was working at Burger King, and he was just all for the idea, obviously, because he's seen firsthand the benefits of a union versus being exploited without one. Collective bargaining works. Okay, there's a reason why it's an American right. If you look at the history of collective bargaining in this country, it's what brought us the great middle class of this country. Without collective bargaining, we would have no middle class. We'd have just rich and poor people. So, Elon, you think you can keep dodging unions? Just wait. When we flip the no union, no buy switch, You won't be losing customers. You'll be watching your profits nosedive faster than a Model S in ludicrous mode. Final thought here is that a recent interview was conducted regarding the agricultural industry's impact on mass deportation. And this is important to note, okay? It was stated that if all the illegal immigrants were deported, we would run out of milk within 2 days. That's all it takes. 2 days before things start to completely fall apart. So regarding this disgusting policy of mass deporting illegal immigrants, I thought we were a Christian nation, Republicans. What happened? Remember, Leviticus 19:34. The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. Love them as yourself, for you were foreigners in Egypt. I am the Lord, your God. So I give this immigrant policy a grade D for disgusting. We're going to take a short break, and when I come back, I'm going to get into how private taxation works a little bit more, SNAP in the working class, and the dialectical contradiction therein. And we'll be going into some other elements of the 2025 plan. So we're going to take a quick short break, and I'll see you in about 5 to 10 minutes. Hey, society, how you doing? Good to have you here.
I remember when we used to stand in the heart of the workers' plan. Obstacles weighed heavy on our backs, but unity's the strength they lack. Good friends we had and good friends we've lost, fighting battles at every cost. But through the struggle, we raise our voice. In solidarity, we made our choice. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Hey, little brother, don't you come by. No union, no buy. Our hands build the wealth they hold so tight, but together we reclaim our rights. No more silence, no more pain. In our unity, there's everything to gain. We lift each other, we won't back down. From city streets to every town, the power's in the people's hands. No union, no buy. We take a stand. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Hey, little sister, raise your flag high. No union, no buy. All the tables are turning, the fire inside keeps burning. For the workers and the buyers, we're igniting freedom's fire. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Together we'll rise and we won't deny. No union, no buy. I remember when we used to stand with hope and strength, hand in hand. The struggle's hard, but we'll survive. No union, no buy.
It's that's all you want.
You got the skills, you've got the drive, but your boss won't help you thrive. You work so hard, you give your best, but they're keeping all the rest. You don't have to stand alone. Together we're stronger, set the tone. Fair pay, fair rules, a safe place too. It all begins with me and you. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treated fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. When you stand as one, you've got the power. You can make big change in just an hour. It's not just talk, it's taking a stand for better pay and a helping hand. It's not about fighting, it's about what's fair. Sharing the value of what's made there. If the boss says no, don't be afraid. Together we've got the tools to trade. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treated fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. No more later, no more wait. We change the rules, create our fate. It's not just you, it's all of us. In solidarity we build the trust. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treated fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. As a union means we're unified. The unified, the unified. Your voice matters, your worth matters. Together we can make it better.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Red Pill series. We just had our first intermission. I'm going to continue with our lecture on Trump's 2020 plan, and specifically an introduction now on how private taxation works. All right, we're going to set the stage by briefly introducing you to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, and its role in providing basic sustenance to millions of Americans. How SNAP reflects broader economic contradictions under capitalism. And the core question here I'd like you to consider is, how do policies like stricter SNAP work requirements serve capitalist interests while harming the working class? This is very important to consider. Okay, so SNAP and the working class. The Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, is not merely a safety net, but a mechanism that reflects the inherent contradictions of capitalism. By analyzing the program through a Marxist lens, we uncover its dual role in both maintaining the working class and perpetuating their exploitation. Or our exploitation, I should rather say, because I'm a part of the working class. Whereas if you go to Ben Shapiro's show, he's not a part of the working class, folks. Sorry, he doesn't relate to you. He lives in a bubble of wealth. So, profit maximization. Stronger work requirements for SNAP are not just policy choices, but deliberate strategies to sustain profit maximization. By enforcing stricter eligibility, the government creates a dynamic where workers must accept precarious, low-paying jobs under the constant threat of losing essential benefits. This feeds directly into capitalist interests by increasing labor competition and driving down wages. So the dialectical contradiction here, okay, it strengthens the reserve army of labor. Marx identified the reserve army of labor as a key tool for capitalists. By creating stricter work requirements, the government can push more people into precarious jobs or the labor market under threat of losing essential benefits. This increased competition amongst workers, driving wages down further while increasing profits for employers. All right. The ideological function of this, framing poverty as a moral failure. This is something that Republicans often do, and it is kind of sickening to see. By implementing stronger work requirements, the capitalist class and their political allies, the Republicans, perpetuate and the mainstream elitist Democrats. So we have basically both parties bought and paid for, but in essence, the Republicans usually advocate for stronger business reform, whereas the Democrats usually advocate for stronger workers' reform. Or at least they're supposed to, in theory. They've gotten weaker on their stances in recent decades, but that doesn't exclude the fact that there is one party that is clearly better for the working class than the other. Now, my theory is that you shouldn't vote for either unless there's a specific candidate like Bernie Sanders who is forced into position of running for president as a Democrat. Other than that, I would advocate voting for independents. So I digress. The issue on framing poverty as a moral failure by we already read that. Okay, this diverts attention from the real issue. Okay, capitalism's inability to provide adequate wages. It stigmatizes government aid and makes it harder to expand or defend. It's a divide and conquer type of situation. Tying benefits to work requirements pits unemployed workers against employed ones. This division weakens class solidarity, ensuring that workers focus their frustrations on each other than state, focus on each other or the state rather than the capitalist class. So it distracts us into fighting against each other as workers or to turning our attention towards the state rather than turning our attention towards billionaires like Elon Musk. The outcome for capitalists in the situation, well, it shifts responsibility. SNAP and other welfare programs act as a private tax on public because the taxpayers bear the cost of reproducing labor, right? Feeding workers and their families. However, by cutting or restricting these programs, the capitalist class can argue for lower taxes while maintaining pressure on wages. It allows them to have more control over the workforce. Stronger work requirements creates desperation and dependency on low-wage jobs, increasing capitalist control over the working class while limiting alternatives. So if you're arguing, well, why don't you just get a better job? Well, if you're struggling to put food on the table and in between jobs like I am, you can't really pick and choose what job you want in the situation if you want SNAP benefits. So that is the cost of introducing these work requirements. It doesn't benefit the workers. It doesn't benefit the working class. It doesn't benefit the people it's supposed to. It doesn't benefit the people who are struggling. It benefits the people who are not struggling. So the implications of this, from a Marxist perspective, targeting SNAP for stronger work requirements is part of a broader strategy to intensify the exploitation of the worker class. It ensures that the costs of maintaining a functional workforce remains externalized onto society while further disciplining labor. So they don't have to pay you a living wage if I'm on food stamps. See how that works? Capitalists gain greater control over workers, suppress wages, and reduce the scope of redistributive policies. That's a mouthful. All of which sustain and deepen systemic inequality. The result is a system that perpetuates inequality while bolstering capitalist hegemony. All right? So we have a couple of videos to get to watch real quick. And going into this, if current trends continue, such as dismantling of federal programs, tax cuts favoring the wealthy, and potential fiscal mismanagement like we have planned for 2025, it could indeed exacerbate economic inequalities and make it harder to address systemic economic challenges. All right, we'll get into that in a minute, but let's take a look at some more cracks in the system, some more evidence.
A valedictorian.
People are actually making jokes because people can relate to the struggles and the motivation behind what happened to the CEO. Now, we're not advocating for violence, but we're analyzing the situation, trying to understand what's going on. And in doing so, we can understand that most people who suffer under the oppression of our private healthcare system that denies coverage at the cost or at the expense, that denies your coverage for profit, people can relate to the motivations behind what happened. And it's clear that the cracks in the system and specifically the prime conditions for necessary revolution into a next transition out of capitalism, the red flags are here.
Just shot a CEO.
People making jokes about this
Think about
is
the
a key.
symbolism there. Like, dude studied his whole life, got 4.0, perfect GPA, and I was like, yeah, you know, I'm taking down the man. You know what I mean? But honestly, when I heard about all this, I was disgusted when I found out he went to McDonald's. I was like, bro, BDS, dude, come on. The dude went to Starbucks and then McDonald's later. I'm like, that's how you got caught. He put his face on camera, took down his mask to flirt with a barista. He's like, yeah, yeah. And then, exactly, boycott, don't get caught. All right, did you write that one? Boycott, don't get caught.
Boycott, don't get caught.
That's good. That's good.
Funny.
Bro literally walked into a Starbucks, took down his mask. They got him on camera. That's how they identified him. And then his dumbass goes to a McDonald's. Yeah, no, everybody thought he was a hero. Not anymore, man. He lost it. His activism only goes so far. Yeah. But yeah, the CEO shooter. The CEO shooter. What a name, dude. Because we have a lot of like entry-level shooters, you know what I mean? But like, this guy's the CEO shooter. Like, he knew what he was doing. He didn't put the Monopoly money in the bag for nothing, you know what I mean? But really, if we've learned anything from this week is that
Yeah, the dude was caught with a bag full of Monopoly money. Okay? That's a message. That's more cracks in the system, more red flags. And support for this is something that people need to take note of, because ignoring the systemic issue here, we're just going to repeat the cycle, delay the necessary transition out of capitalism, because as you all know, if you follow my analysis and the analysis laid out by Karl Marx, economic systems are cyclical and they end. They don't perpetuate indefinitely, okay? They have a clear pattern of being born, they evolve, and they eventually succumb to their internal contradictions. Now, the aim of analyzing these situations is to eventually get to a point where we have an economic system that is free of internal contradictions. And that is the theoretical basis for a scientific utopia that some like to consider communism or a communist society, not to be confused with a communist state, which is simply a government controlled by a communist party. So, we'll go back to the video here. And we're not going to watch the whole thing, but I just want you to keep in mind that as we go forward in this dystopian reality that we are all living in, if you don't wake up to the real systemic injustices that we're all facing, or at least the majority of Americans are facing, then you're not really going to understand why things are happening. And you're not going to understand what's going on when things start to fall apart completely. And the analysis that Karl Marx laid forth is key here in determining these red flags.
People don't really give a shit when rich people die, you know? Like, no, we learned that for the Titanic submarine, and probably during the real Titanic. I wasn't around then, but they were probably cracking jokes at that time too. But yeah, we learned that people don't give a when the rich die, and we learned that a lot of assassins come from Pennsylvania for some reason. I don't know why that's like their thing. But it's such a weird story. This guy shot a CEO at 6 a.m. Yeah, and they were like, was it intentional? Bro, it was 6 a.m. If you're up at 6 a.m., it's intentional, okay? Listen, I'm never going to shoot anyone. I don't advocate violence. You're never going to see me shooting anyone. But if I really wanted to shoot someone, and you're like, the only way you can do it is at 6 a.m., I'm like, let them live. Let them live. They're not, bygones be bygones. 6 a.m. is 6 a.m. is for real, okay? He shot a CEO at 6 a.m., got away, hopped on a city bike, got away. Y'all ever been on a city bike before? You guys have like Lime scooters out here? The first time a city bike ever works is when a guy shoots a CEO. I swear to God. I've never had a smooth exit from a froyo shop. Couldn't get the car to charge. The thing doesn't start. This one's broken. This guy just hops on a city bike and goes over 2 states. Insane. He took a bus. He took a Greyhound bus. Stayed at a hostel. It's like, say what you will about the guy. He did it on a budget. You know what I mean? This guy was an assassin on a budget. You know? Yeah, he made the gun out of a 3D printer. Dude, that's some nerd. Yeah. It was such a Gen Z shooting, you know what I mean? He used a 3D printer, he did ironic stuff like Monopoly money in the bag, wrote words on the bullets, you know what I mean? Like, he went all in. But hey, you know, people are like, why did he do it? He was 26. He's off his family's health insurance, you know what I mean? Things got real too soon.
And that is not actually an exaggeration. I believe that is a contributing factor. The stress of being outside and independent of your family's health care and having to pay out of pocket for that, and this person specifically faced enormous fees and specifically because of his health condition. That is, in my opinion, one of the contributing factors that led to this scenario here. That is it. I mean, he played it as a joke, but that's more serious than this joke gives the situation credit for. We have another video that's Trump already collapsing as brutal inflation lies blow up in his face. So we have a quick video to watch here.
We will end inflation and make
from the damage report. And we won't watch the whole thing again. If you want to watch the whole thing, the links are in the guide.
Make America affordable again. We're going to get the prices down. We have to get them down. It's too much. Groceries, cars, everything. We're going to get the prices down. But prices will come down. You just watch. They'll come down, and they'll come down fast. Not only with insurance, with everything. So tomorrow, I will end inflation. We will cut your taxes. End inflation, slash your prices.
End inflation, slash your prices. It's coming down. It's gotta come down.
Yeah, set aside the fact that he sounds like a sleazy car salesman.
It's coming down fast. Oops, I didn't really mean that. But you guys bought it, didn't you? You voted for me because, you know, you're suffering economically. And I could see that. I'm a perfect con man. I could see that. And I could appeal to you in that way. But I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do that. And of course, the I in this case is Donald Trump. He's already backtracking from what I think is fair to say is his most core promise. Most appealing promise is, I'm going to fight inflation. He said it over and over and over again in simplistic terms. And there was certainly enough there that if you wanted to, you could realize that he doesn't actually have a plan. He doesn't care or know about how to do that. But now he's being clear. When he was asked if his presidency would be a failure if grocery prices didn't go down, he said, I don't think so. Look, they got them up. I'd like to bring them down. It's hard to bring things down once they're up. You know, it's very hard, but I think that they will. He was asked about what would happen with tariffs. He says, I can't guarantee anything about whether it would affect prices. He says, I can't guarantee tomorrow. Have times changed for the rhetoric of Donald Trump? Is this a new
So what he's doing here is specifically backpedaling while also giving himself some leeway to say, hey, you know, I told the people I was going to help, but in reality, you know, the situation is a little bit more complicated and I basically lied. So you can see here, and we'll get into the idea of rhetoric and propaganda in a little bit, but this is just a little taste of what propaganda is. You know, you have to pay attention to someone's rhetoric and what they say versus what they do. And specifically Donald Trump's and I've seen many of his rallies, he has very large, bold, illogical claims, but they appeal to a working class struggle. And that's the issue with fake populism, is when you have like a fascist who's trying to install himself as president, then he's going to use the working class struggles to appeal to the working class. Basically trying to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. So let's go back to the impact of dismantling federal programs here for a minute. Because this is a strong, this is a very priority, a very heavy priority in the 2025 plan for the Trump administration, is dismantling federal programs. So weaken social safety nets. So dismantling of federal programs could leave vulnerable populations without support during economic crises, increasing the demand for direct stimulus measure as a last resort. Programs like unemployment benefits, food assistance, and housing aid often act as stabilizers during downturns. Without them, economic shocks could hit harder and faster. So if we have some kind of crash during the Trump administration, after they've kind of implemented some of these policies and dismantling federal programs, we will see and feel that harder. That's going to be felt exponentially more so on the bottom half of society. The impact of tax cuts for the wealthy. So reduced revenue. Cutting taxes for wealthy and corporations shrinks government's revenue, limiting the funds available for emergency stimulus and infrastructure investment. Past tax cuts, like those in the 2017 tax cuts that were proposed by Republicans and Trump, and the Jobs Act, disproportionately benefited higher income earners without significantly boosting economic growth or wages for working people like myself. I actually noticed a decrease in my tax returns that year after those, in the year after the tax cuts were proposed, and I think 2018, I believe. And I noticed a significant decrease while I was already in poverty, right? He cut taxes for wealthy people, not for working people and people who are struggling. He's a liar. Widening inequality. Eliminating taxes for the rich exacerbates wealth inequality, which undermines long-term economic stability and consumer spending, a key driver of economic growth. So the potential for hyperinflation is also here, and I don't want to scare anybody, but I don't want to give you the idea that this is impossible either, because it is very possible, and we are seeing red flags that we are priming for a situation of hyperinflation, and we have all the indicators, and it is really up to what the Trump administration does in this current economic crisis that will determine when we will be hit with the hyperinflation, but or if we will be hit with it at all. So hyperinflation is very serious, okay? And a lot of people like to conflate it with, prices are just going up real fast. No, it's not just that. Like, prices under hyperinflation will be going up faster than people can keep up with. Right? Like, if, for example, in the height of the Great Depression during the German economic crisis, prices were going up and doubling daily. And I'm not talking about everything, but, like important stuff like milk and eggs, and they went up daily. So I want you to consider that going forward with this Trump administration and the proposals they have. Hyperinflation is a worst case scenario, but its risk increases when governments run high deficits without a growth plan, okay? And as we know, Trump pushed to release the deficit spending cap for the next, whatever years that so he doesn't have to deal with it. Basically, he's pushing the football down the line, and basically saying, we're not going to worry about deficits and budgets for government spending because I don't want to have to deal with the fallout and the repercussions of the working class people getting pissed off because it's going to affect them. right? So he's pushing the ball down the line there onto the next president to deal with. And another, so massive spending combined with decreased tax revenue from tax cuts can lead to an unsustainable debt level, all right, especially if confidence in the government's fiscal responsibility wanes. Overuse monetary policy, excessive monetary printing to finance deficits, particularly without addressing supply-side issues, example, labor shortages, housing constraints, etc., can drive inflation to unsustainable levels. All right, and we also have the possibility of something happens, we can have a stimulus as a Band-Aid. And again, this is another example, if it happens, of the system ensuring the conditions of its own existence by subverting the requirements necessary for a revolution or real economic change. And what I mean by that is it's appeasing the people just enough to give them a little bit of peace of mind so they don't bust out the pitchforks. So stimulus as a Band-Aid. If another economic catastrophe occurs, Republicans might pass a stimulus package, but it would likely focus on short-term relief and business-oriented policies. Targeted payments to individuals or businesses to address immediate needs without addressing structural issues, and incentives for employers to hire or retain workers rather than direct long-term support to households. So while a stimulus might mitigate short-term economic pain, it wouldn't address the root cause of instability, such as wealth inequality, underinvestment in infrastructure and public goods, weak labor market protections, and growing debt to GDP ratios. So if we don't course correct, what could happen? Well, we could be introduced to a situation of stagflation, which is a combination of stagnant economic growth and high inflation. All right, this could emerge, making it difficult to address either problem without worsening the other. All right, it's a really bad situation. Erosion of the trust in institutions, persistent inequality and economic instability could undermine public trust in government and monetary policy, further destabilizing the economy. So what's needed to prevent hyperinflation and instability? What do we actually need to fix these problems? Well, we need a balanced fiscal policy by implementing progressive taxation instead of regressive, what we have now, taxing rich people more than poor people, and closing loopholes for wealthy could increase revenue while maintaining essential federal programs. We can invest in growth. Strategic investments in infrastructure, education, and green energy could stimulate the economy while creating sustainable jobs. Remember, during the New Deal, we had millions of jobs being created by the federal government because people needed jobs. They filled that need, that economic need. They have the ability to. It's just about priorities. Are they going to prioritize the business's profit and bottom line, or are they going to prioritize the suffering and suffrage of the mass of workers? Well, we're going to find out very soon whose side that Donald Trump is on, but I can tell you right now it's not on your side as a worker. Spoiler alert. Monetary and fiscal coordination. Avoiding over-reliance on monetary policy to fund deficits while ensuring targeted, productive government spending. So if the U.S. continues on the current trajectory, a stimulus might alleviate immediate crises, but won't prevent the deeper systemic risk, like inflation or economic instability, unless accompanied by a broader, more sustainable strategy. So specifically, like if you look at, and we'll go into this at the end of the lecture, I have a program that tells us where we are on the scale of 0 to 100% collapse of our economic system. And if you look at it, it will adjust if there is an economic policy that delays that trajectory. And what I mean by that is we can have a policy enacted tomorrow that delays the necessary requirements for an economic transition. So appeasing the people just enough so they don't revolt or demand change. Whether peaceful or violent, I'm not the one who's going to predict that. I advocate for peaceful revolution. But as we all know, history has not on the side of peaceful revolution. When people get oppressed enough, they usually revolt in violent ways, unfortunately. And this is something like I would specifically like to avoid. This is why I do my analysis, so we can avoid that situation and maybe do like a peaceful transition this time. But only time will tell if people are going to listen to me or not. So I'm going to take another short break. As you can tell, my voice is starting to crack up a little bit because this lecture is so intense and involved and long. So this is a very detailed lecture, and it's broken up into 3 parts. So we're going to move on to part 2 in a minute, but I'm going to take a quick intermission to rest my voice for a second.
You got the skills, you've got the drive, but your boss won't help you thrive. You work so hard, you give your best, but they're keeping all the rest. You don't have to stand alone, together we're stronger, set the tone. Fair pay, fair rules, a safe place too. It all begins with me and you. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. You've got the power, you can make big change in just an hour. It's not just talk, it's taking a stand for better pay and a helping hand. It's not about fighting, it's about what's fair, sharing the value of what's made there. If the boss says no, don't be afraid. Together we've got the tools to trade. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treated fair, don't send despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. majestic moments in cosmic flight. Holding on to the stars of starlight. There's a light within the dark waves, guided by echoes of ancient ways. Unify our reflection. With everything there's a connection. Feel the positive sensation. Everyone feels the goodness of our invitation.
All right, welcome back to part 2 of the Red Pill series. So, this segment is the round and find out segment. I don't know why this is here. I didn't have a lot of time to prep this lecture, so a couple of things might be out of place, but let's just delete that. So, here we're going to start out with a video to send to your Trump voting friends and family. I know you and I and a lot of us have friends and family who we love and support more than anything, but they voted for Trump, and this is a video that I'd like to watch with you guys that you can send to your friends and family who voted for Trump, specifically to address some of the concerns that people raise in these situations. So. One second. I have it muted. There we go.
To your friends and family who voted for Trump. Hey there. You must be feeling pretty excited since the election. Your side won, Trump was victorious, the devious Democrats lost, and now you're thinking Trump will save the country and improve the economy because your side won. You won. Your life is going to improve because you won. That's a nice thought. But here's the thing, society is a collaboration, not a competition, and it's not something that can be saved by one man. Society is a thing we do together. It's what we do with each other, not against each other.
And we'll get into this in a little bit regarding the propaganda and how propaganda works and how agitprop works, specifically pitting working class people against each other.
The people you just voted.
In scenarios like this, I like to remind people that we need to unite more than fight against each other, and specifically some of these narratives that Trump and his goons like to employ put a divide between Americans, working class Americans, in a very real way.
Voted for don't want you to recognize that. They want you to see society and politics as a zero-sum game, right versus left, men versus women, white versus black and brown, native-born versus immigrants. Why? Because if you're so busy fighting the left and owning the libs and feeling good about yourself for doing that, then you won't realize that you're villainizing the only people who could actually help you to get out of your undesirable situation. Hey, I'm Asante, and here's what I've been thinking. Where that team is, because you can't work with people who you see as the enemy. You can choose to believe whatever you want, but choices have consequences. If you refuse to engage with the other team, then you won't have the solidarity you need to fight back against the real problem. You're isolating yourself, which makes you a weaker adversary, and that's exactly where they want you. That's because the main conflict in society isn't between those on the left and the right. It's between those at the top of society and those at the bottom, those who hold the most power and those with the least. In our society, the top is the super rich.
And this is what Marx defined as class struggles, okay? We have class struggles and contradictions within our economic system that pits two groups of people against each other and cause instability in the system that's baked into it. And you can't make an incremental fix here or a little small fix there to fix that real systemic problem.
The 1% who take home 20% of all the income, more income than the entire bottom 50%. The top 1% own 35% of the wealth in this country. We have more economic inequality now than we did during the Gilded Age, when we called people robber barons. Yeah, it's worse now. It's likely that you voted for Trump because you're worried about your economic situation. That's a fair concern. Well, if you're upset that you don't have enough money to buy groceries, then your problem is that for the past 3 decades, real wages have basically stagnated for low-income and middle-income Americans. Since 1979, the top 1% have had their average income increase by 138%, whereas for the bottom 90%, their wages have only increased by 15%.
I want people to look at this graph real quick, because I need to emphasize the amount of wealth that's been redistributed from the bottom to the top. And what does this mean? This means we can no longer sustain an entire family on one income like we could do in the 60s, in the early 70s, okay? Before the Reagan rape of our economic system and our government, where he basically handed the reins to corporations, we had a situation where, you know, one income could buy 2 cars without having to take out a loan for those cars. You could sustain an entire family and the wife could stay at home and not have to work off of that one income. Okay? And because real wages have stagnated since then, generation after generation, and have not kept up with inflation, we are at a situation where we are forced to borrow more money and work more hours. Okay, so we're working more hours than ever. We have, you know, people who have 2 full-time jobs or a full-time job and 2 side hustles, or this side hustle and that side hustle, just to make up the difference and keep up with the material conditions that we had generations ago, right? The previous generation had it easier in buying the same goods and services that the current generation is struggling to buy, with those real wages being suppressed. They have less purchasing power, and this is a graph that demonstrates just how much less purchasing power this generation and these new generations have compared to previous generations like the boomers and previous and prior to them. So
middle-class hourly wages are up 6%, and low-wage hourly workers are down 5%. If your wages had kept up with inflation, then there wouldn't be as much of a problem buying groceries. Your adversary isn't the undocumented immigrant who has even less power than you do. Your adversary is the person who controls your wages.
Exactly. Your enemy is not the poor immigrant who is looking for a better life, right? Statistically, illegal and undocumented immigrants make up about 2% or so of the American population. There are about 12 million of the poorest of Americans. And statistically, that's just not going to affect the richest 330 million Americans. There's no way that the poorest 2% population can affect the richest 98% of the population in any real major way. That's just not logical, right? That doesn't make any sense.
That would be the big business owners, especially since in most sectors of the economy, there are a few big businesses that act like monopolies and control the entire market. The problem is with those at the top. But of course, Trump and those at the top like him aren't going to tell you that. They're going to tell you to blame things on other groups at the bottom. It's undocumented immigrants, even though they have fewer rights than you do and don't actually commit crimes at a higher rate than citizens do. It's trans people, even though they make up a tiny and marginalized portion of the population and typically just want to blend in. But if you're scared of another group on the bottom taking what little you do have, then the bottom will just be fighting among themselves.
Again, culture war issues and include the trans argument. Okay, it's a distraction. All right, they don't make up a significant portion of the population to affect the majority of us and our material conditions. It's just not likely to. It's a distraction, right? It's a culture war issue that doesn't have any real implication on your real everyday life.
And will never question the larger power structure. They won't find a way to compromise, collaborate, and rise up. They can't even listen to each other. If you're focused on trying to dominate your neighbors, the wealthy elites can continue to dominate you. Checkmate. Now, not every wealthy person is an elitist. Wealthy folks have more time to think and reflect about society, so some of them come to the conclusion that the inclusive, win-win, community-supportive approach is the best one to take. I'm not trying to make out all rich people to be the villain here. Wealth isn't a bad thing in and of itself. Engels was rich, as was Peter Kropotkin, the author of the Bread Book. Rich people can also be revolutionaries. But those wealthy elites who do want to hoard their power, those are the dangerous ones.
Right. We need to make a distinction between traditional rich people who have a small amount of wealth, upper middle class, and even lower high class. But the distinction is that no person should have accumulated enough wealth to the point where they're a billionaire, right? No person should have more wealth than they can spend in their entire lifetime, in hundreds of lifetimes, right? That's a situation we're in right now. And when you hoard wealth like this, and it's transferred from generation to generation, you not only create an empathy gap between generations who accumulate that large wealth and don't have to fight for it, versus the people who actually have to fight for their wealth. You create an empathy gap. And not only that, you create more inequality and less a situation where there is less equality between the two classes.
They want you to villainize your fellow citizens. They want you to be looking left and right so that you don't look up. This is part of why you see prominent leaders flipping out over the public response to the killing of the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, and the fact that people from across the political spectrum are sympathetic with the killer, the adjuster. This is about the bottom versus the top, and all of a sudden, everyone's looking up. Everyone at the bottom understands where the adjuster is coming from. We're not all celebrating the murder. I don't support killing people. Murder is wrong. Don't do it. At the same time, when you think about not what he did, but why he did it, where he was coming from, the dude's got a point. This is not how you handle that, but the dude's got a point. Brian Thompson made $10.2 million every year. He's not only part of the 1%, he's part of the 0.1%, and he made his money from denying healthcare to poor and middle income people. Because rich people don't need health insurance. They can afford to pay for things as needed. This is a man at the top who made his living by exploiting people on the bottom and letting them die. So you see people on the bottom across the political spectrum.
Another point I'd like to emphasize about wealth hoarding is that in a healthy economy is one where money is transferred from one hand to the next as fast as possible. So new wealth, new value created and wealth generated from that value should be transferred from one hand to the next. That's not to say that people can't save. It's not to say that people can't have savings, or decent savings rather. But when you hoard wealth, specifically outside of that economic system, on the Cayman Islands, for instance, outside of the taxation and regulation of that government for the benefit of those people, then you have a situation that further exacerbates that economic decline.
Who are saying, hey, I don't agree with it, but the guy who got axed is basically a murderer himself. That's the problem when you exploit other people for a living. You lose the moral high ground. People are just not going to feel as sorry for you, especially when those people know what it's like to be exploited themselves. And yet, the right-wing media in particular are trying to paint this as if it's a left versus right issue, as if the adjuster and everyone who's upset about healthcare is a left-winger, which...
That's not true. And that specifically is why I need to bridge that gap. Because now more than ever, workers need to unify, and we have workers on the right and the left, and they both need to recognize that their enemy is not each other. Their enemy is the corporations that are enslaving them and stealing their wages on a daily basis, creating an economic situation that is highly unstable and highly dangerous for the bottom half of society, while the top half of society can safely enclose themselves in their gated communities and private resorts.
Is not true. Right-wing media wants to maintain the narrative that anything the left does is bad, and anything bad is done by the left. The only villains are the people on the left, the radical left, the socialist left, the dangerous left. Look left, whatever you do, don't look up.
Yes, the radical socialist left. And might I remind you that during the early 1900s, the labor movements included a lot of folk singers. Okay, so most of the country precursors, folk music, folk singers, were communists and socialists. They were workers because they were farmers. They were ranch folk. They understood that big corporations coming in is not a good thing for the small town business. Okay, they understood that, and they fought for workers' rights. And a lot of them, a lot of those workers died during the May 1st riots. Right? The heyday riots or haymatch riots. I forget what they're called. But rather, there was a bunch of people who rioted and specifically because they were being oppressed by a capitalist class that the folk singers of the early American generations understood. And that's the disconnect here. A lot of right-wingers, if they understood the history of the labor movement, they would understand that they have more in common with socialists than they do with the Republican Party and their agenda as individualists for the private sector.
This is the key conflict in society. It has been for ages, across history and across societies, not between the left and the right, between the rich and powerful at the top and everyone else at the bottom. And again, wealth itself is not a bad thing. It's the extreme economic inequality that makes societies unstable and dangerous. This current level of inequality happens when the middle and lower classes are exploited, when the super rich own our lives and force us to pay. Historically, this kind of conflict between the top and the bottom can either be resolved by coming to an agreement that benefits all parties. That's what democracy does when it allows us to have discussions and change the laws so that we can all benefit, which is what I advocate for. It's what happened after the last Gilded Age in this country, beginning with the Progressive Era and culminating with FDR's New Deal programs. Social Security, food stamps, taxing the robber barons, having a minimum wage, labor laws, union protections, and so forth. That kind of large-scale pro-democratic reform is one way to resolve this conflict. Or it's been resolved through violence, military overthrow of the government, the guillotine, etc. Viva la revolution! Violence is destructive to society. It destroys trust. It is not the best option. And it is also what happens when people feel they have no legal options left for getting their needs addressed. People have been isolated and
Exactly. For instance, if you eliminate collective bargaining laws any further, if you erode labor laws and workers' rights any further and make it illegal for them to have rights, what do you think is really going to happen? People aren't going to stand for that.
Deceived by extremist media bubbles that fan their fears without providing any productive solutions. And so people feel trapped and disempowered. But again, violence destroys the very thing we want to build up, society. So in order to avoid the worst social outcomes, those at the bottom will need to come together to realize the power in numbers and revitalize our democracy. As Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. phrased the title of his last book, our two options are chaos or community. You can choose whichever you'd like, but choices have consequences. In the last Gilded Age, the power-hungry elites yielded because a coalition of Americans came together to demand their rights and demand a fair share of power and prosperity. As Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without demand. In order to demand a better quality of life, we need to know who we're actually demanding it from. It's not just from the left or the right. Money controls our politics, and the power hoarders, the oligarchs who own our lives, they donate to both political parties. We need to look up. When you think about holding the most powerful people in society responsible for social problems, rather than blaming the people who you least identify with or people in a certain race or gender category, then things start to look very different. You start to see the mega corporation that owns the apartment you rent, or the big bank that owns your house via the mortgage, the insurance companies that own your health, the big food and fast food companies that own your diet and pump it with addictive ultra-processed food.
And this is specifically why I refer to the analogy of the Marxian critical analysis of capitalism as waking up from the matrix. When you see it, you can't unsee it. And it will affect your observations in everyday life. It is a lens that you basically can't take off, and you can't unplug yourself back into the matrix. I mean, unless you're living in some kind of delusion. But it's a situation where once your eyes are widened open, you can't close them again. You see the exploitation everywhere, and you see the inherent contradiction and how it's affecting the downfall of the capitalist system and how it's inevitably going to kill itself.
the 6 companies that own the mainstream media, the billionaires who are trying to own our schools, the super PACs who own our politicians. Most people don't own much of anything. So yes, the American people have the right to be angry.
Exactly. If I like to remind people, because most people don't own much of anything. If you don't own any capital, specifically, you're not a capitalist, you're a worker, okay? Only capitalists own capital, which is anything used for the means of production. You have anything used to start a business right now? Do you have the resources, the money, the financial backing, the physical location, the labor force? Do you have that to start a business? No. You don't have any capital? Well, then you're not a capitalist. You might believe in capitalism, but you're not a capitalist. You're a worker.
Now, let's focus that anger in the right direction. Culture war politics is a distraction. If political leaders can convince you that they're on your side because they speak the way you do, because they feel your pain, because they share the same race or gender or cultural background as you, if they can get your vote based on those things, they don't have to worry about actually improving your life. They don't have to prove to you that they aren't bought and paid for, because you don't care about proof. You trust them no matter what, because you feel seen and heard by them. They're on your team. You can't trust anything the other team says anyway. You should only be listening to your people.
This is what we call tribal politics and drives a wedge between working class solidarity. Remember, there are workers on the right and the left who need to get together and unify if they're going to actually fix the systemic issue of stagnant wages for, 50 effing years?
They're the ones that have your back. But people who hoard power can have any identity. They can be a part of any political party. They could drive a Prius or a pickup truck. They are distinguished by the decisions they make and by the policies and people they support.
And I like to remind people also that it's not a left or right issue, a lot of these populist decisions like raising the minimum wage. A lot of Republicans support, working class Republicans support it when you actually frame it in a way that's legitimate, right? When you raise the minimum wage to $15 in Florida, for instance, we had a lot of Republicans vote for that locally, okay? And it passed. Florida is a red state by any means. So you tell me why there's a distinction between locally we see the $15 minimum wage being passed in Florida while they also vote for Donald Trump, who is a Republican, and the Republican Party is notorious for shutting down minimum wages that the Democrats continue to try to push. It is beyond me, that contradiction, but it makes sense when you look at it from a Marxist perspective. It's a populist issue that affects both right and left, but the framing of it is what makes us divided in that decision.
Not by what they look or sound like. If you believe in the story that society is a zero-sum game where one group has to win and the other has to lose, then you might choose to only support people who are on your team. That's a view that's rooted in the belief that you need to dominate others in order to be safe yourself. That's a choice you can make, but choices have consequences.
Exactly. Choices have consequences. So what I mean by this is go around and find out. And that's a hashtag that's going around. And it's because people are fed up. You know, you go around and you're going to find out how pissed off people actually really are right now. And we're going to get into some more of my theories in the last segment, specifically regarding some areas of the economy, like the gig economy. But just to give you an idea that how aware the capitalist class and elitists are of the situation and how aware they are, how dire the situation is compared to the framing of it, which is not as dire, the mainstream framing rather. They want us to believe that the situation isn't as bad as it actually is. But when you look at the real life situations that these delivery drivers are facing with DoorDash specifically, you go to pick up a delivery and there are messages, right? There are messages, notes being left for the drivers and emphasizing they have to prove that they confirmed the order before they leave. Now, this is, it might not seem like anything but, like, just a rule that makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. But when you look at the reason why they have to emphasize this, it's because that the business owners are aware of the situation that is happening, which is people are starving, right? And we're in a situation where a lot of people don't know where their next meal is going to come from. So obviously they know, knowing that how precarious food is, people's food situation is, they are going to emphasize that you have to complete the order and confirm the order in front of the staff, just to make sure that you don't steal the food, because they are aware how much people are suffering. They are aware, and you need to be aware of it too. Wake up to the fact that there's a reason why business owners have become aware to this, because they know that there's an imminent collapse of our economic system. Now, as I've said many times before, yeah, we can come in and make policy decisions that delay that collapse, but it is imminent. And economic systems do not last forever. And we are in what Marx referred to as late-stage capitalism, and I would go so far as to label it end-stage capitalism, because I don't think when the system collapses this time that it is going to be recoverable. People are going to start to wake up to the fact that the capitalist system is a con. It's a scam, right? It promised freedom, democracy, and liberty. It didn't deliver on any of those things. I don't see any one of those things in our economic system. Maybe for a while we could have fooled ourselves while capitalism had ability to cover its own debts. Its own bets. But we're in a situation now where we're teetering on the precipice of something major. And if you don't wake up to the fact that we're in a very precarious situation as an economy and as a country, and we're facing a downfall of the American hegemony, then you're not going to do much service to the analytical side when we have to determine what to do next after that happens. And specifically, we want to advocate that when the system does eventually collapse, we don't want to resort to violent revolution, right? We want to avoid violent revolution, and we want to install peaceful revolution. If that transition is coming, and it is coming eventually, we want to ensure that that transition is as peaceful as possible, because previous economic system transitions were very rocky and very violent.
As we've said, people will always resist being dominated. So if that's your choice, then there's really no way to ever achieve peace, security, and general prosperity. Instead of each side trying to dominate the other, both sides could agree to not dominate each other, but rather to treat each other as equals, with each side having equal rights and being treated with equal dignity.
I know, Marx was so bad. He was such a bad man, criticizing capitalism and scientifically analyzing social change from a philosophical point of view. It's terrible stuff, right? Like asking questions, terrible, right?
No one on the top, no one on the bottom. That way we could all cooperate without fear of being thrown under the bus. If you can see that having a truly peaceful and prosperous society requires that prosperity be shared so that we can all cooperate, then you might choose to support a leader who's demonstrated that they can cooperate well in the past. You might ask yourself whether the person you want to put in power has a history of using power in domineering and abusive ways. Do they use their power to build people up and give back to their community, which would benefit everyone, or do they use their power mainly to benefit themselves?
And this is the point I like to make about billionaires. You don't become a billionaire by building up communities and helping other people. You become a billionaire by helping yourself and stepping on other people. So, again, we juxtapose this new administration, the Trump administration, with, say, the FDR presidency and his reaction to the Great Depression, which was completely opposite. His reaction was to give the people what they need and not sow division. Right? So this is the difference, the key difference here, and what I'm trying to do versus what the Trump administration is essentially trying to do is drive a wedge between people. No, we need to unite people. As working class people, people need to unite on the left and the right and in between, because at the end of the day, these affect both sides of the political spectrum. And if you are honest in your framing of these policies and necessary policies, a lot of times both sides will agree to them, such as the minimum wage increase.
which could easily lead
Universal
to oppression,
healthcare for that
war, and endless
matter.
conflict. If someone has a history of taking advantage of people, then what's to say they won't take advantage of you next, especially once they have all the power? Power hoarders don't want you to be thinking about these kinds of power dynamics. They want you to be thinking about team loyalty, about winning, not about how the systems that are keeping them rich and powerful are the systems that are keeping you down. They definitely don't want you to be thinking about how specifically to change those systems, because to change the system, the people on the bottom would have to unite to put pressure on the people at the top to actually change things. People on top don't just change things on their own, out of the goodness of their heart, because it's the right thing to do. And sure, Trump probably will upset the status quo, but taking a wrecking ball to the current system doesn't mean you'll get a better system. It just means that whatever protections you had left will be destroyed. And that tracks, because all those FDR New Deal era programs that Americans have now come to expect, Social Security, food stamps, taxing the ultra-rich, minimum wage, labor laws, union protections, along with the more recent Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare, those are protections within the current system that are designed to keep Americans from falling into extreme poverty. And they are things that Republicans have been consistently working to dismantle ever since they were implemented. And now, with this wrecking ball to the system, here's their chance. And then, if there are no rules, no systems to keep big corporations in check, then those with the most power can do whatever they want. Checkmate.
So we're not going to watch the whole video again. If you're interested in watching the whole video from Bean Thinking, which is an amazing channel, she's got some really great stuff. And some good takes on some of the current crises going on with our economy. You can find the link of the full video in the description of the guide, the lecture guide here. So, moving on to Trump voters shattered. Reality and consequences settle in as the mass deportations affect you directly. Prices rise, service disappear, and life gets harder. Seeing through the lies. So, let's watch this short video. As Trump voters begin to see through Trump's lies, and the reality sets in that they might have made a mistake.
The find out stage has arrived. Hello everybody, David Schuster reporting. A lot of low-informed or misinformed Donald Trump voters are struggling. They are discovering the reality of his second administration plans and are feeling misled. Across social media, there are countless stories like this one.
And she goes, I didn't know that Donald Trump wanted to take away the Affordable Care Act. I thought he was just going to get rid of Obamacare, and I was all for that. And I paused because I wasn't sure if she was joking or not. And then I say, those are the same thing. They're one and the same. And she goes, well, I didn't know that. And now I don't know if I'm going to have insurance for my kids or for myself.
The Washington Post recently did a story about a small town in Pennsylvania that usually votes Democrat.
This is very, very sad. I don't like to see stories like this, and this is why I do what I do, because people, they need to wake up and they need to stop taking these billionaires and rich people and politicians, establishment figures, at face value and look up what they're saying. You need to do your research and do your effing homework.
Democratic, but this time went MAGA Republican. After backing Trump, low-income voters hope he doesn't slash their benefits. Voters in the struggling Pennsylvania city of Newcastle backed Trump, hoping he'd curb inflation, but the incoming president will be under pressure to cut spending. And on cable news, conservative lawmakers have endorsed cutting social safety net programs, including Social Security and Medicare.
But there is some waste, abuse, and fraud in Medicare that we can take those numbers back and add to our general coffers and our treasury. And on the front end on Social Security, I think there's a way when people are living longer, they're retiring later, that on the front end we can move that retirement age back a little bit.
We got to bring the Democrats in and talk about Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare. There's hundreds of billions of dollars to be saved, and we know how to do it. We just have to have the stomach to actually take those challenges on.
Cut your
but
Medicare
in a lot of
and Social
Trump
Security
voting
benefits.
towns, people already feel economically challenged and say they depend on Social Security, Medicare, and government assistance. So even the discussion by Republicans about cutting benefits has been unnerving to these Trump voters. Also, many Trump voters are becoming alarmed about the impact being projected of Trump's policy plans. Trump's tax cuts would reduce government revenues, exploding the government's budget deficit. The Trump tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China would cause imported goods to be more expensive to American consumers. And a growing number of analysts are predicting Donald Trump is going to cause an economic crash.
So why are these economists so opposed to Trump's plan? Because the economic effects would be pretty terrible. This is a study done by Bloomberg Economics, and they found that Harris's plan did not have much change in either the GDP or inflation, which in a sense is a good thing at this point. But look at what Trump's plan would do. Trump's plan would cut the GDP by 8.9%. And let me put that in perspective for you. This is roughly twice the amount that the GDP went down during the financial crisis. Wow. So we would be looking at something between a recession and a depression. And interestingly, as I'm sure people know because we've talked about this many times, that
we're already beginning to feel the effects of the beginning stages of that. We just need a little bit of a push, and we're going to be in that territory.
the tariffs would cause certainly a part of this, but the biggest cause, actually, of this drop are the mass deportations that Trump is talking about.
Those mass deportations of undocumented migrant workers now have a price tag, according to Donald Trump's own team.
Is $86 billion enough? $86 billion is a start.
$86 billion to mass deport illegal immigrants instead of giving you universal health care or a minimum wage increase. Let that sink in for a minute. Where the priorities of the Trump administration are using your taxes to massively deport poor and suffering illegal immigrants just coming here for a better life and don't really affect the economic situation of 330 million of the richest Americans because they are so poor compared to most Americans. We're going to prioritize deporting them and using your taxes to do so instead of giving you what you need, which is universal health care and a federal minimum wage increase, or alleviating student loan debt.
We need at least that to do this operation. We got to buy beds. We got to have air. We got to do removal flights, and
they got to have prisons for the babies. You know, you can't lock up babies without a cage. We need to make sure it's the dirtiest, most nastiest cage too, guys. We don't want any special treatment for these immigrants. Okay, we need to make sure we send a message by locking up all the babies in cages. That's what this asshole is saying.
Ground transportation and medical care, the people we arrest, $86 billion is a start.
$86 billion just to start the deportations. And that figure, $86 billion, is more than the United States spends each year on the CIA, National Security Agency, and 16 other U.S. intelligence agencies combined. $86 billion is also more than the entire annual budget of the U.S. Department of Justice, including the FBI, the DEA, and federal prison systems combined. Even if the Republican Congress approves the massive new spending on deportations, where is the money going to come from? Cuts to social safety net programs? Cuts to the Pentagon budget? If passed as prologue, Congress will simply raise the debt ceiling and put the new spending on the federal government's credit card.
And as we've seen from previous live streams, cutting specifically things like Social Security, which have their own trusts, don't really lower government spending because we have our own trusts that our taxes pay into those programs, right? They're essentially unaffected. So the idea that we're going to affect the overall deficit is kind of ridiculous by cutting Social Security, but they're desperate to cut Social Security, and they use it as a justification to cut Social Security. And they will cut it if they have the ability to. Remember, Republicans have been aiming to cut Social Security for decades. Just because Trump says they'll never do it doesn't mean they'll never do it. It just means Trump is a pathological liar.
Exploding the deficit even more, even though that would increase the risk of tanking the economy. Another risk would come from productivity losses and labor shortages. Economists predict that removing even a fraction of the 11 million undocumented migrants would cause chaos in agriculture and construction industries, disrupt supply chains, and cause U.S. prices to skyrocket.
We touched on this briefly Remember, I think this is the video clip that actually goes into it in further detail. There was an interview regarding the impact of massively deporting all these illegal immigrants on the agricultural industry and how fast milk would run out.
And that's before the tariffs kick in on goods imported from China, Mexico, and Canada.
If you voted for Trump because you thought he was going to bring grocery prices down, I have some very bad news for you. A lot of our produce comes from Mexico. 2/3 of the tomatoes that Americans purchase are from Mexico. 90% of the avocados that they purchase are from Mexico, just to mention 2 examples. So that guac is definitely going to cost extra. If you voted for Trump because you thought he was going to bring down the cost of housing, a lot of our lumber, cement, other materials comes from Canada, which means that construction costs are going to go up. Not to mention all of the ways he's going to roil the U.S. auto industry, because a lot of autos cross borders in North America multiple times before they're ultimately finished and sold to consumers.
In the midst of all of this, one of Donald Trump's top supporters, billionaire Elon Musk, is trying to identify ways to cut government spending. Musk has advocated for cuts to Social Security and Medicare. And recently, amidst a debate over immigration policies, Musk described millions of Trump supporters as idiots.
There's a theory going around, and I think it makes sense. I don't know if I subscribe to it 100%, but it does make sense. I think more evidence is needed, but there's a theory that Trump is using Elon as kind of like a way to see the public reaction to certain policies, and basically using him as bait. I mean, as we've seen Trump do many, many times in his past, throwing people under the bus. So this makes sense. I wouldn't be surprised if this was Trump's strategy in using him as some kind of bait for public opinion, and to see specifically how the public's going to react to a certain policy decision. Are they going to hang Elon? If so, he's not going to talk about it. He's going to go walk the other way.
In his clash with the far right over immigration, Elon Musk is now going after the hardliners, the very heart of the MAGA base, labeling them just a few hours ago as, quote, contemptible fools who must be removed from the Republican Party, root and stem.
It has all left many Trump supporters feeling betrayed. They fear that Trump's team doesn't care about the concerns or challenges facing MAGA voters. And they worry that the Trump policies are going to cause more harm than good.
They don't.
It all made sense during the campaign, they say. Trump simply pledged to fix the economy. Now, a lot of people are realizing the economy doesn't need to be fixed, and that these issues are not so simple. Other Trump voters who remain narrow-minded are being confronted with the truth.
The boycott China business. There's only 700,000 Americans dead because of China. Why would we want to keep buying more Chinese shit? Our side needs to fight back.
Can I check this out real quick? So it's made in China.
So
yeah.
stickers aren't made in China.
Does it bother you that Trump famously didn't pay
No,
a lot?
that's a really big thing to touch on here, because I see that a lot, especially with my own family, telling me, "Oh, we need to buy more American. We need to stop supporting China," and they're buying Trump gear that is all made in China. And Trump is talking about how none of his products are made in China. He is a liar. I mean, you can go and get the receipts yourself. Go on one of his websites, buy one of his stupid little red hats, and then go and look where it's made. It's made in China, okay?
A lot of his construction employees.
Who?
In Atlantic City, a lot of the people who worked on his casinos, people lost their livelihoods.
Says who?
The people.
It's just no.
Yeah, I've specifically researched many individuals who were shafted by Donald Trump specifically in contract work, okay? Meaning they did work for him, and then at the end of the day, he sued them or something to bypass the requirement to pay them, okay? So keeping them held up in litigation is one of his tactics. Another tactic is he'll simply use mafia-style intimidation techniques, okay? It's very, very sad to see hardworking American construction workers like this falling for the con, because at the end of the day, Trump has a history of shafting construction workers and contract workers alike.
People. It is a known thing. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sure they deserved it.
They all deserved it. They all deserved it. He was just mentioning one instance. Trump has a pattern of doing this over and over and over again if you look at the history of his businesses and his business dealings and the complaints that he has had. I mean, if he had a Yelp page, he would have a 1-star rating. The man is a con man.
People who didn't get paid by Trump deserve that. Well, will the Trump voters deserve the misery they face when his policies crash the economy? Maybe. One of the most popular acronyms these days is FAFO, as in F around, find out. And the find out stage of the next Trump administration could be brutal. But it won't just be Donald Trump supporters who suffer. Most of us who are not wealthy are going to feel the impact of an economy that tanks. So my hope is that Trump's ambitions are thwarted. In other words, that his tariff threats are just a negotiating ploy, and that Congress does not allocate the taxpayer money for deportations. Some Trump voters whose livelihoods are at stake are also hopeful that Trump cannot or does not follow through.
Of your workers are not U.S. born?
Probably half.
About half?
Yeah.
Do you know what the immigration status is of any of your workers?
I don't know.
Do you ask?
Well, can you ask? We have the right papers on file, and they're there is there.
Are you worried if there were a mass roundup of undocumented migrants that you might lose workers? You might not have enough workers.
But how are they going to do that? Nobody will be filling the shelves. Nobody will be producing food. Within 2 days, we will not have food. There will not be food anywhere.
2 days?
Yes.
2 days. That's how quickly the impact of Trump's deportation plan will be felt just in terms of the food supply.
2 days before we have a real problem with getting milk in this country if we play this theoretical policy proposal through all the way. So that's what we're facing in some of Trump 2025's plan. Again, you can go to the link in the guide and go to Rebel HQ. This is the channel that hosts this video if you'd like to watch the full video or more videos like this. We're going to go on to the next part, which is one of my favorite parts because it is the most important part. It's the section on propaganda and media manipulation. All right, so the puppet strings of propaganda and media manipulation, part 1. So just how does propaganda work? Propaganda is the art of guiding thought without the audience realizing the journey. It's not just a blunt force tool of authoritarian regimes, it's a scalpel that carves narratives into the collective consciousness. The secret lies in its subtlety. Think of propaganda as a magic trick. It diverts attention while orchestrating the illusion. So some mechanisms of propaganda to look out for are repetition is key. So a repetitive phrase or something that's repetitive in nature, in the nature of the argument. So say something is often enough, say something often enough and it becomes the truth. This tactic exploits our cognitive bias towards familiarity. We trust what we've heard repeatedly, right? Think pumpkin spice season or the new iPhone is revolutionary. Say it often enough and people start believing it. Fear as a lever. Nothing motivates like fear. Propaganda thrives on creating an us versus them dynamic, convincing people they're in perpetual danger. Cue in the ominous music. Think your data isn't safe online? or your data isn't safe online, buy our VPN now is an example. I don't know why it says think there. There we go. All right. So, bandwagon appeal. Nobody wants to be the odd one out. Nobody likes to be the odd duck out in a group, right? Propaganda uses social proof to coax conformity, showcasing everybody supporting the cause. Whether it's a streaming service or political stance, or the latest viral dance. Glittering generalities, okay? Words like innovation and family values and sustainability are propaganda's Swiss Army knife. They're vague enough to mean anything and powerful enough to mean everything. Cards stacking the deck. This technique cherry-picks facts, presenting only evidence that supports the desired narrative while suppressing inconvenient truths. Think of it as the media equivalent of a TikTok highlight reel. And the final flag here is the trusted messenger. So propaganda isn't always delivered by the obvious shills. It's often whispered by figures of authority and familiarity, like celebrities, experts, and even your favorite YouTubers. Media manipulation. This is very important, and I'm going to play a video here of Sinclair Broadcasting Group for you, because this is very important to emphasize, okay? So the Sinclair Broadcasting Group has a monopoly capitalist case study, all right? So the Sinclair model produces prepackaged must-run segments, opinion pieces, and narratives that every station under its umbrella is required to broadcast. This ensures uniformity and diversity. If you're not aware, Sinclair Broadcasting Group encompasses hundreds of local and national television news stations, okay? So it basically has a monopoly on a large portion of what information is being disseminated into American ears. And with all that centralized control, that's dangerous. And as we'll see in a second, they are abusing that power. So corporate interest above all. As a capitalist enterprise, Sinclair's goal isn't unbiased journalism. It's profit. And profit as a monopoly means aligning with power, whether political or economic. Astroturfing consent. Sinclair stations mimic the tone and style of independent and local news to earn trust. Once that trust is secured, they seemingly insert corporate-approved talking points. And we're going to watch this video here that shows you just how damning some of this propaganda and how widespread this propaganda from Sinclair Broadcasting Group is. This is a right-wing propagandist group.
Burke,
with partisan political opinion. The sharing of biased and
false news has become all too common on social media. This is a textbook example of the whole being greater than the sum of its parts.
We work very hard to seek the truth and strive to be fair, balanced, and factual.
Seen individually, the Sinclair editorials do not make much of an impact. But when Timothy Burke, a video editor in Tampa, Florida, collected 44 versions of that editorial from 44 local news markets and lay them side by side, allowing Americans to play them back word for word.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
The effect was chilling.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Orwellian.
It was actually fairly horrifying. About a minute and a half op-ed decrying biased platforms pushing out fake news that endangered our democracy.
The sharing of biased and false news has
become all too common on social media.
The anchors, for the most part, fairly stiff.
So, Society of High Sciences says, I study propaganda and the definitions of it really don't do how it works justice. It is, yeah, it's kind of hard to get your head around how propaganda can just crevice into a whole generation and just dilute the minds of so many smart, intellectual individuals. But I think boiling it down to the basics helps introduce people who are unaware of these topics. It helps them get their foot in the door and understanding some of these concepts and starting to raise their own red flags and being aware of some of the BS that's being fed to them. You know, how to differentiate from legitimate fact and BS propaganda is kind of important now more than ever. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. But we need to get the people's foot in the door somehow. And I think this might be a good introductory chapter to that. I don't know. You let me know, because you said, like you said, you studied this. So I'll let you decide.
A couple of people have compared them to hostage videos. So for a few seconds, it's actually kind of funny. And then you sort of tune into what they're saying, and it becomes more and more horrifying.
And whether the people understand exactly the politics and the conglomeration aspects that go into a message like this, these people, all they know is they saw a scary video where a bunch of news anchors were saying the same thing.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our Treasure Valley communities.
And now their favorite news anchors are saying the same thing.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that ABC News 4 produces.
And they're just like, you're one of them.
When they learned that the Sinclair Broadcast Group was manipulating news content, the reaction of many Americans was, just what is Sinclair? Unlike Fox News, CNN, and MSNBC, Sinclair does not own a national news network, so its brand was not that well known. But it does own 173 local TV stations covering 40% of American households. Since those channels are affiliated with national broadcasting brands, ABC, NBC, and CBS, they display those logos rather than their parent companies. Up until now, Sinclair sent editorial.
And as a side note, if you want to know the real reason or the primary reason why our generation, the millennials and younger generations, are less and less susceptible to this propaganda, it's because we rely more on our apps and YouTube platforms, Facebook and all that for news now, rather than actually tuning into a television station or a television channel. Right, that's kind of something that the older generations have continued to do out of, you know, like habit, and you know, it's comfortable. I understand, you know, it's probably something they're not more familiar with and not willing to change into the new platforms, right? So they're still using those old television channels and stations, and they're more susceptible to this propaganda as a result. And it's not to say that that propaganda hasn't leaked onto other platforms. But it is one of the main contributing factors of why the younger generations are less susceptible to that propaganda. They're just seeing it less.
Editorials from the company's headquarters in Maryland that their channels were required to broadcast.
My goal with every segment is to tell you facts which you may not already know.
Typically, the so-called must-runs are fronted by a Sinclair executive, Boris Epstein. He worked on Donald Trump's election team.
Some critics would have you believe that my experience somehow disqualifies me from providing you with my analysis and commentary.
This time, the company changed the formula and got its local anchors to deliver the message instead. It was caught and found itself in an unfamiliar position, in the spotlight.
This is a clear abuse of journalist power.
For how to manipulate
journalistic
or warp
power,
the dialogue
power of monopoly over media.
Buy one big cable channel or one big broadcast channel. No, if you were savvy about this, you would buy local affiliates in markets across the country. Get in.
So I thought they would have. Trying to find the actual full clip for you guys, because I don't want to play this full video. I just want to show you the dystopian clip.
Local anchors and.
That kind of emphasizes it and drives home this... Oh, here it is. drives home this argument.
Antonio's
of
Jessica
propaganda's
Headley.
everywhere.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our Treasure Valley communities,
The El Paso, Las Cruces communities, Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But
we are concerned about the troubling trend of irresponsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and
false news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 Sinclair Broadcasting Group and the Republican agenda is very dangerous to our democracy. All right, so let's watch this video, Propaganda for High School Kids in 1948. Would they show this today? This is a video that they actually used to teach high school kids about propaganda in 1948. And let's take a look at it, because I don't think they would teach it today.
Perhaps I can help you, Chuck. I think the election was a victory for good government. It might also be called a victory for propaganda. But that would have been equally true if our opponent had won.
But how can you study it?
Well, you can begin by investigating the techniques of propaganda. Here, I've listed some of the main ones. Glittering generalities?
What is a glittering generality?
That headline you were quoting, a victory for good government. Good government is a phrase we use many times during the campaign. We said the mayor stood for good government and promised good government.
But it's true, isn't it?
What's true? What does good government mean? Is the mayor's idea of good government the same as yours?
I see. It's a glittering generality.
One of the best.
There's another.
Yes. And why do you suppose our opponents chose that phrase?
I guess because everybody likes a real American.
Right. And they wanted to transfer that liking for a real American to Mr. Butler. A day or so after that poster came out, I said in one of my campaign speeches, our opponent advertises himself as a real American. I say he is unreal, unrealistic. He is a visionary, a theorist, a dreamer. He is so thirsty for public office that like a weary traveler in the desert, he sees a mirage, and he is trying to sell it to you as real. There. Now, what would you call that?
That's name-calling, visionary, theorist, dreamer.
That's right. And those are very polite names. For my collection of propaganda materials, I've made a special record of part of one of Mr. Butler's radio speeches.
Mayor Cooper asks that he be judged by his performance in office. Very well. Let's ask him who was mayor when the municipal waterworks fell into such a state of disrepair that the whole town was without water for 2 days. Let's ask him. But no, let's not. It might embarrass him.
That's what we call card stacking. Cooper was mayor when the pumping station broke down, but it was the men in office before him who allowed it to get into such a rundown condition. And it finally gave way before he could get anything done.
And card stacking is choosing some facts and leaving out others and arranging them to suit your purpose.
Now, did you see our little campaign movie?
Yes, a couple of times.
Well, let's look at it again.
Land sakes. A body hardly has time enough.
the house to clean, the washing to do, and the men folks to feed. They like their chocolate cakes, too. But I do want to take time to tell you that I've known Dick Cooper ever since he was knee-high to a grasshopper. He comes of a good, respectable family, just as honest as the day is long. And he knows our town. He's one of us. That's why I'm going to vote for Mayor Cooper. And all my friends are going to vote for him, too.
Recognize the technique?
That must be what you call plain folks.
That's right. You'll find many versions of the appeal based on the common man, the man on the street, log cabin to president. Now let's look at the rest of the movie.
Yes, Mrs. Hamline is voting for Mayor Cooper. Her friends are voting for Mayor Cooper. Your friends are voting for Mayor Cooper. The people know what they want, and what they want is Mayor Cooper. Don't you be left behind. Get on board the Victory Special.
Yes, the propaganda we've been talking about is easy to detect. But a great deal of propaganda is much more hidden, much harder to detect.
That's what's bothering me. Even in a small local election, there's so much propaganda. That poster, a real American, it uses a transferred device. Does that mean it isn't true?
Not necessarily. Evaluating propaganda isn't that simple. Recognizing the technique is one step. Another step is to know the purpose. What is the purpose here?
That's easy. To get people to vote for Butler.
Yes, to persuade people that Butler is the better man, to move them to vote for him. In short, to sell Mr. Butler to the voters. You'll find that the purpose of most propaganda is to persuade people to believe something, to do something, or to buy something.
All right, but it still doesn't answer my question.
No. Your next step, and it's a big one, is to get the facts.
Well,
And that's what I mean, people, by when I say do your homework. Get the facts.
Is he a real American?
Howard Butler was born in this country. He obeys its laws. He's a good citizen. Yes, he is a real American. The same can be said for Richard Cooper. So ask yourself whether the facts support the purpose. Do they support the transfer of feeling from real American to Mr. Butler over Mr. Cooper?
No, I guess not.
Well, that's your fourth step. Weigh the facts against the purpose and the technique.
I think I understand. To know whether propaganda is good or not, whether it's true or not, I should know the purpose, recognize the technique, get the facts, and judge the purpose and technique by the facts.
But when you want the facts about live political battle, don't come to a campaign manager.
I might do it at that. But I will also go and see your opposition.
Well, that's all right. Whenever you're tracking down propaganda, get as many different points of view as you can.
Do you know something?
What?
I think that it might be interesting to make a really serious study of propaganda.
I find it interesting, and there's plenty to study. Here I have just a few of the many books on the subject. You can read them. You can keep your eyes and ears open for little bits of propaganda. And, of course, you can study whole propaganda campaigns. Here are a few on which I've been gathering material. Hitler and Nazi Germany had a campaign of propaganda that ran over many years. Then there's a wealth of propaganda to study on the subject of Russia and communism. There's propaganda to study in our own American elections, national as well as local, and in many of the major issues on which elections often hinge.
And keep this in mind, every system of government requires propaganda in order to ensure the conditions of its own existence. So you need to keep that in mind as well. It's not to say that, all propaganda is bad, but like they said, you need to judge it accordingly. Because every system relies on propaganda to a certain extent to ensure its conditions.
Well, if I don't learn about propaganda, it won't be because there's no way to study it.
That's right, Chuck. Remember the techniques of propaganda.
All right, so why it works. Propaganda traps into the core of human psychology. Propaganda taps into the core of human psychology, our need to belong, to feel safe, and to simplify a complex world. It plays us like a symphony, tuning our emotions into instruments of control. Marx would call this the manufacturing of consent, a tool wielded by the ruling class to maintain their power. Sinclair Broadcasting Group, regarding the Sinclair Broadcasting Group, an analogy could be, imagine if one ventriloquist controlled every puppet in town. That's Sinclair Broadcasting Group. With ownership of nearly 200 local TV stations, Sinclair's reach blankets America. But don't let the local facade fool you. This is top-down messaging masquerading as community news. All right, so I don't know. I think that's I think I put that in the wrong place. But we have a video here of MAGA suddenly furious with Trump over this one post. Okay, I think this is in the wrong place, but we're going to watch it. Let me actually move that to the right place. Yeah, that's in the wrong place. Sorry, guys. Let's finish this chapter, and then we'll jump into the videos I have planned. More videos. So, the Sinclair model. Sorry. We already went over Marxian analysis. Okay. The Marxian analysis of the Sinclair model. Under a Marxist lens, Sinclair embodies the contradictions of monopoly capitalism. Concentration of capital. Sinclair's dominance of local media exemplifies how capitalism centralizes power in fewer hands. This eliminates competition and creates an illusion of choice. Remember, you don't really have freedom of choice if all your options are controlled. It's an illusion. You're in the matrix. Ideological state apparatus. Sinclair's content serves as a tool of the ruling class to perpetuate the status quo, suppressing dissent and maintain the illusion of a freedom of press, or a free press. Alienation of the audience. By stripping local stations of authentic voices, Sinclair alienates audiences from their own communities. They're fed a homogenized narrative that's as distant from local realities as a boardroom in Baltimore. All right, so why does this matter? Sinclair isn't just about media control. It's about shaping the consciousness of millions. When every single outlet sings the same tune, it becomes harder to hear alternative perspectives. The system's goal is simple: keep you entertained and compliant, not asking questions or organizing. Deprogramming or breaking free of the matrix. So how do we break free of the spell of propaganda and resist the monopolization of thought? Well, we learn to spot the tricks. As we've seen in the video, we learn to recognize the tricks that the propagandists use. Understanding these techniques of propaganda so you can see through the illusion. Ask, who benefits from this message? Diversify your media diet. And this is important as well, and this is something I do. Seek out independent and international sources to get a fuller picture. Don't let Sinclair be your only lens, right? You don't want to get all your information from Fox News, all your information from Ben Shapiro. You want to get a healthy mix of your news, independent, right? You want to get both sides or multiple sides of the same argument. Again, I wouldn't go to an atheist to learn about God. If I believed in God and wanted to learn more about God, I wouldn't go to an atheist, okay? I would see what the atheist has to say, yes, but I would also see what the believer in God would have to say, or the believers in God. I would go to multiple people, in fact. So that is the situation, okay? And you need to practice media literacy. And what does this mean? This means question everything. Who owns this outlet? What's their agenda? Who's paying them? Okay? Who are the advertisers paying them? Are you seeing a lot of pharmaceutical ads on Fox News and CNN? Oh, well, why don't they talk about universal health care in a good light? Okay, why don't they mention that all the comprehensive studies done on a single-payer healthcare system says that we would save billions of dollars over a 10-year period rather than facing the expensive broken system we have now. Okay, well, when you look at the messaging and then you see, oh, pharmaceutical companies are putting their ads on CNN and Fox News, then it kind of comes together. Oh, yeah, they're going to lose that advertisement money if they start talking about single-payer healthcare in a good light. It's common sense. Follow the money. All right, and you need to engage in collective action, and this is very important. The antidote to centralized power is organized resistance. The antidote to centralized power is organized resistance. Support local independent media and demand policies that curb corporate monopolies. So, in the battle for hearts and minds, knowledge is both shield and sword. By understanding propaganda and media manipulation, we reclaim our ability to think critically, act collectively, and ultimately rewrite the narrative in our favor. All right, let's go to that MAGA suddenly furious with Trump over one post video.
Welcome, everybody, to the final David Pakman show of 2024. The end of the year is really serving up a MAGA civil war, which I believe is clear is going to play a major role in the first 100 days of the Trump administration. And it's really going to play a major role in those first 100 days, no matter what happens. And what I mean by that is, if indeed the Musk technocrat coalition, which has reached Trump and seized control to a degree of Trumpism, if it remains simpatico with Trump, it's going to wield major power and to a degree direct the first 100 days of Trump's presidency. If it doesn't remain simpatico with Trump, it will be because this devolving into a civil war that we're seeing gets so bad that the coalition implodes, and it will then wreak havoc over the first 100 days of Trump's incoming administration. So either way, this is potentially going to be the defining aspect of the first 100 days of the second Trump term. And one of the things that's happening right now is that tensions are running really, really high. They're running high specifically because MAGA is now asking itself, which side is Trump on? Is Trump on the side of the pseudo-populist right? Or is Trump on the side of the technocratic, anarcho-capitalist, whatever, of which, you know, Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and others consider themselves a part? And this now has led to them easily getting mad at anything Trump does. And the latest thing that they are mad about is Donald Trump's troth central post after the passing at 100 years of age of former President Jimmy Carter. One of the things I noticed about the message, and we'll look at it in a moment, is that it wasn't particularly vicious or vindictive. It didn't ascribe pejorative nicknames to Jimmy Carter, etc. It wasn't a new Trump, but it's this one time Trump opted not to hurl horrible insults. Here's the post that Trump made about Jimmy Carter, which has angered so many Magapotamians. Quote, "I just heard of the news about the passing of President Jimmy Carter. Those of us who have been fortunate to have served as president understand this is a very exclusive club, and only we can relate to the enormous responsibility of leading the greatest nation in history. The challenges Jimmy faced as president came at a pivotal time for our country, and he did everything in his power to improve the lives of all Americans. For that, we all owe him a debt of gratitude."
Now, this is a very, very heartfelt post, and a very good post, in my opinion. Do I think Trump wrote it? Hell no. He didn't write this. He had one of his people write this. The man is basically functionally illiterate. Okay? So, but that being said, this is a good post. And the fact that we have so much outrage from MAGA loyalists about this nice unifying post, which has a message of unity, it does, is kind of telling that the base is supercharged just to be attacking the left in any circumstance, right? Damn the facts, damn the context. We just want an enemy to overcome, and this kind of undermines the attempt at people like me to form unity and unions between working class people on the left and working class people on the right. You know, I don't condemn anybody for voting the way they do, but there are consequences to the way you vote, right? So With that said, this is a decent post, and the fact that we have so much outrage right now over this post, over MAGA loyalist, it speaks to where we are in terms of the agitprop that's being used. It's successful. It's being used for a reason. You know, people are riled up and ready to fight for their rights against fellow workers now. And that is not good. We need workers united. We're going to jump into the next part here, which is the dismantling of Tucker Carlson's latest narrative. Okay, Tucker Carlson's latest spin is that the Washington Post is the most liberal paper in America. So that's his current spin, and I'm sorry to tell you this, but that's wrong. Corporate-friendly, centrist reality check incoming. The dismantling of Tucker Carlson's narrative. So calling the Washington Post the most liberal newspaper in the country is like calling Jeff Bezos a socialist. It's absurd and ignores reality. Now, what do I mean by this? The paper leans slightly left, yes, but often champions centrist and corporate-friendly views. Hardly radical, I think. Tucker Carlson's claim is less about truth and more about stoking outrage for his audience. Again, stoking division. There is a business incentive to do this for the right wing. Ben Shapiro does it too. If we're fighting against each other as workers, we're not going to realize the real con of the right wing taking all of our taxes. Okay? And wages, for that matter. So, sure, it's the Washington Post supports LGBTQ rights and climate action, but it also defends centrist policies and corporate power, like backing Amazon during labor disputes. That's very important. That's actually key. Okay? That's the real economic situation. Okay? The LGBTQ rights and climate action it can be arguably a less economic situation, right? The more pressing economic situation that we face on a day-to-day basis would be more like labor disputes. Not that those other ideas or other areas aren't important. They're important for sure. But this is the most pressing concern for workers on a daily basis, and it's telling that the Washington Post does not back workers on this, okay? Tucker Carlson's claim isn't about accuracy. It's about fueling outrage and misdirection against leftists. See how the fascists con you into fighting against each other? Left versus right, when in fact, I have more in common with right-wingers on the working class than I do with this joker wearing the bow tie. Teamsters president versus Jeff Bezos. Okay, here we have a video of Teamsters president humiliating Jeff Bezos after Amazon's strike is successful. All right, workers 1, exploiters 0.
Teamsters union leaders say Amazon missed a December 15th deadline to negotiate a first labor contract with their employees who want sick leave, more paid time off, and wages that are comparable with FedEx and UPS.
The customers see the amount of work we do, whether rain, sleet, snow, we're constantly out here.
First ULP strike ever in this country at an Amazon facility is amazing. It was amazing. It was powerful. It was exciting, and to me, that's a huge victory for us. And not only do we show Amazon that we could set something like this up and pull it off, even in 9, 10, 11 degree weather, like just wait till it's 60, 70 degrees and the sun is out, and we're out here barbecuing and showing Amazon that if you thought our last strike was huge, just you wait.
What are you trying to do with Amazon?
I'm going to put them on their knees. I don't like Jeff Bezos.
Oh, I don't either. He also owns personally owns, not the company, he personally owns the most liberal newspaper in the United States, most left-wing, for the people newspaper. So I'm a little...
So see how he kind of tries to relate? Oh, I don't like Jeff Bezos either. But he also owns the most liberal news outlet in America, right? See how he kind of manipulates the conversation into getting you to be on the side of the worker? Oh, I hate Bezos just like you do. but he also, and then throw out some cherry-picked nonsense.
I'm surprised to learn that he's not welcoming you guys.
Yeah, no, he lost his balls during the election. You could tell that.
Well, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He's pulling a Justin Trudeau.
I mean, I think for a guy that, you know, he did a little growth hormone, went back in the gym, did some testosterone, you know, he's the man. But yeah, you asked what we're going to do. We're going to organize him. We're going to make Jeff Bezos respect his workers. We're going to make Jeff Bezos an example of bad behavior from an employee. Every single day we are building momentum. We're building worker power. And, you know, he has to understand that he's not dealing with an organization that's going to go away. We might not have the money that he has, but we definitely have one thing. We've got the workers on our side, and we got intestinal fortitude and courage and conviction to take on the fight.
What's up, everybody? Major Retired Richard Ojeda here. And imagine...
Richard Ojeda. So he was my main pick for president during the recent election, but he recently dropped out, or he dropped out. It was sad to see, but I would have voted for Richard Ojeda in the presidential election for sure. He is an amazing analyst, and he's also a veteran.
Being so desperate for basic dignity that you have to choose between meeting impossible quotas and your own humanity. This isn't some dystopian novel. It's reality for Amazon workers.
And we're going to Britain right now to speak with journalist James Bloodworth, who spent a month working undercover as a picker in an Amazon order fulfillment center, and found workers were urinating in bottles because they were discouraged from taking bathroom breaks.
Yes.
People were people were receiving
So for those of you who don't think Amazon needs a union, well, enjoy the urine infested packages that you'll be getting.
Disciplinaries for taking toilet breaks. The productivity targets were so people were afraid. People were receiving disciplinaries for taking toilet breaks. The productivity targets were so high that workers were afraid to go to the bathroom. I mean, a survey came out of the Amazon warehouse I worked in recently, which found that 74% of workers there, order pickers, were afraid to use the bathrooms because of the productivity targets.
Pissing in bottles, those infamous piss jugs, became a grotesque symbol of worker exploitation during the pandemic. You'd see them everywhere, tossed out of windows, because workers were penalized if caught with them.
So let that sink in for a minute. There was enough of this going on that they had to enact a policy in the company to penalize people caught with these urine bottles. That's how big of a problem it was. They had to actually enact a policy to penalize people who were found with urine bottles. Because again, as the statistics show, 74% of workers at Amazon couldn't use the bathroom in a humanitarian way, right? They were struggling to get bathroom privileges, whether it was the bathroom was all the way on the other side of the huge complex, and they only had, maybe 2 or 3 minutes to hustle on over there. And then when you get there, there's a huge line. No, these conditions are definitely not safe for both the workers and for the consumers. Because again, remember, you're getting urine-soaked packages.
You said you found urine bottles, people afraid to go to the bathroom to take time?
Yeah, I found an empty Coca-Cola bottle with urine in it on the shelf. Yellow liquid, smelt it. It's very clear straight away what it is. And you put 2 and 2 together, and this has happened because...
He was just going down the warehouse floor, walking down the warehouse floor or whatever, and he sees a urine bottle on the shelf with the other items. Because, again, there's a policy, if you're caught with this, you're penalized. So, again, on top of the terrible condition that you're facing with the bathroom situation, you are penalized if you are caught with the solution, the only solution to the situation. And I don't need to remind people that it's dangerous to hold in your urine. Remember the hold your pee for me, we contest? That killed that teenager, okay? It was a contest where you would drink water and hold your urine, okay? And this is very dangerous because it overloads your system with toxins.
There's a climate of fear, and you're afraid if you go to the toilet, which can take 5-10 minutes, huge warehouse through security, and people are being accused of taking so-called idle time by Amazon for doing this. Everything which takes away from productivity at Amazon is seen as you're doing something wrong.
Forced into degrading conditions because billionaires like Jeff Bezos prioritize delivery targets over human dignity. That's the system that we are dealing with. But it's not just the piss jugs. It's workers standing ankle deep in sewage on freezing picket lines, risking their health and safety for wages that barely cover the bills. It's Chris Smalls fired for protesting unsafe conditions.
What he means by standing knee-deep in sewage, Amazon flooded a group of striking workers who were striking for better working conditions and higher actual living wages. They were simply striking for better wages and working conditions, and Amazon was instructed to release sewage on them. They are not only disgusting in ideology, they are disgusting literally.
During a global pandemic, conditions that Amazon didn't just ignore, but actively allowed. Fired for demanding protective gear that every person should have had. Can you imagine risking your health and your family's health just to keep a paycheck and then being punished for speaking up? What's worse is that these aren't isolated incidents. This is the culture that Amazon has built. Workers are constantly on camera.
Aren't even isolated incidents within the context and framework of Amazon alone as a monopoly. There are other monopolies that do this too. Disney is notorious for exploiting its workers at Disney World.
Movement tracked. Quotas are impossible to meet, and the moment you fall behind, you're written up. No time to breathe, no time to think, and absolutely no time to stop and pee. The physical and mental toll is unimaginable. People aren't treated like workers. They're treated like disposable cogs in a billion-dollar machine. And then, when workers fight back, Amazon spends millions to crush them. JFK 8, the first Amazon warehouse to unionize in the United States, became ground zero for union-busting tactics. Amazon hired consultants at thousands of dollars a day to intimidate workers. They churned through employees with 100% turnover rates, making it nearly impossible for unions to gain traction.
And capitalists will often use the surplus, right, that everybody generates. All the workers help generate the surplus value, right, the profit. And then the capitalists will often take some of that profit and use it to union bust. So it's using that profit to prevent you from collectively bargaining. And not only that, there's another story that we'll see here in a minute of a capitalist who employed a fake priest, an actor, to act as a priest to take confessions on at work of employees and then rat on those employees and to the management staff, right? That is absolutely disgusting, and he's using part of the profit that everybody helps to generate for that purpose. That's absolutely sickening, and that's what we call class struggles.
But the workers at JFK 8 didn't give up. They fought back and they won. That win came despite every trick and obstacle Amazon threw at the people. Now let's talk about Sean O'Brien and why his speech at the Republican National Convention was such a game changer. This wasn't just any speech. This was the president of the Teamsters, representing 1.4 million workers walking into the belly of the beast. Historically, unions and the Republican Party haven't exactly been best friends. Yet here we are, the first Teamster president to ever address the RNC, standing in a room full of billionaires and corporate elites. And he didn't sugarcoat anything.
I travel all across this country and meet with my members every week. You know what I see? An American worker being taken for granted. Workers being sold out to big...
I don't know why they're clapping. You're the ones contributing to this, you dumbasses.
Banks, big tech, corporates, and the elite. And I'm not the only one who sees this. Everyday families see it. The American people aren't stupid. They know the system is broken. We all know how Washington is run. Working people have no chance of winning this fight. That's why I'm here today.
O'Brien laid out demands.
Wow. And that was at the Republican National Conference. That's incredible. Okay? You would never hear that from a Republican. Ever.
that every American worker should pay attention to. He called for trade policies that put American workers first instead of prioritizing cheap labor overseas. He demanded bankruptcy reform so corporate vultures like those who devoured yellow freight couldn't pick the bones of struggling companies while leaving workers with nothing. He called for stronger labor laws to ensure that when workers vote to unionize, they actually get contracts. No more firing union organizers without consequence. And he didn't just stop there. He exposed the hypocrisy of corporate welfare. Companies like Amazon and Walmart pay their workers so little that taxpayers end up footing the bill for public assistance programs. Meanwhile, those same companies rake in billions of dollars in profits. O'Brien called it what it is, real corruption. Workers shouldn't have to rely on food stamps while their employers sit on mountains of cash. This isn't about handouts. It's about justice. While personally, it made me cringe to hear him praise people like J.D. Vance and Josh Hawley, I understand his role as a negotiator. His job is to fight for every worker, whether they're Trump supporters or not.
Exactly, and there's a level of diplomacy that must be engaged when trying to unify those two fronts. So, when trying to specifically unify workers on the left and right, you have to be strategic and diplomatic in your approach. Again, if you're interested in watching the full video, it is available on the guide that I have here in the description, and I also put it in the chat. So moving on to Christian nationalist learns he's the bad guy. So a Christian nationalist learns he's the bad guy and can't deal with it, while Marjorie Taylor Greene doesn't believe in the U.S. Constitution.
This threat to democracy has made its way to Congress. I mean, my colleague...
We're only going to watch the latter part of that. If you want to see the former, where the Christian nationalist learns he's the bad guy, just watch the full video, link in the description. Right now, we're just going to focus on the Marjorie Taylor Greene hypocrisy.
Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene has said, quote, Christian nationalism is actually a good thing. It is an identity that Republicans need to embrace, and I am being attacked by the godless left because I said I am a proud Christian nationalist, end quote. My colleague, Representative Lowen Boebert, said, quote, the church is supposed to direct the government. The government is not supposed to direct the church. I'm tired of this separation of church and state junk, end quote.
You're tired of secularism, so you don't believe in the Constitution.
Junk being the Constitution and Bill of Rights. The Bible itself in 2 Corinthians actually warns us against this. Paul warned against this. He warned us against people who would preach of a Christ that differs from the true Christ that we learn about in the Bible. That's exactly what Christian nationalism is doing. I condemn religious extremism everywhere, globally and domestically. We have to recognize.
I would argue that's what mainstream Christianity does in general, because institutionalized religion is never a good thing. And it's again a system ensuring the conditions of its own existence, you know, and it's perpetuating the macroeconomic system. So when you have, you know, like churches institutionalized, they focus less on the actual original message of Jesus Christ, which is to, you know, love thy neighbor and give away all your possessions to the poor, because that doesn't fit with the capitalist framework we live in.
The threat it poses to our most sacred freedom.
Again, Jesus would have made Marx blush with his policy proposals. Jesus said to give away all your possessions to the poor.
And rooted out everywhere. And I think it's incumbent, especially upon us as Christians, and me as a Christian, to be at the forefront of the fight to ensure that white nationalism and Christian nationalism doesn't see the light of day. Thank you, and I yield back.
I want to tell all my colleagues here what I told the Republicans in that room last night. I don't believe there are any coincidences in a matter like this. I believe that Scripture, the Bible, is very clear that God is the one that raises up those in authority. He raised up each of you, all of us. And I believe that God has ordained and allowed each one of us to be brought here for this specific moment in this time.
You have to keep in mind, though, we don't know God's plan. God could have risen you up just to teach you a lesson in falling. That's the sad reality of what we have here, is that might be true. You might need to learn a lesson.
This is my belief. I believe that each one of us has a huge responsibility today to use the gifts that God has given us to serve the extraordinary people of this great country, and they deserve it.
Roe v. Wade gave constitutional cover to the elective killing of unborn children in America, period. You think about the implications of that on the economy. We're all struggling here to cover the...
This jackass is why wives are divorcing their Trump-supporting husbands all over the country, because they don't care about female reproductive rights. Okay, and with that, we're going to move into the next video in our video segment here, which is why narcissistic leaders always fail. And we're not going to watch the whole thing. It's kind of long. But again, I'll say it to you again. We have all the links of these videos and all the details that I'm reading in our lecture guide provided in the link in the description and in the chat. So if you're interested in delving into some of those videos in full, feel free to get them from the guide if you're not already following along.
You can tell a lot about When he was 11 years old, there was a young boy adopted by the Roman emperor and groomed for power. He was made heir to the throne. He would someday become the leader of an enormous empire, as often happens to people who are heirs. The boy was coddled. He grew up surrounded by immense privilege, sure. But he was also given access to the best philosophers and teachers. He is taught Stoic philosophy from an early age. He's surrounded by powerful people. He's shown how the world works. Now, you might be thinking I'm talking about Marcus Aurelius here, but I'm not. I'm actually talking about Nero, one of the worst of the Roman emperors. Although their stories begin very similarly, they diverge. One is widely reviled and one is widely admired. So what is the difference? Why does Nero go one way and Marcus Aurelius go the other? You could actually argue that Nero has a better chance of succeeding than Marcus Aurelius because Seneca is his teacher. He's surrounded by one of the great Stoic philosophers, actually from an earlier age than Marcus Aurelius is. So what happens to Nero? This is the critical question. One of Nero's worst habits is his vanity. He's incredibly vain. He loves adoration and attention. He admires Olympic athletes, sees himself as being like them, but he doesn't actually want to do the work to be an Olympic athlete. So he hosts the Olympics, but then he rigs the Olympics so that he could win. He likes to write poetry, but when he hears of a more talented poet, he banishes him. Instead of understanding that his job demanded a lot of him, he saw that his job put him in a position to make lots of demands on other people, namely attention. He loved attention. He was addicted to attention. He could never get enough. And this addiction to attention makes him incredibly vulnerable to flatterers. It makes him very easily distracted. Epictetus actually tells us a story of watching a man suck up to Nero's cobbler so he could worm his way into the good graces of the emperor. So Nero had created this court around him of people who wanted something from him, people who were dependent on him, people who told him what he wanted to hear. And it created a bubble of unreality, as dictators and kings so often do. There's a story we have about Nero as he would race his chariots. He would arrange to have slaves clap and cheer for him. He wasn't always the most popular, but he fixed things. His vanity demanded that he always be celebrated, always feel like he was loved. And this mattered to him even when it was preposterously fake and untrue. Nero is so vain and so terrified of being alone. After he murders his wife, he finds a male slave who looks like her, dresses him up as her, has him castrated, and then basically goes on pretending like he is his wife, even though he murdered her to begin with. He's a crazy person. And that's the problem with vanity and ego, right? They call this the dictator's trap. When people are scared of a leader, and that leader is incredibly fragile, their ego is fragile, people don't tell them what they need to hear, and they live more and more in a bubble of their own reality. Everyone tells them they're an amazing poet, right? The slaves are clapping, so they think they're a great chariot racer. Everyone tells them they're doing a good job. They tell them the invasion is going well. They tell them that the troops are in great shape. They tell them that the finances are sound. They lie to them because that's what the person wants to hear, when in fact, to be a good leader, you have to know the objective facts of your situation, and you have to be able to deal with unpleasant facts and resolve them, not just make them go away because they're inconvenient. And look, Seneca is not guiltless in this. He would write speeches for Nero that were designed to to gaslight the Roman people that this irresponsible man-child was qualified, was not deranged. In a sane political environment, any number of these things would have been the end of Nero. But it wasn't a sane environment. So it just kept getting worse. This is not normal, people screamed, I'm sure, but it kept getting more and more abnormal. And related to Nero's vanity was its evil twin, his ego. Nero was convinced he was smarter and better and more brilliant and more loved than he actually was. Epictetus, who is a slave to one of Nero's secretaries, has this great line. He says, remember, it's impossible to learn that which you think you already know. Was he talking about Nero? He certainly could have been. It certainly sounds like he was. We know that Seneca writes Nero all these essays, these wise philosophical treatises, but clearly he didn't listen to any of them. Clearly he thought they didn't actually apply to him. There's a famous Eduardo Barón González statue that shows Seneca and Nero interacting. It's one of the, I think, great Stoic statues. You have Seneca, who's got a scroll before him. He's, maybe it's one of these wise philosophical texts. And then you have Nero just sort of sitting there, sullen, not interested. He's hooded. And he's clearly decided that he doesn't need to listen to the philosophy teacher that his mother had assigned him anymore. That he didn't need this guy who was always talking to him about self-control and virtue and selflessness and clemency. That he didn't need to listen to this guy anymore. And it's very clear, you can see a turn in Nero's reign. The early years, which were pretty good, where he listened, where there were adults in the room. And then as he got older, when he stopped listening, and that's really when the wheels began to come off, as they inevitably do for narcissistic leaders. The great biographer of power, Robert Caro, talks about how power doesn't corrupt. He says that's too simple. He says what it does is it reveals. He says power doesn't corrupt, power reveals. And what we see in Nero is not, the easy narrative of Nero is that he is corrupted as he gives power, but it's actually more a process of the varnish coming off, the real Nero emerging. As Nero stops listening to his advisors, as he gets rid of his mother, as he dispatches anyone and everyone who could tell him what to do, the real Nero comes out. And it's not a competent Nero. It's not a open-minded Nero. It's a delusional, it's a vain, it's an egotistical Nero. And thus his collapse and his descent into evil was in this way inevitable. One of the things that power reveals about Nero is something that's very true about most egotistical people, which is they're actually, beneath what seems like confidence, profoundly insecure and paranoid. And Nero is perhaps believing somehow not legitimately the emperor, perhaps knowing that he is hopelessly outmatched and unqualified for this job. And then the very real dangers of having things that other people want. Nero is paranoid that people are out to get him. And slowly but surely, he creates circumstances in which he's able to get rid of his enemies, including his own mother, who he assassinates. He finds her unbearable, so he gets rid of her. He gets rid of a distant cousin because, he hears of a meteor or a comet, and he takes this as a sign that this guy's out to get him. I mean, he just...
And we can compare that to the Trump administration formerly, where he said that he would hire only the best people and then basically fired everybody.
Wildly exaggerating all these dangers. And as he gets rid of potential challengers after challenger, Seneca has to remind him, he says, Nero, it's impossible for you to eliminate every one of your successors. He was making ultimately a very basic Stoic point that we all die eventually and someone takes our place. But it's when his paranoia is empowered by his position, when suddenly he has the power of life and death over people, that he begins to leave this immense trail of bodies behind him. Because he just can't stomach the idea of anyone one day replacing him, even though inevitably, invariably, that was going to happen anyway. Although some Christians would later blame Nero for starting the Great Fire of Rome, he probably didn't, and he probably didn't fiddle while it burned. But like all, incompetent, overmatched leaders, Nero is not able in the moment of a crisis to do the job, right? He's not able to properly direct fighting of the fire. And then once it's done, he uses this as a pretext for these enormous and vain building projects that he'd long have in mind. And tyrants and bullies, eventually the support for Nero erodes. And it erodes slowly and then all at once. Ultimately, Nero has to kill Seneca as well.
And that's how change really happens. It happens gradually and then all at once. So for decades and decades, people will be struggling for real change, and it will be slow and slow and slow. It'll be gradual, and then all of a sudden it happens to increase and accelerate in a very short amount of time.
and he sends goons to dispatch the man who had raised him basically like a son. And as everyone wept and cried in Seneca's house, Seneca stopped him and he goes, "Why is this surprising to you?" He said, "Who knew not Nero's cruelty?" He said, "Look at all the other terrible things he's done to people close to him." He said, "What's left and for him to take me out too?" It had always been there. Who Nero was always there. Power just enabled it. Nero had driven himself into a wicked downward spiral. He descended into madness. And eventually the Stoic opposition applies enough pressure. But of course, even at the end, Nero was a coward. He couldn't take responsibility. He couldn't take ownership. He couldn't go out like a man. One of the members of the Praetorian Guard, when they're watching this cowardly, selfish man-child frantically try to save himself, he goes, "Is it as awful as that to die?" Finally, even his trusted bodyguards abandoned him. And facing what would have been a horrendous death sentence, he would have been tied to a tree and then beaten to death with rocks, and then his corpse would be thrown off a cliff. This is a form of death reserved for the very worst of the Romans. Nero decides finally to commit suicide. He can't do it himself. He's too weak, too timid. Finally, he has Epictetus' boss finish the job for him. And as he shoves the knife in to end Nero's life, Nero's last words are, this is loyalty. It's the deranged final words of a man who prioritized the wrong things from the get-go, who didn't know it was important, who wouldn't have known virtue if it's staring at him in the face, whose reign was going to end no other way than in violence and shame and incompetence. The Stoics would say character is fate. Nero had bad character. Of course it was going to end this way. This is what narcissistic leaders do. They destabilize. They jeopardize.
And history repeats itself if we're not aware of the patterns.
Everything they touch tends to die. And it's why it was such a cautionary tale for the Stoics. Now, maybe this all sounds very distant to you, a feature of the past. You've got this hereditary emperor, this totally unqualified, vain, egotistical, delusional, paranoid man in a position of power, ruling over an immense empire with, Stoic philosophers as his advisors, right? That's a feature of antiquity, but you could flash forward to 2016. Donald Trump is elected president, and two of his advisors are General James Mattis and General H.R. McMaster. I've interviewed General McMaster on this podcast. General Mattis has talked extensively about his fascination with Stoic philosophy, and both of them found themselves in the court in the administration of a very different type of leader, who not only claimed from day one that his inauguration crowds were of unprecedented and enormous size, which they objectively were not, but he insisted that members of his administration parrot that back to him. His reality was more important than actual reality. He preferred his alternative facts to the actual facts. We have immense amounts of research that tell us that Donald Trump handled the presidential daily briefing. The president of the United States gets a classified briefing every day of a handful of pages of the greatest, most expensive, hard-won intelligence in the world. And just in the way that Nero sat hooded, uninterested in the teachings and the insights and the news that Seneca brought him, so we have Donald Trump asking to get on with it, to shorten it. We're told that the intelligence community had to not just shorten each of the briefings, but they wanted it as a story. Trump wanted to see his own name in it often. He was uninterested in things that were complicated and things were negative. When in 2020, the COVID-19 virus began spreading all over the world, Donald Trump blamed his advisors for not having told him about it. And in fact, they had tried to tell him about it. He just wasn't interested in it, right? You can't learn that which you think you already know. Conceit is the impediment to knowledge. He was inherently suspicious of, resentful of the intelligence community for a number of reasons, mostly having to do with the Russia investigation. He just wasn't interested in hearing what they had to say, and thus he misses an enormous crisis, a crisis who...
And that's what happens when you have a big ego and you think you know everything. It leads to cognitive dissonance and also something called the Dunning-Kruger effect, where you know just enough to not be aware how much you don't know.
Whose destruction and devastation would dwarf even that of Nero's Great Fire. And Trump preferred, what he was hearing on Twitter. He preferred not even cable news, but cable news opinion shows, where the pundits, knowing he was watching, would often reflect back to him things he wanted to hear. And that's one of the things that McMaster told me, that it took him some time to understand that Trump didn't want to hear things that were complicated or unpleasant. He didn't actually want the truth. He wanted a briefing that confirmed what he thought about things. That he wasn't really interested in analysis or deeply investigated or reported out information. You know, he just wanted things that confirmed his hunches or that enabled him to do what he wanted to do. And certainly he didn't want to be bored or he didn't want to be lectured. In fact, one of the slurs that Trump would throw at people, he would call someone who was smart or, you know, very fact-based, he'd call them professor. Okay, professor, right? There was a childlike aversion to anything resembling schoolwork or study or learning because that challenged him. It made him feel small, which is what all narcissistic leaders are trying to avoid. That's why they want to have big parades and build big flags and see their name on things. It's also what makes them susceptible to being lied to being misled, to being sucked up to. You know, we talk a lot about norms. Cato gives his life to preserve what was called the mos maiorum, or the old ways. He was a person who deeply believed in institutions, in the primacy of institutions over the individual. But a narcissistic leader can't do that. It can't comprehend this at all. The famous terrible remarks of Donald Trump as he looked out over the dead at Arlington National Cemetery, he said, "I don't get it. What was in it for them?" And I take him at his word there, that he really didn't get it. He didn't understand. He didn't get the idea of sacrificing for something bigger than yourself. He didn't get doing something that wasn't in your immediate self-interest. And narcissists can't, because their whole life is themselves. In Donald Trump, you have someone who loves to use the bully pulpit to be a bully, to go after his enemies, to respond to every criticism you can imagine. It's a guy who uses Thanksgiving and Christmas and holidays to attack people instead of bring other people together. You have Donald Trump telling people that he's, you know, as the greatest president there ever was, that he's as good as Abraham Lincoln. You just have almost incomprehensible vanity and delusion. You have bitterness and resentment and grievance. You have a guy who loves to retweet what other people are saying about him when it's nice. You have all the characteristics of Nero exaggerated to an almost absurd degree.
So we're not going to watch the whole video again. If you would like to see the whole video, it is in the lecture guide. Let's move on to the next video. How I Escaped the Alt-Right Pipeline, a journey of awakening and breaking free of the indoctrination of the right wing.
This video is brought to you by Squarespace. Yes, my brothers, my brodies, my woadies. I'm going to do another one of these little talk to cams. You might have noticed, you know, through some of my videos, I officially joined the woke brigade. It's unfortunate. I didn't really want to, but I'm going to talk how we got here. My political arc has been pretty insane. At one point, I was in a Nico Malama video supporting Trump. That's me. I'll admit it. Blurry boy.
Trauma Reporters UK. I'm here. Look at my hat. I love Donald Trump.
So today we're going to talk about how I managed to escape the alt-right pipeline.
Up yours, woke moralists. How big is Luton?
It's 200,000 population. And how many west? 45. There will never be peace on this earth so long as we have this book. It's a violent and cursed book.
Attacks on mosques. Other minority communities singled out. Wanton violence alongside racist rhetoric.
When I was a young gangster, a YG, I was a little bruh, right? A little bruh. I'm about 13 years old. And we're invited into school. It was mandatory, we weren't invited. And we had to do a speech. So, you know, my mate goes up and he does the history of Chelsea Football Club. A girl goes up and she does about horse riding. I go up with my little thumb drive, plug it in, 9/11. So I basically proceed to radicalise a classroom of young impressionable 13-year-olds as to why the American government did 9/11.
Who do you believe was behind 9/11?
Criminal elements of the military-industrial complex, the same ones that staged Gulf of Tonkin, the same ones that staged Operation, the mass shootings of Operation Gladio.
Right.
Ooh.
I was in this kind of like early conspiracy theory bubble. But what I want to say is it was interesting, right? Because at that time, being a conspiracy theorist wasn't left and right. It was just anti-establishment. And so whilst I was listening to Alex Jones, I'd also be listening to the Young Turks and listening about Occupy Wall Street. So when I was young, I was just a sort of contrarian hipster. I'm not like a communist, but I'm definitely not a capitalist. And I'm definitely left-wing, and I definitely voted to remain in the EU referendum. And so time goes by, I grow up, and I remember I got, you know, I had a few jobs working like fucking Sainsbury's or B&Q, and that was further fueling my sort of anti-capitalist feelings. But I remember I got one job, and I met this geezer, and he was a proper right-winger.
Capitalism is good because capitalism is freedom. Socialism is bad because socialism is tyranny.
It was like a right-winger in the flesh. I'd never seen one before. I was like, what the fuck hell is this? Capitalism good? Welfare state NHS bad? But you see, although I deeply disagreed with all of his views at the beginning, you've got to remember 13-year-old contrarian Jimmy. He's still in there somewhere. And what he's hearing is contrarian views, you say. Anti-establishment, non-mainstream. Little old hipster Jimmy lapped up this sort of right-wing rhetoric because I realized it was different to everyone else, and that would make me interesting if I believed all these things, right? And like, when I say right-wing, it's not, we don't like foreigners. It's stuff like this.
The people who get on welfare lose their human independence and feeling of dignity. They become subject to the dictates and whims of their welfare supervisor, who can tell them whether they can live here or there, whether they may put in a telephone, what they may do with their lives. They're treated like children.
So now I'm at the doors of the alt-right pipeline, right? I pick up my hat with the light, turn the torch on, grab my pickaxe, and I head in. And the first stop is Jordan Peterson.
And then if I'd said to you, please, I'd rather go by she.
Oh, God.
How would you respond to that on a personal level?
Regarding Jordan Peterson, he might be an expert in psychology, but he doesn't know his ass from his face regarding economics.
The way I have responded to that, because I've had a number of conversations with transgendered individuals, is that I use whatever pronoun seems to go along with the persona that they're projecting publicly.
How can I describe the fact that someone who was once a woman, and really still is, had her breasts cut off because she, he, they, their, them had fallen prey to a viciously harmful fad?
So bear in mind, I didn't go to university. I went and just tried to make little businesses. I did a parkour brand, I ran a vegan food store, I did lots of little things. And very importantly, I was not academic. Jordan Peterson, to young Jimmy, sounded like how I imagine smart people sound.
So even if you do happen to be that avatar of moral purity that you claim implicitly, the probability that you'd get to act out your goodness in relationship to those possessed by your ideology is zero.
He would use big words, he would do this with his hand, he would think and contemplate. Like, he was the sort of caricature of a smart person. And it was very interesting because all of his views tended to be quite contrarian to sort of mainstream views. And he would, again, like my friend, he would talk about the benefits of capitalism. He would talk about natural hierarchies and that it wasn't capitalism's fault for hierarchies, but hierarchies are natural. And so it's very interesting because if you think about what Jordan Peterson is and what he thinks.
If you've paid attention to our previous broadcasts, you know that hierarchies, especially pyramid or top-down hierarchical systems, are not natural. Nature tends to balance itself out in the middle, not the top or the bottom. Okay, so we don't have straight-up top-down hierarchies in nature. They're more balanced in the middle, where the center of concentrated power is actually in the center. Right? So it's not at the top or the bottom, it's in the center. And this is another example of how either through misinformation or lack of information on Peterson's part, he's spreading basically misconceptions.
In his words now, back in 2016, it was very different, right?
As a matter of respect, in fact, would you refer to a trans person who asked you to use they, them pronouns, a pronoun which has a several hundred-year historical...
But that's not what we're talking about.
He rises to fame on what he is portraying as a free speech battle. The Canadian government are trying to make it so that if you say the wrong pronouns to a transgender person, you will go to jail. And Jordan Peterson never says something like, I don't believe in trans people, and so I don't believe I should say their pronouns. He's not saying that people who do transgender surgeries are butchers. He is saying that by law, I shouldn't be forced to say anything.
Difference between saying that there's something you can't say and saying that there are things that you have to say. And I regard these made-up pronouns, all of them, as the neologisms of radical PC authoritarians.
As I grew up, I kind of realized he misrepresented this bill and he was blowing things out of proportion. But if we just take it on face value and believe what he was saying, then yeah, it seemed illogical to oppose what he was saying. And so whilst I'm going through Jordan Peterson's books, his podcasts, his speeches, etc., I'm getting this feeling that there's this sort of crazy, indoctrinated Marxist left who are trying to suppress your freedom and usher in communism. And so all this is happening all the way in Canada where no one gives a fuck about. But what about here in Britain, right? In Britain, we have a sort of similar scenario. And it involves a man, a very controversial man by the name of Tommy Robinson. Before we go any further, I want to give a massive shout out to today's sponsor, or a domain. Use the code Jimmy the Giant. Anyway, back.
We're in such a mess.
Boys, I'm not proud of this, but I'm just being an honest person. I'm trying to explain where I was at, how I got to where I was, and how I am where I am now. And so I come across Tommy Robinson in this period of time where he goes to jail for, as he's presenting it to the audience online, trying to report on Muslim grooming gangs. He goes to jail. And I see this as a suppression of journalism, a suppression of free speech by a tyrannical government. You know, and I ignored the fact that it was contempt of court, and he knew exactly it was contempt of court, and he did it deliberately to provoke this reaction. But the way it was being presented was very clever. Again, it was all about free speech. It wasn't about the underlying issue of Islam, etc., but it was just about free speech. And so when you're already primed to be sort of libertarian, pro-free speech, and you're perceiving these attacks on free speech, you start to wonder, why are they attacking these people for their speech? And it unfortunately has this effect of making you think that the person is a truth teller and the government are trying to suppress them. And it reinforces your belief in what they're saying must have some truth to it if they want to hide it so bad. And these people, these what I would now consider grifters, they know that. They know that that's the response and the feeling it's going to create in people. They want to be martyrs because then people will follow them even more ardently.
It's so important for the establishment because they know it beats the people. They know
Free Tommy Robinson and free him now.
And so, yeah, I go to like a rally, like a free speech rally when Tommy Robinson's about to go to jail, and I come across Nico, and I see Nico, and I've seen him online, and I saw how he was trying to present everyone that went to a Tommy Robinson rally as a racist. And I knew, from my perspective, and knowing who I was, I knew I wasn't a racist. And so I go up to Nico, and I tell the people around him that he's trolling you, and he's trying to like make you look stupid online. And then Nico does misrepresent me in the video, and he says that I went up to the police and told them to get rid of Nico.
The police then came over and surprise, he started crying to them as well.
When in reality, I was actually saying to the police that Nico has his free speech. Because, you know, I'm fucking obsessed with free speech in this period of time. I don't know why. I think it's the single most important thing on earth. But either way, like, as much as I disagree with myself for being at that rally and supporting Tommy Robinson in that time, I still stand by the fact that I don't think these people understood why people were presenting them as racist, right? And I just want to touch on that.
Tell me a Trump policy right now.
I support...
Fake, waffle. You're waffling, man. Yeah, answer the question.
His trade policy.
How dare you fake this? How dare you?
You know, now, from, you know, the view I have now, I understand there are sort of two types of racism. There's like overt racism, which is like, you know, I fucking hate migrants when you send them back, they're the worst. And then you have this kind of more like subconscious racism, or like in effect racism. And what I mean by that is, like, I knew I wasn't racist because I grew up very multiculturally and I liked people of different races. I had lots of friendships with them and I got along with them very well. So I never in my heart felt anything bad towards people of different races. But what can happen from there is when you think you're like immune to racism, you sometimes are more susceptible to it in a way, but just a different type of racism. These grifters know they can't just say that, I don't know, black people are inferior genetically, although some of them have started doing that again. They've found sneakier ways of wrapping it, often by hiding behind culture. These pundits will lie and say stuff like 84% of grooming gangs are Asian Pakistani, which has been endlessly disproven. It is white people who make up the majority of grooming gangs. But all this misinformation can lead you to believe that their culture is inferior to ours, and therefore we can't mix. And with the Tommy Robinson thing, it's kind of the same when it comes to Islam, right? You didn't hate people for being like having brown skin. You were simply critiquing their ideology, their beliefs.
You wouldn't do that with Sir William. Would you do that with the Bible? Show some respect.
Show some respect.
Show some respect.
Have you read this?
For people,
have you read this?
There are over 1 billion people.
So, you know, I'm listening to the greatest hits, right? I'm listening to Ben Shapiro debate some 12-year-old feminist. I'm listening to Jordan Peterson, Matt Walsh, I'm Joe Rogan till I fucking die. And I find myself accepting that I must be right-wing now. And, you know, little hipster Jimmy, that's cool because now I'm different to everyone. I'm the contrarian, right? I have all the different opinions. Oh, no, the sky isn't blue. Actually, no, it's a shade of maroon. And, like, when you're listening to all this stuff, you get this sort of impression of the left. Like, what you're perceiving the left to be like, basically the worst of the left.
You know you're a millennial when you question whether or not it's ethical to bring children into this world. Because of climate change. We don't really know whether or not the world's going to be habitable in 30 years.
And so you just get pushed further and further right from more of a reactionary position rather than some actual ideology.
I mean, it's a valid concern considering all the economic and political turmoil we have going on right now. So, and actually that's part of a next segment that we'll do in part 3.
And maybe academic understanding of economies and politics, it just sort of is a feeling. And it's so funny, like when Ben Shapiro and these sort of people get famous off of facts don't care about your feelings. But to be honest, like conservatives these days, it just seems to be mainly emotion. It's how they feel about topics. They hate when you bring up academic papers and actual facts, and they don't trust any of that.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
And ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us
fear-mongering, you gotta love it.
Specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
And either way, I find myself as a right-winger. I have not descended into overtly racist beliefs or overtly transphobic beliefs, misogynistic beliefs. I haven't gone that far, but I probably do house some sort of unconscious discriminatory beliefs in maybe trans people, perhaps even women to a degree. Again, often wrapping their push for equality and better right as some kind of Marxist revolution. But I believe in the typical sort of right-wing viewpoint that the state should be smaller, that people are responsible for themselves, and probably that like poor people are just lazy and they need to fix their own shit, and that billionaires and corporations are really good and like, you know, sort of, unless they're the ones that, I don't know, Russell Brand says is bad, and then all of a sudden they're bad because they're tied to, I don't know, George Soros.
Another con
George Soros
man.
business, bad. Bill Gates business, bad. But Elon Musk buying Twitter, good. Very good. Anyway, I'm deep in the pipeline, right? I'm deep. COVID happens. Obviously, I don't get vaxxed. I don't wear the mask. I'm sorry if I killed anyone. And, you know, again, I regret that position now. I literally didn't want to get vaxxed, not because I thought it had 5G in it or something, but just because I was so sort of libertarian right-wing that I didn't like the fact the government were telling me to do it. And like, I don't know, I'm here today, I'm vaccinated, and the woke police haven't come to my door yet, so probably I was overreacting.
Vaccine passports. While we've been looking in other directions, they are being slowly yet deliberately introduced. Are they the linchpin in a global surveillance network?
So you might be wondering, like, what was the moment?
Are they the linchpin in a global surveillance network? Well, let me give you a lesson on conspiracy theories, okay? Well, we already have a global surveillance network, okay? And Edward Snowden disclosed that a long time ago. They don't need to embed chips in us. They can listen to us on our phones already. They can monitor us even if we deleted our social media accounts, okay? They can see everything already. Why the F would they need to divert more resources and risk further discovery of these secret programs by implementing chips in people? That's just ridiculous. Come on, think about it for 2 effing minutes, you dumbass.
When did it all change? When did the dam break? And there was a moment, right? And I can kind of point to it specifically. And it was through making my videos. Now, as you know, you guys watching, you're probably really into...
So, I mean, both sides employ some fear-mongering tactics, yes, but the right wing disproportionately uses fear-mongering as a prime way to rally people, and this is one of their linchpin, one of their main ways that they do rally people. They rally people by dividing people. They give you an enemy, okay, and yes, fear-mongering happens on both sides, but it's disproportionately affects the right-wing side of things because that's their whole basis for campaigning. They want to pump you full of fear so that you are distracted enough to not pay attention to what they're doing with your money and wages and benefits, which are all going out the door.
To all the social political stuff I do. But originally, I was a parkour YouTuber. And then I became like an extreme sports YouTuber. And when I got to the end of this period in 2022, I wanted to diversify my content, right? And I remember genuinely, I thought I was probably even going to make like those sort of right-wing documentary series, like things like Jen or like some of Moon's stuff, you know, that kind of thing. I thought I'd end up in that ilk. But you see, because I was a smart bruh, and I could read the room, I knew that I could make a video, why Jordan Peterson's the best man alive. I knew I had to take my time to kind of meander. So I made a video on a very specific topic about chavs.
Clothing brands that you didn't like were called chav. Rough neighborhoods were considered chav infested. But what exactly is a chav? And most importantly, where did they all go?
And so I made this video. It's really interesting if you rewatch it because my biases and all of my thinking going into this video is that chavs are bad because they were dickheads and they chose to be bad. But whilst making the video and wanting to address the question like, where did chavs go? Why did they disappear? I stumbled across a geezer called Owen Jones. I see Owen Jones and all of but you see it in the video. I'm like, look guys, I'm about to quote Owen Jones. I don't agree with him, but what he says about chavs is really interesting. You should probably listen to it.
Truly a war in the public sphere. The author and journalist Owen Jones, who I have to admit, I don't really agree with him on a lot, he wrote an entire book called Chavs.
So I read it and I'm like, fuck, maybe chavs were like a product of their environment and their economic status. Bear in mind, this is the opposite. This is the antithesis.
Now you're getting into the dialectical analysis here, the back and forth. We're not just analyzing one side of the situation. We're analyzing the real material conditions and the concerns as well as the ideas. So the back and forth between ideas and material is very important to consider when trying to get to the root of why things are the way they are.
I would have believed as a right-winger that cultures are just like people who make decisions to behave in the way they want to. So these are bad people who are choosing to be bad. So after this video, I go down different.
Yes, both sides are hypocritical. And the reason, though, both sides are hypocritical is because they have limited options. regarding how to satisfy the working class when both parties have been bought and paid for. Now, the Democratic Party has a few candidates that don't accept corporate PAC money, but Republicans don't have any at the moment. I'd like to see more, and I have seen some run that don't accept corporate PAC money, but the majority of them accept the big campaign donations, right? And that makes them slaves to the corporate will. The Democrats, since the Clinton era in the 90s, did start taking big corporate PAC money as well. But before then, they did not. Before then, they actually had a legitimate working class agenda, right? And now we have a situation where both parties, one side is paid to basically lie to the working class, and the other side, the Democrats, are paid to basically be weak and lay down to the Republicans' authoritarian plans. So we don't really have any people representing workers anymore. And yes, you are going to have hypocrisy on both sides. And that's the reason for that, though.
Rabbit, I was making different subcultures. I do skinheads and I do football hooligans, which are both in a very interesting period of time, which is the Thatcher era. And the more I research into Thatcher and see how she completely flipped this country on its head, she completely radicalized Britain into being extreme neoliberal capitalists. And it's kind of become just assumed that that's how the world has always worked. That's how we are. But then I discovered that at some point in society, we weren't fucking insane capitalists that we are right now. I've discovered this because there was a period
Exactly.
of time.
And this is like what I like to emphasize is the early years of the labor movement in the early 19th century, before the Great Depression. We had two socialist parties in this country and a communist party, and they were all accepted. Now, did everybody agree on the stance of the different parties? No. But we had legitimate discourse, right? We had legitimate concerns that the socialists and communists brought up about capitalism. And that gave people more variety in their voting process, right? But since McCarthyism, we've exiled and killed and jailed a lot of those socialists and communists, for no other reason that they challenged the macroeconomic status quo. The early years of America, as we've discussed earlier, folk singers, who were the precursors to country music in this country, which is primarily now considered a right-wing art form, right? They started out as socialists and communists, the folk singers, because they were farmers, right? They saw the big corporations coming in to their small towns, and they said, hell no.
Called the post-war consensus, which I talk about fucking endlessly on this channel. But in that period of time, we followed a style of economics that was called Keynesianism, which meant that the government's job was to make sure everyone was in.
Ah, yes, Keynesian economics, the solution the mainstream had to laissez-faire capitalism, which is hands-off, no government intervention. It is ignoring the systemic root and saying, hey, we can patch capitalism, and as long as we have government intervention, capitalism is the best thing since sliced bread. And it, again, fails to address the larger systemic implications of internal contradictions that Karl Marx laid forth over 2 centuries ago.
Employed and to tax the wealthy at higher rates, use that money to build infrastructure that benefited the people. And then bear in mind, I'm listening to Donald Trump saying, make America great again, and everyone's harping on about how the world was better back in like the 60s and 50s. And then I find out the reason why it was better was because we had mass public investment. This investment led to the greatest economic boom in history.
Exactly, the New Deal. And you go throughout the history of governments trying to help their people out of poverty. No government has successfully reduced poverty without enormous government spending. It's impossible. That's just how it works. The government has to spend money to help the people. And that's what happened during the New Deal. And who did they go to for this money? They charged the rich. They started taxing the rich more because, again, before that era was an era of low taxation for the rich, which saw the rise of the Great Depression and the economic collapse in 1929. Okay, they created the conditions for the collapse, and they're creating the conditions again for another collapse. And we are already in a precarious situation. And as you'll see at the end of the lecture, we'll gauge where we are on that scale, but it's not good.
History raised many of the working class into the middle class, which created a whole host of new industries, new products, basically, it was good shit. What we did then was good. And you've got to bear in mind that I am being...
Well, the solution for me is just to teach people constructive criticism, teach people constructive thinking skills, teach them how to avoid logical fallacies in their arguments, and teach them to question the larger systemic issues that are present. Specifically, when somebody in power tells you that they're going to reduce taxes, you have to ask the question, who are you reducing taxes for? Not just, oh, yay, less taxes. No, who are you reducing taxes for? What's your agenda, okay? And who does it benefit? So by challenging these power structures, we can actually get to the root of systemic issues. And another goal here is actually to try and deprogram some of the right wing who has been indoctrinated with some of this right wing propaganda, specifically aimed towards dividing the working class people and reducing the outcome of solidarity amongst workers. Because when workers are divided, they can actually manipulate and control us more, keeping our wages low, keeping our benefits low, which is what they have been doing for the last 50, 60 years. Wages have been stagnant for over 50 years in this country compared to inflation. They've gone nowhere. While corporate CEO salaries continue to rise and rise exponentially, that money is being slowly funneled from the workers, who are doing most of the work, by the way. Okay? Jeff Bezos didn't get to be the richest person on this planet because he did all the work himself. No, hell no. He had a mass of workers at his heels doing everything that he told them to do, like a king, like a dictator. And I would argue that a real solution is to advocate for more democracy in the workplace, whether that's unions, collective bargaining, or advocate for more worker cooperatives. If somebody is going to start a business like BeneficenceTV, if we expand, we're going to be a worker cooperative. We're not going to be some top-down hierarchy of authoritarian nature, right? We're going to be a collective of people who get together and decide together what to produce, how to produce, and what to do with all the profits that everybody helps generate. Right? And it would never lead to a situation where one person gets a disproportionate amount of the surplus profit while the rest of the workers have to borrow money to put their kids through college. It's never going to happen in a democratic workplace. And as soon as we advocate for more democracy in the workplace, I think we'll start to see a rise in worker solidarity on the left and the right. We need to unify through these workers' struggles. All right? Ignore the culture war issues. Ignore the BS that they put in front of us, and go back to the real concerns of our economic everyday lives. How to pay rent. How are we going to feed ourselves if prices continue to rise and wages don't? Like these are real serious concerns that affect people on the right and people on the left. The problem is we have mainstream propagandists who like to divide that wedge between workers. It's us versus them. No, we can have civil disagreements on economic policy while still agreeing that the largest systemic problems need to be addressed.
Being told the only answer to life's problems is dog eat dog, free market capitalism. Get the government out of everything. The government can do nothing right. Only the geniuses of commerce can do anything. Like our water supply that has no piss and poo in it. Or like our really quick and definitely on time and affordable train system. Or like our really affordable...
Why would I want to put right-wingers in training camps? I simply want to open people's eyes on the right and the left. There's indoctrination on the left too, and I'm not specifically when I'm talking about the indoctrination on the left, I'm talking about centrist left, right? The mainstream democratic indoctrination, okay? Because there's indoctrination going on there too. But the most important part is the Republican Party has a rooted effort in dividing working class struggles, because at the end of the day, they're for individualist freedoms, individualist over collectivist freedoms. Okay, therefore the individualist business owner over the collectivist welfare. All right, that's the left versus right spectrum on the economic compass that people need to pay attention to. Okay, it doesn't matter if you're on the left or right side of that compass. If you are struggling to pay wages or pay your bills because wages are too low, that affects all of us. And we need to open people's eyes that there's a real concerned effort on the right to divide people because they don't want workers gathering together and collectively bargaining, because at the end of the day, that reduces your bottom line as a business owner. You know, you spent all this money lobbying influence over the political system. You essentially bought and paid for the political system in America. You're no way you're going to let the workers get together and band together and demand anything. You're going to separate them. right? It's the age-old divide and conquer. They want people on the left and people on the right to fight against each other, when in fact we're in a situation now where most of the people on the right actually will agree with most of the people on the left if you frame it in a legitimate way that's not full of propaganda. Right? And what I mean by this is when you poll people legitimately on the issue of single-payer healthcare, universal healthcare, when you poll them legitimately and don't skew the question like right-wing polls do, right-wingers actually poll in favor of universal healthcare as well as Democrats. So you have Republicans and Democrats both agreeing that universal healthcare is a right for every citizen in this country. Okay, so that's the lie that the Republicans like to tell you. They like to make you believe that that's not the issue here. But everybody is affected by this healthcare system. And as we've seen, there are people on the right and the left. And the people on the right, specifically Ben Shapiro's audience and other right-wingers, pundits' audiences, are getting pissed off at them because of the disconnection they have from the working class struggle and the Ben Shapiro bubble of rich eliteness, pompousness, where you just act condescending and patronizing to the people who are really struggling in the situation of healthcare, right? He doesn't want you to have universal healthcare because it affects his donors and his rich buddies' bottom line, okay?
Housing that people definitely aren't speculating on and shrinking the middle class.
Private water companies are dumping huge amounts of raw sewage in Britain's rivers and off its coastlines. They're doing so to save money, to ensure returns for shareholders, and by extension, to guarantee massive salaries for bosses at the top.
And so yeah, time's going past, man, and I'm learning this shit, and I'm like, fuck, and I'm starting to realize, like, I don't know if I believe all the things that I believe about right-wing politics, but I hadn't accepted it, right? I was becoming more and more distrustful. Things like this, right? One month, I went on holiday to Thailand. I walk in a coffee shop, and I see the most beautiful woman on earth, who is now my wife, and she is Ukrainian. I go to Ukraine, literally, during the war. I've been to Ukraine many times, and I've experienced air raids. I've heard bombs go off.
There again, more attacks.
Wow.
Putin must be having a slow day.
All the while, I look on my phone at all the right-wingers talking about Ukraine, and they believe that Zelensky is like, I don't know, a blue-haired feminist or something.
I will stress again, one of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine.
And they're trying to say that it's actually NATO, and
Tim
NATO
Pool
are the
is
bad
a
guys, and
tool.
America's bad, even though we're pro.
Let's spread the word. Tim Pool is a tool.
America is bad. And, you know, I'm learning more about the Ukrainian conflict and all the history of how it came to be and why we defend them and why we can't allow Russia to just go and take over sovereign nations. And so you learn more and more about this. But then there was two people I come across that really...
No, I said I wanted to deprogram. So deprogramming, making people wake up, okay? So deprogramming involves making people see if they've been indoctrinated with propaganda. And deprogramming isn't a forceful situation. It's completely voluntary. If you don't want to leave this channel and take the blue pill, that's fine. But I'm offering you the red pill here. And if you listen to my analysis laid out, hopefully I will have some kind of positive effect on some people who are in a situation where I used to be. You know, I used to consider myself when I was very young a right-leaning Democrat, right? And my views are completely different now. I consider myself to be a libertarian socialist. And another point here is a lot of Americans don't even know what a libertarian socialist is, simply because the naivete of our bubble that we live in regarding political economy. They don't realize that there is a spectrum of libertarians, and it's not just right-wing libertarians. There's left-wing libertarians as well, okay? There's a political compass, and if you go on the political compass, there is right-wing and left-wing on the horizontal axis. But on the vertical axis, you have authoritarianism and libertarianism. So there's a whole spectrum there that people need to be aware of. And I always tell people, especially people in the right-wing working class, go on that political compass website, take that test. I think you will be very shocked where you actually wind up, because most people actually vote against their own favor as working class people voting for Republicans who do nothing but dismantle working class rights. I mean, it's that simple. It's a level of indoctrination that needs to be addressed. And deprogramming is a way that you can do that, albeit voluntary and safe in this channels environment. So if you don't want to be deprogrammed, you can leave. I can't really explain it other than that. You know, I'm offering people the red pill here, offering people a way to give an analysis to the real economic situations where the mainstream doesn't give you really any explanation what's going on and what's bound to happen if things don't course correct.
like cemented the change, right? So I'm becoming distrustful of the right. I'm starting to see, like, you know, their takes on Ukraine as being ridiculous. And then I come across a streamer. So right now we're deep in sort of Andrew Tate era. Andrew Tate has blown up, and at first it was kind of, you know, it was kind of fun. It was like, especially if you're sort of a young right-wing libertarian type, you need to get strong to look after yourself, look after women, looking after the people you love. Like, that sort of stuff was kind of nice. I started going to the gym, I started doing all that stuff. I was always sort of into the self-help stuff, so all that shit sounded good. And then he started to talk about women.
To some degree, as a man, you have to instill drama in the relationship.
This
if you
joker,
don't, she's going to get bored.
This guy is an
that's
asshole.
very true, and she's either going to leave, or she will instill the drama, which gives her control.
Then you're seeing all these Fresh and Fit podcasts and Sneeko and all this crazy shit, and you're seeing like people making their entire livings complaining about women, and you're like, what the fuck is this? And there was one.
It's another business model where you make money by sowing division. You know, and we're not going to finish this, but if you'd like to finish the video, the link is in the guide, the lecture guide here. But again, I'm going to say it again and again. Andrew Tate is a taint. He's a horrible person, a disgusting person. And if you just listen to him for 5 minutes, anybody with a rational mind or any moral compass will realize what a disgusting piece of shit he is. All right, so the crisis is hitting Starbucks. We don't have people coming. Let's take a look at this next video.
How far could the price of a cup of coffee go before it's simply too much? The once booming Starbucks is now facing a significant challenge, with its stock value tumbling over 17% since early May. This dramatic drop ties directly to declining sales, leaving many to wonder what's behind the coffee giant's sudden stumble and just how severe could the situation become. Starbucks has long been viewed as a key indicator of consumer spending, reflecting the economic pulse of the U.S. economy. However, its recent financial woes have ignited debate. Is this a symptom of a weakening economy or a Starbucks-specific challenge? With consumers grappling with the pressures of persistent inflation and rising borrowing costs, the coffee chain reported a concerning 2% revenue drop. Its first quarter earnings of $8.6 billion failed to meet analysts' expectations, raising fresh concerns about what lies ahead. A notable slowdown in U.S. consumer spending has sent ripples across the restaurant industry, impacting major players like McDonald's, KFC, and Pizza Hut. Persistent inflation and mounting credit card debt are taking a toll on wallets nationwide. Starbucks, which thrived during the pandemic thanks to its app and federal stimulus checks, now faces a different challenge. To stay ahead, the company must reinvent its approach and avoid being lumped in with fast food chains that simply serve coffee and quick meals. A dispute with the Workers' United Labor Union, tied to the Israel-Hamas conflict, has dealt a significant blow to Starbucks' reputation. The company's decision to sue the union after it voiced support for Palestinians failed to prevent widespread boycotts. These events have taken a toll on its stock, which has plummeted 39% since its peak in July 2021. More recently, a steep 27% decline since November highlights the growing impact of these controversies. Looking at the numbers reveals a sharp contrast in performance. Transactions across North America fell by 7% this year, a stark difference from the 6% growth seen last year. Comparable store sales tell a similar story, declining by 3% in the first quarter, compared to a 12% surge during the same period in 2023. Interestingly, Starbucks continued to expand, opening more locations and bringing the total to 18,652 stores. This aggressive growth strategy helped stabilize overall revenue at $6.38 billion, even as individual store sales dip. Profitability at Starbucks has taken a hit this year, with profits estimated at $1.1 billion, down from $1.2 billion a year ago. The operating margin, a key metric showing how much of each dollar earned translates to profit, also saw a decline. While Starbucks retained 19% of revenue as profit last year, that figure slipped to 18% this year. These shifts highlight growing challenges for the coffee giant as it navigates an increasingly tough economic landscape. When budgets shrink, premium coffee is often the first indulgence people cut. These days, a single trip to Starbucks can cost as much as a modest meal, with prices reaching eye-popping level.
Yeah, so Mr. Laney has got me fired up there. I just wanted to make the record, set the record straight with my opinions and where I'm taking this series, because I am serious about trying to wake people up. It is time that people snap out of it. And he asked the question, what other country do you wish America was more like? And my answer is simple. I wish America was more like America. Only America, back when America was actually a decent country for workers. So during the FDR era, we had a great, strong middle class where one income could sustain an entire family. You could own 1 to 2 cars, you know, pay for your kids' you know, growth and food and all that. And your wife wouldn't have to be inputting a second job or a second income. It wasn't necessary. I mean, she could if she wanted to, but The point is that we need to get back to an era where workers have their real wages keeping up with inflation. And in that situation, you give real purchasing power back to the workers. And we can do this, and it is possible, but we need to focus less on redistributing that wealth and distributing it properly in the first place. And what do I mean by this? So most reforms, or economic reforms rather, or policies aim at redistributing wealth after it's already been distributed in the first place. My advocacy for worker co-ops solves this solution by addressing the distribution at its core. Okay, you're addressing the distribution of wealth at the fundamental root of the microeconomic system, the small business, right? So a small business with a worker cooperative is not going to give a disproportionate amount of money to one person, the CEO, while the others have to use food stamps to buy their food. It's not going to happen. And this is how you avoid having to redistribute that wealth, so you can just distribute it fairly in the first place. And we don't want to force any businesses to turn into worker co-ops, but we give them the option. And specifically, the former head of the Labour Party in the UK, Jeremy Corbyn, had the idea of the right of first refusal, which is a good idea. I think if a company wants to go out of business, like say you have a business owner who wants to retire, if that business owner wants to retire, or sell the company, you have to give the workers the right to purchase that company and form a worker cooperative first. And how do they do that? They do that by getting subsidies from the government, like any other business, right? And we don't have to look for some kind of arbitrary, like design for this to work. It's working right now in Italy. We have the most successful model in Italy working right now, and in that city where it's employed, that law has been in there since basically the start. And nobody had the balls to oppose it politically because it would be political suicide. It is such a popular law that if you are going out of business as a business owner, or you want to sell your business, you have to give the workers the right of first refusal, give the workers the right to buy the business subsidized by the government and form a worker cooperative. And then this kind of skirts the political issue as well, where we can kind of like say, hey, political system's bought and paid for. Yeah, it's cool to advocate for workers' rights when you can, but at the end of the day, we're not going to go anywhere with the political system alone. Okay, that's just not where it's going to happen. We have to radically change our economy from the bottom and advocate that people have a different understanding of how they can form a business or how they can organize labor. There are different options. Obviously, a capitalist option of organizing labor isn't the only option. It is actually more of a reflection of a monarchistic version of a modern economy. So, we have kings and queens as CEOs who basically dictate what happens in the company, who own everything, but do little of the actual work to create the value that is then turned into profit. Where the mass of workers, you juxtapose this against the mass of workers who generate all the profit but don't have any say in their daily lives. And this contradicts our very real fetishism in this country of democracy, because I would argue if you really believe in democracy, you would have installed it in the place we spend most of our lives. If you really believe in democracy, you would have installed it in the workplace instead of miniature kingdoms. We're just repeating feudalism in this respect. And this is the cycle that people need to wake up to. If you don't like feudalism, well, I'm sorry, we just have feudalism 2.0 with the capitalist system as it stands today.
A standard summer refresher, for example, is now priced at $6.45, while a vanilla sweet cream nitro cold brew comes in at $5.75. Even a small bacon and egg sandwich will set you back $5.45. To top it off, customers are often prompted to leave a tip at checkout, adding to the already steep cost. Soaring prices, combined with mounting financial pressures like skyrocketing credit card debt, are pushing customers away, especially.
And another tell of the cracks in our economy, specifically capitalism, is the low wages are so low, and workers are so pissed off demanding higher wages, and the capitalists just don't want to satisfy that because that would affect their bottom line. They have now resorted to guilt-tripping consumers into tipping otherwise positions that wouldn't have been tipped. Okay, so we're installing tip jars in places that before weren't installed. So we're now tipping at Taco Bell, and we're tipping at, you know, like the grocery store and all sorts of places because these fucking assholes don't want to pay us a living wage.
In the premium retail sector, according to the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, Americans now owe a
yeah, basically, yeah, I want to make America great again. I mean, it's not a bad slogan. It's just vague. You have to describe, like, when you say you want to make America great again, you have to explain what era of America do you consider great. You know, you have to provide some kind of context there, and that's funny. But yeah, basically.
staggering $1 trillion on credit cards. From October to December 2022 alone, this debt surged by over $60 billion, reaching $986 billion. Adding to the burden, credit card interest rates have climbed significantly, making it even harder for consumers to keep up. Credit card interest rates are hitting record highs, with the average APR climbing to 22.59% in the first quarter of 2024. This marks an increase from 21.47% during the same period in 2023, and is the highest rate recorded since tracking began in 1994. Although the average APR for accounts assessed interest dipped slightly to 22.63%, the Federal Reserve's rate hikes, aimed at cooling the economy and lowering inflation, are adding pressure. Despite the lowest unemployment rate in over 50 years, many individuals are struggling to manage rising costs. By the end of
So, and that's another misnomer. We're not going to actually finish this video. This is just to give you an idea that the cracks are forming, and this is more evidence to it. But that is a complete bullshit lie. We do not have the lowest unemployment rate ever. If you look at the U6 unemployment rate, now we've discussed this before. The mainstream media likes to cite the U3 unemployment rate because it is considered, in my opinion, it's considered cherry picking the data. It makes it look a lot better, right? But when you look at the actual U6 rate, which includes people who are so fed up with the system, and they give up looking for work entirely, and you factor in all the inadequate jobs, the underpaid, the jobs that hire, basically giving you less hours than you would need. We actually have a high unemployment rate, so it's actually closer to like 8%, and I would argue it's probably higher than that. So what we have here is a situation where you're cherry picking the data, telling people we have the lowest unemployment rate ever, but when you look at the quality of those jobs via the U6 rate, you see that argument breaks down very fast, as people actually don't have good jobs to pick from in that respect. People who want full-time employment but can only get part-time employment are included in the U6 rate. That's underemployment. That is inadequate by any means of an economy, and it should be considered. Why it was thrown out by the mainstream using the U3 rate is telling that they're cherry-picking the data because they want the economy to appear stronger than it actually is. They want capitalism to appear that it's still working, when in fact it's been duct-taped for years, chugging along, jerry-rigged. All right, so we have a video on Ask Professor Wolf, a critique of Robert Reich. Now, I've been watching some Robert Reich's videos. He's got some really good takes, but at the end of the day, his perspective is in the context that capitalism can still be saved, ignoring the larger pattern of Marx's critique, where we analyze different previous economic systems before capitalism. We see the patterns that economic systems are born, they evolve, and then eventually die because they succumb to what he called internal contradictions. Now, since capitalism still has those internal contradictions, this pattern is not likely to break anytime soon, not unless we have some kind of radical change. And I don't see why this pattern isn't going to repeat itself. Nobody has given any indication that capitalism won't succumb to its internal contradictions. This is just the logical outplay of an economic system. Now, Robert Reich has a lot of good takes, but there are, within this framework of capitalism can be saved, and unfortunately, that perspective is just wrong in every respect of recorded history. If you look at the history of slavery, it eventually succumbed to its internal contradiction of how do you reproduce slaves, okay? There's feudalism. It eventually succumbed to its internal contradiction. And now we have capitalism. What makes you think that it's not going to succumb to its internal contradictions?
This is Richard Wolff for Democracy at Work, responding to another Ask Prof. Wolff question from our Patreon community. This one comes from Tom Hall. Tom says he's been looking at Robert Reich's book, Saving Capitalism, or I believe that's the title. I don't want to be unfair. And he wonders what my response is to the argument that Professor Reich makes in that book. So here goes, briefly, but I hope to the point. Robert Reich, like many other liberal or left liberal thinkers in America and beyond, wants to save capitalism because he believes the kind of capitalism we have is misguided, unfortunate, wrong-headed, but changeable, fixable. He refers to the kind of capitalism we have, very critically, by the way, as laissez-faire capitalism. Capitalism where the government doesn't intervene to control, to manage, to regulate, to limit how the system works. He also criticizes contemporary capitalism for the big businesses that dominate it. And he refers, as many do, to something called crony capitalism, where the big shots, the big CEOs, help each other to stay on top of a system that they dominate. And he wants to fix that. He wants to take the system away from the cronies and to reintroduce a healthy dose of regulation that would make capitalism less unequal than it is, less unstable with business cycle crashes than it is, and all around less unjust and less.
So a key point here is thinking that we can fix capitalism and go back to a more fair capitalism, and it won't repeat the same evolutionary process we are in now, leads the question why. Why won't it repeat those same evolutionary steps, especially when we haven't addressed the internal contradictions and the organization of labor, which leads to the cronyisms, the cronies succeeding? You know, nobody asked the question in those realms of supporting capitalism why crony capitalism exists in the first place. Why cronyism? Why do the cronies succeed? Why does the corruption succeed? Maybe it's because the organization of labor distributes the wealth unfairly and unequally to the point where those at the top can use their wealth and power to buy the political system. I mean, it's kind of like part of Karl Marx's analysis that was laid forth over 100 years ago. The capitalist class will always buy or attempt to buy the political system because it's part of ensuring the conditions of their own existence. They want to stay on top.
Less harsh than it is. Robert Reich is in a long line of people with that perspective. They are the fixers. They're going to fix capitalism, make it work as it somehow they think should work, would work, might work, if only it were properly managed. Where the laissez-faire libertarian types think that properly managed capitalism is unmanaged capitalism with no government to intrude its management on the system, Robert Reich has kind of the opposite view. You might call it the New Deal Rooseveltian view. That capitalism left to itself has got a lot of wrong things that happen, and so you need the government to get what's good out of capitalism, but repress and block what isn't. Well, you know, I might have been willing to go along with such an idea 100 years ago, when capitalism was still relatively young. I might have been even willing 50 years ago, but I'm not anymore. And the reason is simple. Efforts like Robert Reich's to get out of the bad kind of capitalism and get us over into what he sees as the good kind haven't worked out real well. Look around us now. We have greater inequality than we did 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. Capitalism isn't moving us towards more equality, it's doing exactly the opposite. What about stability? Well, I would answer, We've had 3 crashes in the first 20 years of this century's capitalism. The dot-com crash in 2000, the subprime mortgage crash in 2008, and the COVID-19 crash, so-called, right now. This system is very unstable. And if you have really bad luck, like we do, we have a very bad virus pandemic on top of our capitalist system's latest and one of its worst crashes. So I'm not persuaded that fixing it is a viable strategy. The people who fixed it after the great crash of the 1929-30s, the Great Depression, the people who fixed it then, their fixes came undone.
And that's another good point, that any struggles from the working class that lead to workers' rights or workers' benefits will always inevitably be undone by the capitalist class who is opposing that agenda. That's the internal contradiction. You have 2 opposing agendas from 2 different classes, and they're always going to oppose each other because the way labor is organized.
No sooner was Franklin Roosevelt in his grave and World War II over than the business community, the capitalists, took over the government and rammed through the undoing of the New Deal. All those fix-its, the kind that Robert Reich's book advocates, were undone. They weren't secure. And you know why they weren't secure? Because fixing capitalism isn't enough. It's time to get rid of this system. It doesn't work. Even when, after much struggle, you can make a few fix-it adjustments, like Robert Reich wants, and like we did as a nation in the 1930s. Even if you struggle long and hard, and even if you win, the system leaves the power and the profits in the hands of the capitalists, who use their position and use those profits to undo whatever fix-it the mass of people has been able to achieve. My view, we've worked real hard to fix capitalism over and over again. And either we failed to fix it, or the fix-its, when we succeeded, were undone, because capitalism is a system that undoes the very fix-it that the mass of people impose on it. We've been there, the fix-it game. We've done that. We're not going to do it again. I think you have to realize, after all of our experiments with the fix-its and the undoing of the fix-its, that we're not going down that road anymore.
Yeah, there's only so many ways and times you can patch that pipe before it finally gives in and it becomes irreplaceable, right? There's only so many ways you can jerry-rig a system to keep chugging along before it finally collapses in on itself. And that's the main point here, is that these things are cyclical and they happen over and over again unless we are aware of them and are conscious enough to avoid them. So regarding advancements made for workers within a capitalist framework, capitalists will always undo any advancements of the working class. Thus, the system needs to be replaced, or else we repeat this cycle of class struggles over and over again. All right, so the system repeats itself, ensuring the conditions of its own existence. This is a chapter from The Social Situation, a show that I produced a while ago. We have 3 episodes. I'm not sure I'm going to do a 4th one, but you are free to watch those on your own time. We're going to watch just one little clip from episode 2. I think it's episode 2. No, episode 3.
By examining specific examples, such as the limited representation of third-party candidates, political connection to corporate interests, and stance on labor issues, we reveal the complexities and implications of the episode. This show serves to unmask the power dynamics, exploitative practices, and enduring influences within the American political system, paving the way for critical discourse and the pursuit of a more equitable and democratic future. In this chapter, we explore how capitalism has insidiously dominated the political landscape, not only in America, but also across the globe. As a pattern of predictable irrationality, capitalism's inherent flaws repeat themselves over and over, enabled by its indoctrinated supporters. By examining historical examples, we will uncover how capitalism's stranglehold on the political system repeats itself, stifling genuine democratic expression and consolidating power in the hands of a few elite. To understand American politics, you have to understand the duopoly dilemma. The American political system is entrapped within the confines of a duopoly, where two dominant political parties consistently push out alternative voices that would change the status quo. This unyielding control by the Democrats and Republicans distorts democracy, empowering the moneyed interests and limiting true political diversity. The capitalist class, possessing immense financial resources, skillfully manipulates the political sphere. Through campaign donations, lobbying, and a revolving door between corporations and government, capitalists have created a privileged space for their interests, reinforcing the oligarchy's power and perpetuating a cycle of irrationally predictable inequality. From its inception, capitalism has manifested itself through colonialism and empire building, the exploitation of resources and labor in other nations to serve the interests of dominant capitalist states, mirrors the subjugation of the American political system. By applying the dialectical analysis to history, we can understand these irrational patterns and learn how to recognize them. Marx called this historical materialism. The globalization of capitalism further reinforces its grip on politics. Neoliberal policies, promoted by capitalist-dominated international institutions, espouse free trade and deregulation. Such policies often weaken national sovereignty, allowing corporate interests to transcend borders and infiltrate political systems worldwide, sowing the seeds of an oligarchy in multiple democracies. Capitalism's inherent nature leads to the concentration of wealth in the hands of a select few. This accumulation of economic power directly translates into substantial political influence, allowing the capitalist elite to shape policies and laws that primarily benefit them, perpetuating the oligarchical structure and further widening the wealth gap. When you have 5 individuals who own more wealth than the bottom half of the entire planet, considering money buys political influence, you can begin to see how capitalism reinforces the conditions of its own existence by buying the political process. It is an inherent flaw of the way labor is organized, and it doesn't matter how you change the system, it will always evolve to this late stage. History demonstrates capitalism's effectiveness at co-opting revolutionary movements. By absorbing radical ideas into a capitalist framework, dissent can be mollified and integrated within the boundaries of the system. This process dilutes genuine revolutionary potential, reinforcing the existing oligarchy while creating the illusion of change. An example of this can be seen in the labor movements of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. During this period, workers' movements, trade unions, and socialist parties emerged with the goal of challenging capitalist exploitation and advocating for workers' rights and better conditions.
Where did critics of capitalism, by the way, who called themselves socialists back then, where did they do best? Which state legislature had the most elected socialists of all the 48 states at the time? I won't quiz you. You probably wouldn't guess in a million years. Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Socialism in Oklahoma. Lots of it. I bet you there was a lot here in Idaho, too.
When the socialists here were in office, they were very practical. They were prudent. They were planners.
Hone's vision was so successful that in the 1930s, Milwaukee was regularly rated the best run city in America, the healthiest city in America.
People in Milwaukee for most of the 20th century had an extraordinary faith in the possibilities of democratic government to do good.
October 29th, 1929, Black Tuesday. The New York Stock Exchange is in a panic.
In the 1930s, you had a depression. It made the mass of the American working class suffer terribly. And they demanded help.
They demanded help, and what did FDR do? He went to the head of the Socialist Party, Eugene Victor Debs, and he asked them, how do I appeal to these working class people's needs? And his response was, you need to give the people what they need. Okay, you need to give them Social Security, okay, compensation, or insurance. Social Security was a socialist proposal, okay? You need to give them unemployment insurance compensation, okay? You need to give them a 5-day standardized work week, 40 hours during that week, no more. Any more, you must get overtime. These are proponents and policies that were advocated and were successfully installed, and some of us benefit from today because of the socialist and communist agendas of the early 1900s in this country. Literally, socialists and communists built and unionists built the middle class of this country because they pressured FDR into relieving the enormous economic strain that the capitalist class had set upon them when they raped our economy by lowering taxes to the point where the poor had to pick up the difference and shoulder the burden, which is what's happening now. So I want you to think about that going into the new administration. So let's look at remnants of successful propaganda. This actually should have been in the other segment. But either way, introduction. Beware the echoes of the Cold War. Okay, so propaganda doesn't discriminate. It's an equal opportunity deceiver. You don't need to be uninformed or unintelligent to fall for it. And this is why I kind of emphasize having these discussions, because I know a lot of intellectual people who are very smart who've fallen victim to Cold War propaganda. In fact, some of the brightest minds have been ensnared by its clever narratives. This phenomenon, which we'll call Cold War syndrome, is a lingering effect of decades-long propaganda campaigns designed to shape public perception and maintain control. So what exactly is Cold War syndrome? Let me blow that up for you guys just a little bit. So what exactly is Cold War syndrome? It's the psychological conditioning that leaves individuals predisposed to seeing the world through a lens crafted by powerful structures. Like an outdated app running in the background of your mind, it distorts how you process information, making you more susceptible to fear-based narratives and binary thinking, like the immigrants are coming to take our jobs. They're taking our jobs. In this chapter, we'll break down exactly what is Cold War syndrome, okay? The historical roots of it, how Cold War propaganda shaped cultural narratives, the symptoms, recognizing the patterns of indoctrination in modern thinking. Okay, we'll also go over propaganda's target, why it works on everyone, why even extremely smart individuals and geniuses, for that matter, can even fall prey and victim to its susceptibility. How even critical thinkers can be influenced, emotional manipulation, and its role in creating lasting bias. Echoes in the present, modern examples of Cold War syndrome, persistent fear of the others, foreign nations, and ideologies. How this mindset props up the military-industrial complex and justifies interventionism. And the last part, we're going to be going over deprogramming Cold War syndrome, practical steps to question inherited narratives, learning how to identify and resist emotional manipulation in media and politics. So, just what is Cold War syndrome? Well, Cold War syndrome is what I like to call the syndrome that is the deeply ingrained indoctrination born from decades of Cold War era propaganda that conditions Americans and Canadians, for that matter, to reflexively reject Marxism, socialism, and communism as synonymous with tyranny, poverty, and failure. This mindset didn't emerge organically, okay? It was engineered by the elites, with the CIA playing key roles in its dissemination. Okay, remember that. The deliberate obfuscation of these terms, socialism, Marxism, and communism, further played its role via something called agitprop, or agitative propaganda. As a critical tool in this effort, agitprop was designed to provoke anger and emotional reactions, effectively distracting people from engaging with the intellectual arguments these ideologies presented. Through this strategy, socialism and Marxism were reduced to crude caricatures, versions of breadlines and gulags and totalitarian dictatorships, overshadowing their more complex critiques of capitalism and proposals for systemic change. Instead of fostering understanding, this propaganda blinded the public with fear and suspicion, ensuring that meaningful discussions were stifled at their inception. Anyone unwilling to engage in an open-minded intellectual discussion critiquing capitalism often suffers from Cold War syndrome, as their psyche is conditioned to equate anti-capitalist ideas with threats to their identity or freedom. This conditioning creates a psychological barrier too fragile to entertain alternatives, as it challenges deeply held beliefs instilled by decades of propaganda. The fear of confronting these ideas stems from the indoctrination that any critique of capitalism is inherently unpatriotic, oppressive, or doomed to fail, preventing meaningful discourse, and perpetuating the very system that exploits them. For those still programmed into the matrix of Cold War syndrome, even the mere suggestion of deprogramming can be so uncomfortable that they instinctively look the other way. It's a reaction rooted in cognitive dissonance, a defense mechanism to avoid confronting deeply ingrained contradictions. This response is analogous to a kid sticking their fingers in their ears and yelling, "I can't hear you, I can't hear you." Rather than actually engaging critically, they retreat to their safety of their programming, shielding themselves from the ideas that challenge their conditioned worldview. Now, during the Cold War era, the CIA covertly funded media outlets, cultural institutions, and academic programs to craft a narrative that equated critiques of capitalism with authoritarianism and framed socialist ideas as existential threats to freedom. That was the CIA. For example, the CIA bankrolled literary magazines like Encounter to promote anti-communist intellectualism, orchestrated the distribution of Orwell's Animal Farm in 1984 to further demonize the idea of collectivism, planting seeds in all of our heads, right? And even infiltrated labor unions to weaken leftist movements. Through these efforts, alternative systems of thought were painted as inherently oppressive, while the unchecked dominance of capitalism was portrayed as the only path to liberty. This deliberate shaping of public consciousness not only safeguarded the interest of capital during the Cold War, but ensured the conditions for capitalism's continued existence by snuffing out the legitimate criticisms of capitalism and stifling genuine economic change. This mindset perpetuated a macroeconomic status quo that secures the dominance of those at the top while foreclosing opportunities for collective liberation and systemic reform. Now, the core analysis here, or how Cold War syndrome operates. Let's look at the propaganda's playbook, okay? So propaganda thrives on emotional manipulation. By bypassing critical thinking, it implants fear, suspicion, and even revulsion towards alternative ideas. You don't know how many people have just walked away or basically not even want to engage in a conversation when I bring up the fact that I'm a socialist. It's ostracizing because of the agitprop that has been ingrained in Americans for decades. They just don't want to deal with the uncomfortable word. So using tools like agitprop to evoke visceral reactions that drown out rational debate. Now this is literally blinding you to a rational debate that you could be having. And instead, it teaches you to stick your fingers in your ears, cover your eyes, and pretend that there's no problem. So using fear as a tool, the imagery of gulags, breadlines, and dictatorships overshadowed any serious discussion of socialism or Marxism, right? They're making caricatures of what was legitimate concerns. Identity conditioning. Now, criticizing capitalism was framed as unpatriotic, an affront to personal liberty. Again, this was a CIA-head campaign to deliberately indoctrinate Americans. The mechanics of indoctrination, the media and cultural manipulation. During the Cold War, the U.S. government, particularly the CIA, orchestrated a broad campaign to align capitalism with freedom and socialism with oppression. We needed a new enemy for the war machine to keep turning, right? More money to be put into those warmongers' pockets. So we manufactured an enemy that was once our friend. Remember, if you walked into post offices in the early 1900s, you would see a picture of not only Uncle Sam, but Uncle Sam hand in hand with Uncle Joe. Who was Uncle Joe? Joe Stalin. Now, I'm not saying I agree with everything Joe Stalin did, but at one point you have to remember that Joe Stalin was an ally to this country. And then out of nowhere, the next day, he was an enemy. You have to look at the root of that situation, right? What caused that? What led that up? What led to that situation? And a lot of what led to that situation was the war machine had no war. They needed another war to keep the profits flowing. Okay? So, and the CIA orchestrated a broad campaign to specifically snuff out any criticisms of capitalism, whether it was from a socialist or communist or anywhere in between. So academia and literature, they funded literary magazines like Encounter to ensure that anti-communist intellectualism dominated academic spaces. In pop culture, Orwell's work, particularly Animal Farm in the film 1984, were deployed as a nuanced critique. Were deployed as nuanced critiques, but were deployed not as nuanced critiques, but as blunt instruments to vilify collectivism. And labor movement sabotage. Unions were infiltrated by CIA agents and weakened to dismantle leftist solidarity because they threatened the macroeconomic status quo. They threatened the pockets of the rich. Cognitive dissonance and reflexive rejection. This deeply ingrained conditioning creates a psychological fortress around capitalism. So cognitive dissonance is engaging with anti-capitalist ideas, challenges deeply held beliefs, causing discomfort and defensive reactions. And this is what cognitive dissonance is. It's where something is literally so uncomfortable, you ignore logic. Deflection tactics, which is a common response, including labeling critiques as un-American or dismantling them as naive unpatriotism. And if you paid attention in the episode 1 and my previous live streams on these topics, you will understand that these are logical fallacies. They don't hold any logic to them. They have no leg to stand on in a logical argument. They are by definition illogical. They're logical fallacies. There's fallacies in the logic of these arguments. So why does this matter, though? Let's look at the ongoing impact of Cold War syndrome, because it does matter. The remnants of this propaganda aren't just historical curiosities. They actively influence contemporary politics and economics today. So the mischaracterization of social movements, activism and universal health care, wealth redistribution, and labor rights is often painted with the same Cold War brush, dismissed as radical socialism that never worked. Barrier to systemic reform. Fear of socialism prevents meaningful discussions about addressing wealth inequality, corporate power, and climate change. So modern agitprop. New faces, same game. While the Cold War ended, the strategies remained. Today's agitprop tools include media echo chambers and cultural fear-mongering. So we see this all the time. Corporate media perpetuates the narrative that capitalism is synonymous with freedom, which it is not. Cultural fear-mongering, terms like socialism, are weaponized in political discourse to shut down nuanced debate. But as you'll see, the newer generations aren't buying the con anymore. Okay? They're not buying the bullshit. Breaking free, overcoming Cold War syndrome, critical thinking, and deprogramming. So deconstructing Cold War syndrome requires a conscious effort to confront indoctrination. And this is what we do here. We make a bold effort to confront indoctrination. Now, I welcome everybody's opinion on this channel. Obviously, I want to hear your opinion. But I am not afraid to confront propaganda when I see it. Okay? Understand the origins. Recognize how and why these narratives were created. Engage with suppressed ideas. Read alternative perspectives and challenge your own biases. Foster open dialogue. This is very important. You need to encourage discussion to prioritize understanding over fear. Don't just fear socialism. Talk to a socialist and understand why they are a socialist. Okay? My door is always open. Embrace complexity. Socialism, Marxism, and critiques of capitalism are not monolithic. They offer diverse frameworks for addressing systemic issues. Understanding their nuances is key to dismantling the oversimplification and caricatures perpetuated by propaganda. So, in conclusion, the path forward. Cold War syndrome is a barrier, but not an insurmountable one. By recognizing its roots and effects, we can reclaim intellectual freedom and foster a more open, nuanced discourse about economics and social alternatives. Breaking free from this conditioning isn't just an act of personal growth. Okay, I've done it. I know a lot of people who have personally done it. It's a step towards systemic liberation. Okay, waking yourself up is liberating. Now, it's scary, that transition, when you're being woken up and you're realizing all of these systemic issues and none of them are being addressed. It's kind of discomforting at first, but I think you will find comfort in the long run knowing that you have a better understanding of what's actually happening to you as a worker in this country. So key takeaways here is true freedom lies not in clinging to the narratives of the past, but in challenging them to build a more equitable future. We have a quick video. Richard Wolff responds to Jordan Peterson. This is a good video. Let's watch this for a minute while I get ready to prep for the next section.
Through the magic of the internet, it is possible for me to respond to some things that were said by a Canadian psychologist by the name of Jordan Peterson, who teaches at the University of Toronto. I'm not going to be talking about the psychology he teaches or that he preaches, because that's not my area of expertise, just as it's clear that Marxism is not his. However, he has made statements about Marxism, despite not knowing very much about it, as is evident from what he says. These have...
So here you'll see examples of Cold War syndrome in action, affecting a very, what I would consider and otherwise consider a very highly intellectual individual. Jordan Peterson is a very intelligent person. Now, he's not very informed on economics. And this is kind of like goes back to the whole saying, like, stay in your lane. You know, you don't study economics, so why are you perpetuating these lies about economics? Well, that's where the Dunning-Kruger effect comes in, and that kind of plays in with these Cold War syndrome that has indoctrinated a whole generation of boomers into thinking that capitalism is synonymous with freedom, and it simply is not, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, there are much more better circumstances compared to what we have now in socialist countries like Norway and Finland and Sweden, where they don't have to pay for healthcare and education. Healthcare and education debt does not fucking exist in those places, okay? Wrap your head around that. That means they don't have to worry about that. That's two less things they have to worry about, on top of all the other social safety nets that help the working class over there in those places. Their material conditions are objectionably better than ours right now. We have to recognize that if we want to find real solutions, we have to listen to what the fucking socialists are saying.
Included daring Marxists to debate with him, just for the record, anytime, anywhere, as long as we can work out the details, no problem at this end. So what is it that's wrong with what Mr. Peterson has to say about Marxism? Well, it's partly that he's recycling old Cold War stuff. The Cold War was over in 1989. Most of us have moved on around the world. Mr. Peterson seems to be stuck. And he's stuck with one of the oldest kinds of arguments imaginable, telling us that we should not be interested in Marxism. In fact, it's kind of immoral, in his words, to be interested in Marxism in view of what Stalin did in Soviet Russia. Well, okay, Stalin did terrible things in Soviet Russia. However, Marxism exists in every country on the face of the earth. It's been going on for 150 years, and a lot more than what happened in Russia under Stalin.
And by the way, if you look at the history of Marxism, in the last 150 years since Marx's death, Marxism spread faster than Christianity. So wrap your head around that fact as well.
Over a period of 15 or 20 years has to be taken into account if you're going to make an assessment of Marxism. To use the one example that is really horrible over there as the judgment on Marxism would be about the same sense as saying Christianity should be dismissed because of the Catholic Inquisition or the destruction of the Native American population by Christians, or the Holocaust against Jews, gays, and so forth by Christians in Germany, and on and on and on. 2 world wars by capitalist Christian countries fighting each other might all qualify for the kinds of argument Mr. Peterson makes. We don't make those kinds of arguments because they make no sense, and Mr. Peterson oughtn't to do that with Marxism. The only other thing to say is he seems to reduce Marxism, when he actually talks about it, to the problem of inequality, that some people are rich and others are poor, and he deals with that by the very sophisticated notion that poor people's anger at rich is their envy of the success. This is an insult to those folks who are critical of inequality, but apparently Mr. Peterson doesn't worry about that. So let's respond.
It is a gross oversimplification of the situation. And it's telling that somebody as smart as Jordan Peterson should not be making these simple oversimplification mistakes. But he's indoctrinated with old Cold War propaganda. He suffers from Cold War syndrome that blinds him to logic, even though he's highly intelligent.
Inequality is indeed a social problem, but it has nothing particularly to do with Marxism. People have been talking about the problem of inequality for thousands of years before there ever was a Karl Marx or a Marxism. The whole point of Marxism was to explain why inequality under capitalism didn't go away. And let's remind everybody, capitalism comes into the world in the French and American revolutions, talking about being better than feudalism, because under capitalism, you see, we are free, we are equal, we are democratic, and all the rest of it. Capitalism was to bring, in the words of the French Revolution, liberty, equality, and fraternity. Well, as you know, and I know, and even Mr. Peterson must know, we have capitalism, we sure do, but we don't have freedom, equality, and fraternity, not even close. Mr. Peterson's own speech is an indication of that. So the Marxists have always said, why is that? Why do we not have the equality that capitalism promised? And the answer is in the analysis of capitalism, the way in which capitalism organizes society with employers and employees, the kind of parallel to lords and serfs and masters and slaves, such that the employees produce the wealth that the capitalists get into their hands, thereby becoming wealthier, while the mass of the working people are excluded from the very surplus their creativity puts on this earth. In other words, there's an explanation. If Mr. Peterson understood that, his critique of capitalism might address that explanation. Instead, he acts as though there is no explanation, that Marxism is about the envy of the poor against the rich, with this caricature, with this straw man, which he knocks down with gusto. He thinks he's actually done something. For those who know something about Marxism, listening to him is embarrassing.
It is very embarrassing listening to Jordan Peterson talk about Marxism or economics in general. He's very intelligent when it comes to psychology, but he doesn't know shit about Marxism or economics. So, propaganda can affect anybody. Anybody can be indoctrinated to believe something that's illogical. We see that all the time, every day. Even highly intelligent individuals can be indoctrinated. So, that's the end of the propaganda and media section. We're going to look back at heroes who dared to defy the system. It is possible, and here's the proof, okay? So it's possible to change things. You just have to have a little courage. So, let me enable the, there we go. And we're going to blow this up a little bit. So, Throughout history, the true heroes who have inspired transformative change for the working class had one defining trait in common. What was it? Spoiler alert, it wasn't wealth or corporate clout. You know, like Trump or Musk. They weren't captains of industry or successful Wall Street moguls. No, these individuals were critical of the very system that lionized those roles, and they paid a heavy price for challenging it. So, the status quo exposed. Let's be real. Capitalism isn't just an economic system. It's a survival machine that depends on controlling the government, media, and even culture to protect its existence. It's a system built on the premise that a tiny minority control the wealth, while the majority fight for crumbs. Here's the rub. To survive, capitalism must suppress legitimate criticisms that threaten its stranglehold, like criticisms brought up by socialists like me. It's like an overly sensitive Wi-Fi router. Any signal interference and it goes back into lockdown mode. That's why voices of dissent are so often silenced or co-opted. So let's meet the Mavericks. Figures like Malcolm X, Martin Luther King Jr., and yes, even Tupac Shakur weren't just activists or artists. They were truth tellers who saw through the smoke and mirrors. They had the audacity to say, this system sucks. The system isn't broken. It's working exactly as it's designed against us. And that made them dangerous. So let's look at Malcolm X. A relentless critic of the systemic racism and economic exploitation, Malcolm understood that capitalism thrived on division and oppression. His powerful rhetoric didn't just call out racial inequality, it exposed the economic machinery behind it. Okay, Martin Luther King Jr., while often sanitized as a dreamer of racial harmony, King was deeply critical of economic injustices as well. His advocacy for workers' rights and anti-imperialism was a direct challenge to the capitalist system. He famously said, "We must rapidly begin to shift from a thing-oriented society to a person-oriented society," meaning we must shift from individualism to collectivism. Booyah! And finally, we have Tupac Shakur. More than just a rapper, Tupac was a poet and social critic who spoke directly to the struggles of the working class. Tracks like Changes and his advocacy for community empowerment showed a deep understanding of systemic oppression. His voice resonated with many because it was real, and people connected with it, and that made it a threat. That made him a threat. So, why were these people targeted? Well, they were revolutionaries. They advocated that capitalism was bad. They advocated that we move past capitalism for a different alternative. Capitalism thrives on maintaining the illusion of choice while suppressing genuine alternatives. These figures didn't just critique the system, they offered visions of empowerment that terrified the ruling class. Their ideas gained traction because they resonated with everyday people who could see the cracks in the facade. But capitalism doesn't do well with competition, especially not from ideas that empower the majority. Remember, most people aren't capitalists, they're workers. And so, these heroes faced smear campaigns, surveillance, and in some cases, violent ends. The system doesn't just ignore dissent, it actively crushes it. Okay? Now, a lesson here is change is possible. It very well is possible. If there's one takeaway here, it's that change, real change, has never come from the top. It's always been driven by those who dare to dream of a better world and fight for it. Those heroes remind us that the status quo isn't invincible. It's propped up by the fear and inertia, and when people unite to challenge it, progress becomes inevitable. So the next time you're told that's just the way things are, remember, the voices of Malcolm, Martin, and Tupac, they didn't settle for the world the way it is. They envisioned the world as it could be. And so can we. I think we can do better than capitalism. I'm not naive to believe that capitalism is the best thing since sliced bread and it's the only system we need to survive. I'm not that naive, okay? We have a message from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I'm going to play that 1 second.
All we say to America is be true to what you said on paper. If I lived in China or even Russia or any totalitarian country, maybe I could understand some of these illegal injunctions. Maybe I could understand the denial of certain basic First Amendment privileges because they haven't committed themselves to that over there. But somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest far right. And so just as I say we aren't going to let any dogs or water hoses turn us around, we aren't going to let any injunction turn us around. Well, I don't know what will happen now. We've got some difficult days ahead. But it really doesn't matter with me now because I've been to the mountaintop. Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. So I'm happy tonight. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
He just walks away like a badass. I love it. So, with that, we are going to jump into a quick link for a Richard Wolff lecture on the emerging New World economy. And then we have a quick economic update as well from Richard Wolff in a separate video. And then we're going to move on to part 3. And part 3 is something new that I haven't done yet, but it's a segment called Marx My Words. Okay? And we're going to get into that in a few minutes. So let us do the Richard Wolff lecture on the emerging New World economy.
About the emerging New World economic order. I do that because enough of the outlines of that new order, enough of the profiles of the key players are now clear that we can take a step back from the daily and weekly events we normally analyze to look at the larger picture for a moment. I almost said darker picture. It isn't all dark, but it is larger. It's an overview, if you like, of what's happening in the world, and I mean it to inform our understanding of all the details that we'll be talking about in the future programs that we will be developing. And the way I'm going to do this today is organize it around 4 major developments that are happening at the same time, interacting with one another, but together give us a clear sense of where this new world economic order is coming. Okay, we begin. Over the last 30, 40, 50 years, depending on how you count, we have been involved in what is called neoliberal capitalism, or if you like, global capitalism. And here's really all that that meant. That coming out of the Great Depression and World War II, private-led capitalism had a new chance to rebuild after the war, to try to recoup after the Great Depression, and to have another growth spurt, which it did. By the 1970s, that growth spurt was beginning to have a problem keeping going. Not unusual in the history of capitalism as a system. It is growth spurt driven. But after the 1970s, the growth spurt took an unusual form. Where before, capitalism had spurted from New England to the Midwest, from the Midwest to the far West, from all of those areas to the American South. Now, after the 1960s and 70s, capitalism's next growth spurt was out of the country, to Asia above all else, but also to the other parts of what has come to be called the global South. More money was to be made there. Wages were much cheaper there. Environmental protection less there. And governments everywhere eager to provide jobs for their people, and American corporations, just like European and Japanese corporations, eager to have access to cheaper labor, eager to have access to huge Asian markets. And so neoliberal globalization took hold. Huge numbers of jobs moved from the old centers of capitalism, Western Europe, North America, Japan, to the new dynamic centers, China, India, Brazil, and so on. A remarkable process of explosive growth. And in this situation, we find ourselves living with the results of that process. The first result, a hollowing out of the old working class in the old centers of capitalism. What do I mean? I mean that jobs left. The jobs that left first, say from the United States, were the highest paid. The unionized jobs, the factory jobs, where workers' struggles had built up decent livelihoods for people. That's where there was the most gain in profit if you could move that production to the cheap labor in other parts of the world. And so we lost our steel factories, our auto factories, our aluminum production, all of the basic industry of the country. Why? Because it was profitable for capitalists to move, and move they did. And the middle class fell apart. The jobs disappeared. From being a high-paid industrial worker, you became a low-paid greeter at Walmart, etc., etc. Inequality grew because the 10% who own all the shares made all the big profits, and the mass of the working class took a real hit because those in America had to compete with the cheaper labor in China, India, and we all know the result. And it had one more effect. It created capitalist powers outside of the United States, Europe, and Japan, who hadn't seen that before. China, above all, but also India, Brazil, and others emerging, so that the Western capitalist old centers had a dynamic new center competing with them. These were very new developments. One of the things provoked by it, an upsurge of militant labor movements. No surprise, They were reacting to the hard times working classes are facing, one after the other, all over the world. Even in China and India, because of the sudden transformation of agrarian people into industrial working classes, that always shakes people's lives, that always creates tension. And in the West, the disappearing jobs, the disappearing middle class, the disappearing standards of living, the disappearing opportunities for children. Capitalism in the West was under strain. Let me assure you that the rising militancy of the labor movement here in this country, led by service workers among the lowest paid, should be no surprise. The fact that France as a whole country is shut down by the demand of its working classes not to have the problems of French capitalism taken out on them by taking away the pensions they've already paid for. Or the Germans who last month shut down the transportation system in their country as a protest against the inflations attacking the working class. And I'll come back to that. We had a shift from globalized neoliberal expansion to its opposite, retraction, countries fighting against one another, the United States shutting down, hobbling interactions with China. Economic nationalism replaced neoliberal globalization. Europe is caught between, trying to figure out what to do. Should it still stay with the United States, doing a lot of its dirty work politically, as in Ukraine? Or is the future of Europe better with the new centers? That issue is being fought out in Europe, even if the media in this country pretend otherwise. And then there's the isolation of the United States. This is important to understand and brings us, as a transition, to another of the four factors, besides the shift from neoliberal globalization to economic nationalism. We're also seeing the end of a century in which we were told, and many of us believed, that the great struggle was between the state as an owner-operator of enterprises and the private sector as the owner-operator of the enterprises that produce goods and services. We were told this was the struggle between capitalism and socialism. And we've learned that that was a terrible mistake. Capitalism has a private form and a state form, just like slavery did, just like feudalism did. Let me drive the point home. During slaveries around the world, were there private slavers, masters who were private individuals running a business with slaves? Yes. Were there governments who had and operated slave enterprises? Yes. Nobody thinks that it wasn't slavery because the state was doing it alongside the private sector. Same in feudalism. We had state feudal, state lords with serfs, and private lords with serfs. And guess what? There's a pattern here. You start off typically with only the private, but the private gets itself into trouble and calls in the state. And so you get state slavery alongside private. Same thing, you get state feudalism alongside private. And guess what? When private capitalism gets into trouble, it calls in the state. That's why Mr. Trump had to wage tariff wars and trade wars, and Mr. Biden is doing basically the same. You call in the state, and the state then becomes a bigger and bigger factor. We're seeing the end of the big story of private versus state, because in fact, all the societies are combinations, mixtures of those. The United States has a bigger and bigger role for the state. The Republicans complain about it, the Democrats push it, But they all accept it, and they all understand it has to be done, even if they give speeches to the contrary on the 4th of July. The greatest example of the hybrid, the combination of private and state capitalist enterprises, is the People's Republic of China. By capitalist, I mean the relationship between the employer and the employee. That's the issue. Socialism wants to change that relationship, make it more collective, make it more democratic, make it more a relation of equals, not a relation of hierarchical, dominant, subordinate. That's not what capitalism allows, neither in its private form nor in its state form. What China has showed is that you can get a more rapid rate of growth with the hybrid, understanding its peculiarities, than you can if it's all state, like Russia, Soviet Russia, or all private, more like the United States and the United Kingdom. So they've become the model. And the United States denounces China as it becomes more of a hybrid itself. If you can't beat them, you end up joining them. I think that's an important thing for us to understand, that in the New World Order, we have economic nationalism and a hybrid of state and private employer-employee capitalism. Whatever names they give themselves, whatever their ultimate goals may be, these are the realities that we face. And that means we also have to face the reality that an immense global working class is emerging, shrinking and suffering in the West, explosively growing in the East and in the global South. And that's going to change everything as the capitalists in the West hunker down, worrying about how long they can survive, the emerging power of the capitalism of the East, the nationalism gripping them, and the state-private hybrid that is their way of coping with the time ahead. We've come to the end of the first half. In the second half of this program, I'm going to be talking about the two other key factors, the decline of the American empire and the big question, what comes next? Before we move on, I want to remind everyone, Economic Update is produced by Democracy at Work, a small donor-funded Welcome back, friends, to the second half of today's Economic Update. We're talking about the emergence of a new world economy, a new order in the world economy. And in the first half, we spoke about the end of neoliberal globalization and the turn to economic nationalism. And we also spoke about the end of the stale, old debate between private and state, as if that were the issue, now that we have a world composed of hybrids, of mixtures of state and private that are all capitalist in the sense of that same old relationship between employer and employee. The next two out of these four defining qualities of the New World economy has to do with the American empire. And here the issue has to be faced squarely, although I understand and appreciate that that is difficult. The reality is that the American empire has peaked and is now declining. The data for this are overwhelming, as is the urgent tendency to deny it among people who find it frightening, which I understand. But I'm going to give you some of the signs to make sure we all understand it. I'll start with a small one, and it'll get larger as we go.
The tiny Central American country of Honduras recently decided to end its diplomatic relationships with the island of Taiwan and recognize as China the mainland. There are about 170, 80 countries in the world, only a dozen of which still recognize Taiwan as a separate sovereign entity. A dozen, of which the United States is one. A dozen. Even Honduras. Think a minute what this suggests. Then there was the announcement a very few weeks ago made by a smiling Chinese foreign minister that a reconciliation of sorts had been achieved between two traditional enemies in the Middle East, Iran on the one hand and Saudi Arabia on the other. Countries virtually at war, although by proxy often, wrapped up in the Sunni versus Shiite struggles within Islam. They were going to establish embassies in each other's capitals. They were going to lay down the weapons of war and try to work together for a broader peace in the war-riven Middle East. The United States was absent. It has been trying to build peace in the Middle East, at least that's what we've been told, and couldn't do it.
And gee, didn't Trump promise that clown Jared Kushner was going to solve Middle Eastern peace? That was laughable even back then, to be honest. But anybody who believed that fucking lie was I got a bridge to sell you on that one, because that was a blatant lie. Yeah, Jared Kushner is going to solve the Middle East, solve peace in the Middle East. That's fucking stupid. Give me a fucking break. That's ridiculous. I just have to laugh at that one. All right, so yeah, sometimes Trump lets his stupid side show. If you know where to look. So this section is called Marx My Words. It is a thought-provoking segment where I take my audience deeper into my personal observations, theories, and predictions, while offering explanations to otherwise unexplained cultural phenomenon. All right, Marx My Words is a segment where I break down complex ideas into digestible insights, offering a unique perspective on current events and future trends. This segment is designed to inspire critical thinking and encourage listeners to reflect on the implications of these theories in your own lives. Tune in as we explore the intersection of analysis and everyday experience. Now here's a fun one. From golden treasure to plastic turds, the observation, so the clear deterioration of the thought and quality put into McDonald's Happy Meal toys. This is a personal observation of mine that we'll be delving into. Okay, so some evidence of this we see in this Reddit post, Happy Meal toy from 1994 on the left, and we compare that to a Happy Meal toy from 2024 on the right, which is basically just a piece of cardboard. Like WTF. All right, so this is going to inspire some nostalgia to all you 90s kids. Inspector Gadget toy. Now look at this one. This was, I believe, because that looks like Matthew Broderick's face, I believe this was one of the toys that was released for the promotion, or for promoting the Inspector Gadget movie that came out in the early 2000s, I think it was. But look at this thing. This was a McDonald's toy. It was fully like adjustable, convertible. It had all the moving parts. It had attachments and all sorts of cool stuff. If you were a kid, this was a cool toy you got in your Happy Meal. All right, and here we have a battery-operated voice projector from the McDonald's 1994 collection. Here, oh, let me blow this up so you guys can see it a little better. Okay, so here we have a Sega handheld toy from 2004 that was included with the Happy Meal. So McDonald's toys reflect broader cultural and economic trends, revealing a significant decline in quality despite living in an ostensibly rich capitalist world, and I'll explain here. Earlier offerings to the Happy Meal, like the innovative battery-operated voice projector, as seen here, from the 90s, and these really cool handheld Sonic Adventure games, showcased creativity and engagement, encouraging children to imagine and play. These toys not only entertained, but they also fostered a sense of nostalgia and connection to beloved franchises like The Lion King and Star Wars, enhancing the dining experience for families. However, today's toys often lack the same ingenuity and excitement. Many of the current offerings are primarily plastic trinkets that promote the latest movie or brand, but fall short in terms of interactivity or meaningful play. Instead of items that inspire curiosity and creativity, we see generic toys that are quickly discarded after a few uses. This change speaks to a larger trend of consumerism where quantity is favored over quality, resulting in a disappointing experience for children and parents alike. A quick lesson here on supply and demand, ladies and gentlemen. Clearly, the supply for high-quality McDonald's toys has not clearly the demand for... I gotta change that. There's a mistype. Clearly, the demand for high-quality McDonald's toys has not decreased, as children always demand the coolest toys, right? There's no correlation here between supply and demand. The demand of high-quality toys does not dictate the quality of the supply in the situation. There is no supply and demand connection, okay? No matter how much we beg them to bring back food changeables, they are never going to do it. Now, food changeables are the McDonald's version of the Transformers. This is one of my favorites. When I was a kid, I loved these things. Look how cool these toys were, okay? As we navigate the complexities of consumer behavior and childhood play, it's essential to recognize how these changes reflect shifts in society's values. Although the capitalist marketplace has generated tremendous wealth, it seems to have prioritized profit margins over imaginative engagement of young consumers. With a drugstore approach to fast food toys, the industry risks losing the heart of what made these promotions special in the first place. As we savor memories of our own childhood, it's time to advocate for toys that enhance experience and foster genuine joy, ensuring that future generations also have something meaningful to look forward to in their Happy Meals. Now let's juxtapose these cool toys to what I pulled off just yesterday from the McDonald's website. This is the toy they're peddling now. The new Happy Meal. This is pulled right off their website. Look at this. Question. WTF is that? Okay? What the is that? Answer? That's some cheap-ass 3D printed bullshit. Cheap-ass 3D printed bullshit. Let's look at some sweet nostalgia for a minute, because I need to refocus my chi and energy into something more delightful. Let's look at these of the top 10 Happy Meal toys of all times. Yes, Food Changeables is on this list because they are awesome. And we have the McNugget Buddies. If there's one thing kids love, it's shameless corporate self-promotion, and McDonald's releasing toys of their own original and most delicious characters is a not so subtle take of Mr. Potato Head hit that sweet spot just right. Firefighters, rock stars, vampires, clowns, high school teachers. All right, and these were all customizable. They had, clothing lineup items. They weren't just static printed chunks of plastic like we see here. With the Sonic Adventure, I don't even know if these are toys. They're just chunks of plastic, trinkets, really. They don't really serve any meaningful purpose in terms of play for children, only to promote the movie. So, yeah. Let's look at the Z-Bots. Oh, Z-Bots. I don't think I remember this. So the Z-Bots were micro machines, and it looks like they were a vast line of posable mini action figures, okay? Some merged together, others had chomping action or special camo gear. So these were really customizable. They had integration where you can combine different ones, kind of like, you know, the Transformer toys. They weren't just some cheap hunk of plastic printed from a 3D printer and used as a quick buck, used to make a quick buck. You know, that's what we have toys and Happy Meals today. Power Ranger movie figures. Remember these? I had one of these. I think I had the white one. And look at this, Disney clamshell figurines. Look at these posable figurines in this nice box set that's a miniature VHS cassette tape case. That's really cool. Very, very nice collector's item right there. I don't know what those are. These were one of my absolute favorites. These were the 2003, 2004 video game handhelds that McDonald's released. They teamed up with Sega and gave kids a chance to get their hands on unique versions of some of these games with the characters, you know, Shadow and Sonic and Knuckles. Very cool stuff. You don't see anything like that in Happy Meals today. Backstreet Project. I don't remember that, but that's funny. Roy Rogers Critters. I don't remember that one either. Beanie Babies. These were the most popular. And you know how many different kinds of Beanie Babies they made, right? That was the real, like, not only were these Beanie Babies pretty decent in quality, they weren't like really, really cheap. They were decently made. But not only that, there was a heck of a lot of variety to them. They had hundreds of different kinds of Beanie Babies that you could pick up. So that's just some nostalgia there. On a less lighter note, we do have an app that you can utilize right now called the BeneficenceTV Economic Doomsday Clock. So how close are we to economic doomsday? How close are we to a catastrophic failure of our capitalist system? Have you ever wondered how patterns from previous systems, and the current one, might predict a theoretical transition? Curious about where we stand on the scale of economic collapse, from a scale of 0 being the most stable and 100% being total system failure? Look no further. I have developed a rough model that estimates how close we are to total unrecoverable collapse using real-time economic data and Marx's critique as a framework. So let's explore this economic collapse clock here, because this is very important and it's free for you guys to use. I will be updating it to be more accurate and checking its checking it constantly for accuracy and maintenance and all that. So we're gonna run it. There we go. So we don't have a collapse score yet because we have to simulate the collapse score first. But first I want to explain the collapse score definition, or the collapse score tiers. So right here you can see we're pulling real-time data. The homelessness rate 18%, cost of living increase 10%, medical expense rise 8%, child labor increase 5%, poverty rate 15%, unemployment rate 6%. That needs to be adjusted to the current U6 rate because that's using the U3 rate there. Income inequality rate 35%. And then we have stock market close prices and average prices, not to gauge how healthy the economy is, but to gauge and help us determine how much wealth is being redistributed to the top echelons of society. Remember, 80% of the stock market is owned by the top 10% income earners, meaning you might have a couple of pieces of stock for a company that your family member left you as an inheritance, but that doesn't compare to the millions that rich people have in the stock market. So the collapse score explanation. The collapse score measures the probability of societal collapse or economic instability. 0 means 100% stable, and the score increases as the instability worsens. So key phrases here, 0 to 10% is relatively stable for an economy. We have 10 to 30%. That's where we're starting to see the warning signs of a failing economy. and the warning signs for class struggles. Okay, 30 to 60% were at high risk of a collapse. And from 60 to 100%, obviously, but I would actually reduce that from 60 to 70%. We should be seeing an imminent collapse, meaning no amount of policy proposals will change the course, right? At this point, and it's my prediction, this could be wrong, but around 60 to 7% collapse score, I don't think any policy decisions will have any effect on the trajectory of the collapse at all. Meaning, if you're here in the 10 to 30 range, yeah, you can enact a policy that might delay that collapse. But down here in the 60 to 70 range, I don't think that's going to be effective at all. I think at that point, it's going to be too far. Okay, so let's simulate the collapse. And what do we get? Shit. You see that? So we are right here. 31.5 is our collapse score. 31.5% out of 100% total system failure. What is the Great Depression? Let's look at the Great Depression. Now, that's a key marker here that can tell us where exactly we are now. So the Great Depression was at around 34% compared to the total economic collapse that could have happened. All right, as we all know, it was recoverable. We did recover from the Great Depression. It didn't lead to a 100% system collapse and transition to a new system. Right, that didn't happen. We're right here at 31.5%. So we're right pressing up close to the amount of system collapse that the Great Depression era faced. And this is important because it tells us that we're teetering on the edge. And going into this new administration, if they don't have real economic solutions, which they don't, we're going to be facing an even worse score. So in the meantime, we're going to keep an eye on that score, and hopefully it doesn't reach 60%, but I mean, eventually it's going to, as history has a tendency to repeat itself if we do not heed history's warnings, which nobody in the mainstream, at least that I've seen, is heeding the warning that capitalism is going to collapse in on itself, and it will fail, just like feudalism failed, just like slavery failed, because at the end of the day, it has internal contradictions that have not been addressed, but been ignored and largely set aside. So let's look at this economic collapse scale for a moment. To put things in perspective, during the Great Depression, our economic collapse score was 34%. Terrible? Yes. Unrecoverable? No. At 60 to 7% is my belief that policies will have no impact on reversing the system's trajectory. Before this threshold, incremental changes can delay collapse. So you need to keep that in mind. Where are we now? Current score is 31.5% out of 100% total system failure. Why does this matter? Well, this number is dangerously close to the Great Depression and indicates we're teetering on the brink of trouble. What's next? Heading into a Republican administration with no significant economic solutions could push us closer to that tipping point of a transition out of capitalism. And that is scary, because without a controlled transition, we risk a violent one. And we want to avoid a violent transition at all costs. That's a very real concern if you're a historian and have looked at the history of revolutions. You know, slavery had its revolution. Feudalism had its revolution. In both of those systems, those people said, hey, we can do better than this current system. This current system sucks. And that's what I'm saying about capitalism. And I'm not alone. So let's move on to the next segment, which is people then versus now, a dangerous parallel. So this is regarding specifically, why did people age faster in the past? It seems like we look at all these older pictures of folks and in the same age range as ourselves, and we see that they look older, they look more tired. Well, one of those reasons was poor health care. We didn't have the technological healthcare advantages as we do now. But another part of that is hard labor. And no sunscreen. Yeah, sunscreen helps. Definitely helps. But advances in healthcare, nutrition, and skincare, and dental care improved life expectancy. But here's the twist, ladies and gentlemen. Life expectancy is now declining for the first time in decades. So a warning sign, this modern regression reflects cracks in the system. When the basics like health and welfare falter, it's a large red flag for broader instability. So here is an interesting prediction I have. And marks my words, this will eventually start to happen more and more. All right? Porch pirates and dash bandits, the future of food heists. Prediction. As inflation continues to rise, food delivery theft will become a new norm. Whether it's porch pirates snatching DoorDash orders or desperate drivers turning on the system, this low-risk, high-reward activity could outpace grocery store theft. Why? Simple. Food delivery is easy to steal and hard to trace. No cameras in the parking lot of that apartment complex, huh? No receipt checks. Welcome to the future of survival crime. As economic desperation intensifies, we will see a significant rise in food delivery thefts. People may begin to steal food deliveries left on porches or even target delivery drivers who are seen as easy marks. In certain areas, this could become a high-reward, low-risk alternative compared to shoplifting from grocery stores, which, if you go to a Target, a lot of Targets have cops in there or some kind of internal loss prevention. Handicap privilege. Okay, here's another prediction. When parking spots become a luxury. Hypothesis. As Medicare funding dwindles and healthcare becomes increasingly inaccessible, the handicap parking placard could turn into an elitist symbol. It very well could. Imagine two elderly individuals with the same disability. One has insurance and secures a placard. The other, they're left to hobble across the parking lot because they can't afford the medical certification. This system failure fuels resentment, class tensions, and stark inequalities in the most mundane aspects of life. If the U.S. healthcare system continues to deteriorate and Medicare funding is further slashed, handicapped parking could become an elitist privilege rather than a necessity. Okay, yeah, well, we already considered that. Yeah, I have a duplicate in here. My bad. Let me delete that. This systemic failure would exacerbate class resentment and heighten social tensions, potentially leading to public unrest and protests targeting inequality and healthcare access. Oh, wow. So there's a lot to look out for. And since the current administration that's taking over the White House has literally no plan to help alleviate these systemic issues, we have to be aware that things like this could very well come to pass. Something that's already come to pass and is a real striking reality for a lot of people in my generation and younger is that millennials and Gen Z and the wedding that will never be. Okay? And this is a personal observation. Forget marriage and kids. Most young people can't even afford rent. Okay? My girlfriend and I are often asked, when's the wedding? Well, the answer is simple. Not anytime soon. It's too expensive. It's not just us, okay? Our entire generation is priced out of life milestones like this. Weddings, owning a house, okay? The economic strain will lead to declining birth rates and a shrinking workforce. We can't have children. There are not going to be as many people to add to the next generation's workforce. Who will produce and consume in this vicious cycle of stagnation? Well, the younger generation is increasingly unable to afford marriage or children due to the rising cost of living and stagnant wages. My girlfriend and I frequently face questions from elderly relatives about when we're getting married, but the answer is always the same. It's always going to be the same until something systemic changes. All right? This reflects a broader societal trend where the younger workforce lacks the purchasing power to sustain traditional life milestones. As this generation delays or forgoes marriage and parenthood, the long-term implications are dire, which is a diminishing of the workforce, reduced demands for goods and services, and economic stagnation as fewer people can afford to contribute to or benefit from the market. And this also lays clear a striking gap in generations where the older generations just don't understand the struggles, maybe because they're out of the workforce and have already retired and don't really see the day-to-day effects of these worker struggles. So that is a real situation that we are facing right now. And to end with an ideological divide in fringe science, my observation on this is something that's very important. I wanted to end with this because this is a very important thing to explain to you guys. The fringe science community often leans right-wing due to widespread skepticism of government institutions and a belief that government takes part in the suppression of this revolutionary technology. And that's not understandable. It's easy to see why people are so skeptical of government when they have taken part in hiding zero-point energy technologies. But conversely, many leftists reject such theories outright, fearing ostracization and for deviating from mainstream perspectives. They don't want to be alienated because they have an unpopular opinion about free energy, right? So here's a theory. Using a Marxist analytical framework could help bridge the gap between leftists who dismiss free energy technology and right-wing proponents who actively are working on it. By framing suppressed technology as a class issue, an issue of workers' rights and workers' benefits and workers' struggles, where elites control resources to maintain their power, this approach could unite both sides and foster a movement for systemic change. That's just my theory and goal anyways. So here's a couple of extra videos that you can delve into. Here's a video on large portion of MAGA agrees with Bernie Sanders, and this is understandable because Trump acts as a fake populist. He plays on the suffering of the working class, but doesn't actually hang around in that area of the economy. He lives in his own rich bubble where he's unaffected by those worker struggles. So inevitably, a lot of MAGA does agree with Bernie Sanders. If you look at the statistics from 2016, that election, it was a lot of MAGA supporters were either Trump or Bernie Sanders. Well, why is that? You have a socialist on one hand and a fascist on the other. Well, as we've discussed earlier and in previous live streams, fascism utilizes the popularity of socialist movements and worker struggles to obtain totalitarian control of the government. It's just what they do. It's the oldest trick in the book. The Nazis did it. They called themselves socialists, but they weren't socialists. They killed socialists. They killed the communists and socialists first. It was a con, a ruse. Okay? They indoctrinated people. And this is the end of the lecture. So what's the larger implications going into 2025? Well, Trump isn't just a figurehead here. He's the harbinger of the final act of American capitalism, a system devouring itself in plain sight. While billionaires hoard, workers fight for crumbs, and institutions crumble over the weight of neglect, Trump serves as both a symbol and an accelerant of this collapse. In the end, his America isn't a new beginning, it's the swan song of a broken system gasping for air. The question isn't if the curtain will fall, but who will rebuild once it finally does. All right, guys, this has been another episode of the Red Pill series, and I'm the benefactor. I really appreciate all the support and love for this channel. You guys are awesome. With that, I'm going to tell you good night and good luck.
I remember when we used to stand in the heart of the workers' plan. Obstacles weighed heavy on our backs, but unity's the strength they lack. Good friends we had and good friends we've lost, fighting battles at every cost. But through the struggle we raise our voice, in solidarity we made our choice. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Hey little brother, don't you come by. No union, no buy. Our hands build the wealth they hold so tight, but together we reclaim our rights. No more silence, no more pain. In our unity, there's everything to gain. We live with each other, we bow back down from city streets to every town. The power's in the people's hands. No union, no buy. We take a stand. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Hey, little sister, raise your flag high. No union, no buy. All the tables are turning. The fire inside keeps burning. For the workers and the buyers, we're igniting freedom's fires. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Together we'll rise and we won't deny. No union, no buy. No union, I remember when we used to stand with hope and strength, hand in hand. The struggle's hard, but we'll survive. No union, no buy.